So we go ahead the today's conference. I welcome the distinguished guests for today's conference, Sri M.V. Krishna Rao, former IPS officer and retired as Director General of Police, United Andhra Pradesh, who is also Vice President of Pure Earth Foundation, and Srimati E. Harika, DFO, Wildlife Management Division, Sulurpet, AP Forest Department. She is our chief guest today for our inaugural session, and many distinguished delegates, faculty members, and professionals from different parts of the world. I welcome you all. And last but not least, the key resources, that is the student participants, particularly the speakers of the today conference. So I welcome each and everyone to this 10th Pure Environment Conference, which is being held in virtual mode today. The conference will begin, the actual presentations will begin around 10:30 and it will continue till 4:30 to 5 p.m. And there is before introducing, just a few words before I request Krishna Rao Garu to give his address. The Pure Earth Foundation, firstly, I am Dr. Jayachandra, current president of this Pure Earth Foundation Society. The foundation was started in 2018, and with serious people of different walks of life, particularly All India service officers who are retired, some technocrats, some scientists, and different passionate people, particularly on environment and that. So, more than 50 life members in the Pure Earth Foundation Society today. The foundation felt its contribution through education as one of the prime activity, because everyone is aware, including administration, governments, policies, everything is there. But still, there is some gaps, particularly with earth and environment. And everyone should realize there is only one planet for life in the universe, that is our earth. And if we spoil our own planet, in the sense we spoil our environment, yes, the planets are many, but the suitable environment for living is only with earth. The other planet environment is not suitable, that is why there is no life there. So when such environment, if you kill yourself, spoiling your own environment, so you will lose the life in this planet earth also. That is why there are so many policies, so many meetings every day. There is multiple conferences, multiple seminars on this topic, particularly environment and earth related. When so much is happening, but still many things are repeatedly, which is anti-nature, anti-environment friendly. All these things are happening continuously. So as part of our contribution, the members of the Pure Earth Foundation has found this as one of the prime activity, that educating the younger generation. That is our very important point there, because they are the future. They will teach their children. They first learn, and that will be carried to the next generation. So the people who are more than 50 or above, they already done some mistakes or whatever it is from their side to this planet Earth. But at least the experiences they have seen, the negative impact that we are forwarding to this next generations. So we thought it's a first of its kind in the country that only students will present the papers here, giving opportunity to these youngsters so that they have a lot of innovation, lot of knowledge, particularly the present generation with so many sources. There are so many sources today when compared with a few decades back. So that is the reason when an opportunity is given to this generation, certainly they first know what is good, what is bad, and then they will take the good things to be happen on this youth on this planet to their own people, their own next generations and all. That is why Pure Earth Foundation exclusively organizing national level biannual conference every year in the month of April and in the month of November from 2019 onwards. Maybe due to COVID, 2020 we could not organize. That is the reason the today's conference is the 10th one in the series, and it will continue encouraging the students and all. So before concluding and going to Krishna Rao, I of course vote of thanks is there to tell, but particularly I have to mention. So without these papers, without these students' contribution, students' registration and all, it will not happen. So I once again welcome all the delegates who are joined here and all the student speakers and the student participants and other professionals whoever is joined today. So with this, I will take to the next one, that is an address by Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu. I have to mention here, Sir is unexpectedly is a continuous a great strength for Pure Earth Foundation. He was our founding president, Sri M.V. Krishna Rao Garu, our founding president, served last 4 years as president of this foundation. So as per bylaw and all, now he is vice president. So unexpected incident, somebody in his family died and he could not attend today online, but he has sent a record. Sent a record. I will share this one. Ravindra garu, can you allow me to share the screen? Ravindra garu. Dr. Ravindra garu. Yeah, please.
Option is there.
Yeah, host disabled participants, it's coming message.
You are sharing as a document or a video? Or
no, I am sharing my screen. Let me share my screen so that that file video will.
Okay, now you can try.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Entire screen.
Jayachandra garu, you have to enable system sound so that participants can hear the voices in the sharing options.
Yeah, system sound also full, sir.
Not in system, sir. In sharing options, there will be an option to enable system or computer sound. Still not audible. You can stop sharing the video, sir, and once again start. And while
Yes.
starting, you will get an option on the right side. Enable audio. There, you have to tick mark there. You have to select that. Stop sharing the video screen.
Why this is not able to?
Now you can start sharing again. You select the the window in which video is playing, but at the same time there will be an option to select audio. Still the audio is not there. It's not audible.
Not audible, sir.
Sir, it is audible. Good morning.
Thank you. Right.
మీకు వినిపిస్తుందా రాయుడు గారు?
నాకు శుభ్రంగా వినిపిస్తాను.
అవునా? ఓకే.
మీ ఇద్దరు మాట వినిపిస్తాను. మీకు ఎందుకు వినిపించట్లే?
మన కృష్ణారావు గారు మాట్లాడేది.
కృష్ణారావు గారు మాట్లాడేది వినిపించట్లే. కృష్ణారావు గారు ఓపెన్ చేయండి సార్.
జయచంద్ర గారు ఒక పని చేయండి, ఆ వీడియో నాకు మెయిల్ చేయండి.
మెయిల్ చేయాలా, వాట్సాప్ చేయాలా?
మెయిల్ చేయండి. మెయిల్ చేస్తే నేను మెయిల్ నుంచి ఓపెన్ చేసి ప్లే చేస్తాను.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ కృష్ణారావు గారు.
So participant, just hold on. I'm sharing that video to the host or Dr. Ravindra Garu. So it may take a minute time. He's getting uploaded to his email. So every year, this conference will address some resource or some issue or some innovation or technology connected with earth and environment, like the green energies. We have conducted some conference, education and environment, environmental education everywhere part of our professional courses. But it is only to just confined to some academic score or just a semester, something like that, but not taking forward. So maybe a kind of change should be brought into the education system. And we have spoken, organized on environment and health, particularly post-COVID. How the health is the environment is important for our human health and even other health of the whatever creatures. Similarly, the resources like water, in forest resources, agriculture, waste management, all these topics. So we could cover. And one more thing is traditional knowledge systems. That was a wonderful topic. We could organize physical mode. There was a tremendous response also with more than 100 papers. We could organize 2 days. So out of these 10 conferences, 2 conferences we organized for 2 days because of overwhelming responses of that. That doesn't mean other conferences not getting that much response. But certainly there is some kind of selection and some criteria. So finally, Ravindra Garu, I have sent a mail to you. So in that series, the present conference with a focal theme of human-wildlife conflict, a serious problem. As you all know, actually I want to speak few words at the valedictory, but even this is also right time. The planet Earth is for all the living creatures. We know millions of living creatures are there on planet Earth. Everyone has their own right. But out of them, only human being. Actually, I was taught in my school by my zoology or botany teacher that we are also part of animals. Human being is part of animal. But animal with some additional qualities or characters that we have along with animal, we have additional knowledge and values. So everybody knows what is a conflict. Conflict is not one side. Conflict means it is from both sides. They struggle for their life, their food, their living and all. That is animals or wildlife and human being also. But at the same time, who is intelligent here? Is the wildlife or animals are intelligent, blessed with this human values, so you are called human being, or the humans are the wise people who should decide here. So only human beings having that additional whatever qualification, whatever bless from the God or nature, human being has to take care of both the sides. So you should live and you should allow other animals, which are your colleagues only, to live in this planet. So the entire thing lies with the human being only. A great example the present generation has witnessed, not very back, just 3 years back or 4 years back, the lockdown of the world, not India, the entire world, particularly human being, they locked themselves. And you have witnessed the changes in the nature, changes in environmental conditions, the kind of the environment, the you have seen the wildlife, animal, everything lived happily. When the human, one creature, confined to their own houses, own habitats, the all other living creatures, it's a great example for everyone. I don't want to take it more. There is beautiful, wonderful topics today from uh, some more than 5, 6 states. The students are presenting today. Now I request Ravindra Garu, can you forward that, share that M.V. Krishnarao Garu's video, please?
Good morning to all of you, and welcome to the 10th Pure Earth Foundation Conference. Let me first apologize for not being present at this conference, even virtually, due to death in my family. I am therefore not able to listen to all your presentations, though they will be very, very interesting. Even virtually. And therefore I am compelled to record my welcome address and send it to our President, Dr. Jayachandra. I would have loved to listen to all your papers, especially those dealing with the case studies of human-wildlife conflicts relating to Sambalpur district in Odisha, Nilgiris of Tamil Nadu, Khurda district also of Orissa, of Kerala, of Nalamala forest, which is shared by AP and Telangana, and of Sirpur Kagas Nagar of Telangana, where I worked very long ago in 1980 and 81. And of course, there are other presentations dealing with the role of local communities, NGOs, etc. in reducing the human-wildlife conflict. These are all very relevant and extremely interesting. Before I speak about the conference, especially the theme, human-wildlife conflict, I would like to briefly introduce the Pure Earth Foundation to all the participants. The PEF, in short, was created by a group of people led by Dr. Jayachandra, who is the present or current president of the Pure Earth Foundation and the chief organizer of this conference. The main aim of the Pure Earth Foundation is to sensitize the younger generation towards the urgent need for all of us to act in relation to the environment in which we live, the climate change, global warming, sequestration of carbon and reduction of greenhouse gases, etc. This we aim to achieve, this target of sensitizing the young people, by two methods. One is to frequently visit the educational institutions, interact with the students, and also hold discussions in classrooms about the role of the youth in ensuring that the earth is not further damaged, that our children and grandchildren and the later generations are not deprived of a reasonably comfortable life on this earth. The second method that we adopt is to have half-yearly conferences wherein only students are allowed to participate and present papers. We have already had 9 such half-yearly conferences. This is the 10th conference. For each conference, we normally choose a focal theme, a central theme. For this particular conference, we have chosen the theme of human-wildlife conflict. And so all of you, by the end of the conference, would have been exposed to papers concerning the various perspectives that deal with the human-wildlife conflict. To ensure that some way of introduction is given to you regarding this, I'll say a few words. Human-wildlife conflict refers to negative interactions between humans and wild animals that result in harm or loss to both sides. Because of this conflict, sometimes human beings are adversely affected. Some other times, the wildlife is adversely affected. These conflicts can arise when wildlife negatively impacts human livelihoods, like crop damage or safety. If somebody is going through a forest and they are attacked, then naturally there will be either loss of limbs or even death. These conflicts will also arise when humans negatively affect wildlife, like habitat destruction. Like wildlife, let's say a tiger, requires a vast area where it can hunt, eat and survive. And similarly, the herbivorous animals like deers, etc., they require a lot of green plants to eat and survive. If that area is reduced by human beings, by felling the forests and converting that into agricultural land, then the size of the habitat gets reduced, and therefore the wild animals cannot survive. They will be compelled by the hunger to encroach on human settlements. So it is necessary that we look into both the aspects. These conflicts can lead to retaliatory killings of the animals blamed, potentially driving the species to extinction. If we go on killing a certain animal, say like tiger, then they will disappear from our forests. The main causes for these conflicts are: one, the habitat loss and fragmentation, that is, converting a reserve forest into a small patch in the middle of it for cultivation, for agriculture, that will definitely affect the wild animals and lead to habitat loss. The second cause is land use changes, that is, what was indeed a forest is converted into agricultural land, which definitely leads to these conflicts. The third is the resource competition between humans and wildlife. The human beings, the population of the human beings is increasing, so they want to convert more land, especially forest land, into cultivable land and thereby grow crops and get some income. But that is indeed leads to deprivation of the same land for the survival of the wildlife. And the last cause, according to me, is climate change. As you know, global warming and other causes of climate change are leading to so many evil consequences. Sometimes excessive rain, sometimes no rains at all, and sometimes extreme cold, some other time extreme heat. All this will lead to conflicts. Certainly, these conflicts are leading to loss of livelihoods for human beings, thereby impacting their ability to earn, so leading to economic damage. Sometimes even leading to conflicts or tensions between the local communities and the wildlife authorities. These conflicts also will negatively impact wildlife populations. That is, there will be reduction in the total number of wildlife because they just don't have the required extent of wildlife, habitat. They can't survive. Now, therefore, we have to think very seriously about mitigation and management of these kind of conflicts. The first point, according to me, is habitat restoration. We must increase the area of greenery, especially forests. We need to have buffer zones between human habitations and forests where the wildlife live. We also can invest in crop protection measures like fencing. If there is indeed some kind of a crop like paddy or sugarcane being grown near a wildlife sanctuary, then fencing perhaps will prevent the wildlife from entering. Most important, according to me, is community engagement. The community should definitely take active interest in reducing these conflicts. And finally, implementing policies and legislations that reduce the conflict and lead to wildlife conservation. That is generally in the domain of the government and political parties. I do hope that all of you will have extremely interesting and useful deliberations. I once again apologize for not being able to even virtually participate in the deliberation of the conference. May God bless you all with great contribution to conserving wildlife and reducing these human-wildlife conflicts. God bless you. Thank you.
So that was Krishna Rao's. Madam, please share and then you can speak. Madam, I just introduce. Yeah, you can unmute. Yeah, you can unmute and share your screen, madam. Audio,
Yeah,
video, or
to share screen.
no, you are audible.
Okay. Sir, like once.
Sharing problem, madam. Maybe Ravindra Gari is hearing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
you
share.
can
Madam.
share. Yeah.
You can start your video. You can also share your screen.
Yeah.
So that was Krishna Rao's uh, his commitment. Though and it's very sad part that some death happened in his family, but still, as a committed member of this society, and he was our founding president. So he could spend maybe the original audio is also a little low. That's the reason maybe participants could not hear properly. However, so we thank Krishna Rao Garu. I request E. Harika Madam. Madam is serving as DFO Wildlife Management Division, Ulurpet of Tirupati district in Andhra Pradesh state. And I don't know anything more beyond this about Madam. But Madam, I request Madam to introduce herself before giving her presentation or something. Being an officer serving in wildlife management, I felt it is highly relevant that she can share some good experience, particularly from administration side as she is serving as administrator. Certainly, they know so many ground realities than what we see through media, we see through different sources. But they maybe we can get some ground reality. That's the reason I very much insisted Madam Garu to take part and join our conference. So, Madam, anyhow, special vote of thanks. May you will have special thanks. But once again, here also I am thanking you for joining on time. And please go ahead. Thank you,
Thank
madam.
you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your introduction. So, good morning, everyone. I'm Harika, Deputy Conservator of Forest, now presently working as DFO Wildlife Sulurpet. So, a brief like background about my tenure and all. So, I'm a 2012 batch ACF, and after my training in Dehradun, I have worked for a brief period, brief tenure in Vikarabad, that is in Telangana. Later, I worked in APDRP World Bank project and then in head office. And in field postings, I worked in Srikakulam, where there are major issues of sloth bear and elephant problem. And later, my last posting was Deputy Director, AP State Forest Academy, Rajamandri. So even though in Rajamandri I am not holding the charge of like wildlife posting, but I have closely worked with the team when we were tackling the issue with leopard last year. There is a leopard issue. So this is my small brief background. So before we start, I just want to tell you that I am not wildlife trained or research scholar or any kind of thing. So I am a field practitioner. So as a wildlife warden, as a like field officer, what are the issues we had we are facing, and we had faced in the past. So my brief experiences. So presentation. So human wildlife conflict. So the outline of presentation where we will be going through AP state geographical status and protected areas of AP, and what is wildlife and what are the causes of human wildlife conflict and the reasons, and moving about way forward. So Andhra Pradesh falls in the east central peninsular India, and it is divided into three biogeographic zones, where the biogeographic zones are basically based on, like, divided based on geography, climate, like pattern of vegetation, ecosystem, and the species. So in Andhra we have three: coastal plains, eastern ghats, and Deccan plateau. As we can see, the coastal plains, like where the mangrove estuaries can be seen, like the estuary. It's a unique, it's mainly comprising of dry deciduous forest, scrublands, and a hilly region, and a Deccan plateau. Deccan plateau is a dry deciduous forest and scrublands, and basically more of agricultural fields. And we have three major rivers, Godavari, Krishna, and Penna, which drains eventually into Bay of Bengal. So in Andhra Pradesh, we have the geographical area of 1,64,325 square kilometer, and wherein the notified forest area is around 36,914 square kilometer. That is 22.46 of its total geographical area. The forest under protected area network is 8,139. This is in turn 22% of notified forest area. So Andhra is a abode of some unique and endangered flora and fauna. In flora, we have the world famous red sanders, where it's only found in Andhra Pradesh, and Cycas bedomi and Shoria tambagi and Terminalia pallida, etc. And fauna, we have tiger, and Andhra is the state which is having most number of tiger population in the country. And Gaur, Great Indian Bustard, and Jordan courser, golden gecko, and also avifauna species like flamingo and pelican. So it has the second largest mangrove ecosystem in the country, where the Krishna and Godavari estuaries. So where we can see the forest canopy density of Andhra. This is basically, this slide is only to show the hilly regions, the patches of thick forest in the Andhra Pradesh. So this is Rampachoravadam, that is Papikonda Hills, where this is Nallamala, and Velgonda Hills, Lankamala, and Seshachalam, and this is Palamneru. So as you can see, these are the patches of forest area, and the animals inside the area have no other option to move outside the corridor, outside the forest area, through corridors and human habitations. So protected areas in Andhra Pradesh, we have one tiger reserve, that Nagarjuna Sagar Tiger Reserve, and one elephant reserve, the Kaundinya and Rayala Elephant Reserve, and the Biosphere Reserve, that is in Seshachalam, and three national parks and 13 wildlife sanctuaries. So this is the protected area network map of Andhra Pradesh. So first we will be seeing the national park. See, where we can see, this is Papikonda National Park, that is in West Godavari district, and Rajiv Gandhi National Park, this comes under Kadapa district, and Sri Venkateshwara is just outskirts of city, and the indicator species here is leopard. And Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary, East Godavari district, where it is famous for mangrove forest, and fishing cat is the indicator species in Koringa. And Kolleru wildlife sanctuary. It's West Godavari and Krishna districts, which is the largest freshwater lake in the country. And also it's the Ramsar, only Ramsar site in the wildlife sanctuary. It is in Kadapa and Nellore. This is the catchment of river Penna, where the Teluganga canal flows into the eastern flanks of sanctuary area and eventually drain into Penna. And this is the only place where we can find Jordan courser, endangered species. And Peninsula Narsimha Wildlife Sanctuary, it is falling in Nellore district, and it is Veligonda Hill Ranges. There are two water bodies inside the sanctuary, and like Somasila and Kandalero, and also most important roads are also falling inside the sanctuary, that is Badvel Nellore Road and Kadapa Rajampet Road. And the indicator species of the sanctuary is Cycas bedomi. And the Nelapattu is in Tirupati district, that is grey pelican, and Pulicat is also in Tirupati district, where flamingos are indicator species. And I'll be taking care of Nelapattu and Pulicat Lake as part of as DFO Sulurpet wildlife. And the Kaundinya Wildlife Sanctuary, this is in Chittoor district, which is the home for Asiatic elephant, and where we have elephants around 165 number in this small patch of the sanctuary. So next, there are deer parks as well. So Kandaleru Deer Park is in Nellore district, and Chittoor Reserve Forest Deer Park in Chittoor district. So under private organization control through the CZA permissions, there is a deer park managed by Nagarjuna Fertilizers, East Godavari district, and GVK power plant in East Godavari. So we have, apart from all the sanctuaries and national park, we have two zoo parks. One is Indira Gandhi Zoological Park in Vishakhapatnam, and one is Sri Venkateswara Zoological Park, Tirupati. So now we'll come to wildlife. So wildlife, what is the definition of wildlife? Wildlife includes any animal, aquatic or land vegetation which forms any part of any habitat. Wild animals, any animal specified in Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 and found wild in nature. So this is after 2022 amendment of Wildlife Protection Act. So these are the definitions of wildlife and wild animal as per Wildlife Act 1972. So human wildlife conflict. What is human wildlife conflict? It refers to the negative interactions between humans and wild animals with undesirable consequences both for people and their resources on one hand, and wildlife and their habitats on the other hand. And as per Worldwide Fund for Nature, WWF, it has been defined as any interaction between humans and wildlife that results in negative impacts of human, social, economic, or cultural life on the conservation of wildlife population or the environment. So these are the basic definitions of a human wildlife conflict. Actually, it is seen as a actual or perceived threat and a recurrent incidences happening, resulting in negative consequences of both wildlife and human as well. So what are the causes for human wildlife conflict, the major causes habitat loss and degradation, and human population growth and agricultural and expansion and infrastructure development, urbanization. So which actually all these causes which cut off the forest areas, and there is and also there is a change in the mosaic of land use, and there is no continuous stretch of forest areas for wildlife to roam around, and heavy human interference, so adjoining villages outside RF areas, and also habitations adjoining forest areas. So what are the major species which causes public uproar for human wildlife conflict? That is the first species which we can see is Asiatic elephant, and this is one of the mega problem where the department is facing, and this problem is faced basically in Chittoor, Annamaya divisions, and also Tirupati as well, and also in North Andhra it's in Paratipuram, Manyam and Srikakulam districts, where I myself has faced many problems while working in Srikakulam. So the elephants in Srikakulam are different from the elephants in the southern Andhra, which we can found in Chittoor. So in Chittoor we have the habitat which is the natural habitat for elephants. So in Chittoor, the elephants are coming from Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, and it keeps on going from the Chittoor like Coundinya sanctuary. It's going to the Seshachalam area, and in northern Andhra, the elephants, we don't have any habitat which is native to elephant, but somehow the elephants got habituated, which have been relocated from Odisha, and now the elephants started living there since 8-9 years, and the elephants have changed their feeding patterns and also the roaming routes. And the second we can find here is leopard. This is the major problem in Vishakhapatnam, Rajahmundry, and Tirupati districts, where we can see the like in Rajahmundry last year, where I've been working in Rajahmundry, there is a leopard roaming around the highway. The highway which there is academy, and opposite highway we have Nagarvaram. So both of them are opposite, and the leopard has been seen by the public during night time. It's causing it's moving from Nagarvanam to Academy, where there is a dense forest area and highway is passing in between. So once the leopard has been spotted, and it has been spotted in various CCTV cameras, the public has become panicked, and so it has been like a day for 6 or 7 days we have been on toes to catch this leopard. But however, we are seeing the leopard footprints and the leopard movements in various cameras, but uh, we were unable to catch it, even though after 6 or 7 days where we had transported 6 or 7 cages, the transport cages inside the RF areas at different locations, by keeping dogs, etc. But these the leopard which is seen is a sub-adult leopard, and which is healthy, and it has been the feeding pattern here in Rajahmundry. It is mostly basically on the pigs and dogs. So this is the feeding pattern, and somehow we didn't caught in Rajahmundry. It has been eventually traveled to Krishna district. So sloth bear, this is the major problem in Srikakulam, where the sloth bear attacks happen during the summer seasons, where there is so much of this mango season, and also this what we call like cashew nuts. So and this is the season where the in Srikakulam they harvest honey. So the honey smell. And there is a culture in Srikakulam where the honey is offered to the god and goddess of different temples in Srikakulam, where the honey has been kept inside the temple. And there have been 2 or 3 incidences where we have seen that the sloth bear is inside the temple in the sanctorium area. So it is basically, it is coming for food. So the sloth bear in 2022, it has attacked around 5 people during my tenure. 5 people and 1 people have been killed on the spot. And it has been the attack is also where one guy has lost his like skull, and 2 people has lost their eyes. And it is very like heart wrenching to see their images. So the district administration and the local public and the political leaders, everyone, like there has been lot of pressure on us to catch the sloth bear, which is attacking people and also cattle as well. After 5 or 6 days of continuous monitoring the movement of sloth bear, we have identified the sloth bear is outside a village, investing in some shed, because 6 or 7 days we have been tracking, and it is attacking each and every animal like cattle or people, which is it going. So 6 or 7 days the sloth bear is also under very tremendous pressure, and it is also a lot of strain for the sloth bear. And after we had spotted, we reached there, and the rescue team from Visakhapatnam have arrived. And by the time we captured this, we tranquilized the sloth bear and transported to cage. And from cage, it went to Visakhapatnam Zoo. But on the way to zoo, the sloth bear had been died. So, as a forest officer, the the actually field problems I faced during this incident, because I am on the field, and first 5 or 6 days I've been continuously monitoring. Even though we have created so much of awareness, and we have like coordinated with the departments like revenue department and also police department and also fire brigade teams, the moment we tranquilized, because the doctor veterinarian came, he tranquilized the sloth bear. And somehow the moment it got out, we, like all the forest officers and the doctor and the rescue team, even the police, everyone was surrounded by the people, like villagers. So we were like completely surrounded. And somehow, because the animal is very like stressed and strained, and we we have not got time for enough. Even though after, for the tranquilizer to work, it need 15 minutes or 20 minutes, because it's based on its like age and weight. So we didn't got that much time as well, but we have to transport it immediately, because we have been surrounded by public, and any like unfortunate incident can happen. So one of the issues we face during these operations especially is crowd management. So this is one of the incident I faced. And this ungulates like antlers or antelopes, they actually don't cause so much of conflict. But once the ungulates start coming to human habitations and periphery areas, the once prey base is there, the predator will eventually come. So this one. And there is this one, monkey menace. So this is the universal problem. So there are 2 species in Andhra Pradesh, that is bonnet macaque and rhesus macaque. So after 2022 Wildlife Amendment Act, the bonnet macaque is scheduled 1 species, and rhesus macaque is not a scheduled animal. It has been removed from the schedule. So the rhesus macaque is actually native of North India. So bonnet macaque is native of Andhra Pradesh. So these macaque, actually rhesus macaque, have been like migrating from north to south, and it has almost come up to Vijayawada. Now up to Vijayawada, we will be able to see only this monkey, but we were unable to see bonnet macaque. Only in southern Andhra Pradesh we are able to find the bonnet macaque. So snakes are the silent killers, and where the snake bite causes more human deaths in India than all other forms of man-animal conflict combined. So even though it doesn't create a conflict kind of situation, the snakes are the main reason where, like, main cause for most number of human deaths by wildlife. So the reasons are habitat degradation or destruction, scarcity of food, water, and space, and time of occurrences. These time of occurrences are also very important, where like most of the incidents will happen early morning or evening or late night time, where it is the general natural phenomena of animals to roam around those times, and the people who go, like one or two people who are traveling alone, will be facing these kind of issues. And the wildlife population growth and range expansion, where some animals are territorial animals, so once the animal comes to certain age, it has to establish its range, and it will start moving out of the area to looking after forest areas. And many schedule 1 species are found outside notified protected areas. So this is one article in 2023, where it's seeing like tiger around 29% are outside tiger reserves, so especially in the corridor areas, and elephants around 60% is outside protected area, and black buck is also 50% outside protected areas. So I have included the recent paper clippings of different animals spotted or created a panic situation among the public. This was in the January 12 this year. Uh, Tiger sighted on Ghat Road in Andhra Pradesh, ASR district, sparks along commuters. So any spotting like this will create a like public uproar, and it creates a immediate panic situation, where the forest officers, a situation like this, we need what we need is, like, we need to continuously monitor the movement of the animal, so that we can assure the public, public that the animal is in so and so place, and all the villages, nearby villages, have to be on alert, and we have to create a awareness generation. So all wildlife issues, one thing most important as being an administrator, is immediate response. So, like, public and like whoever faces the situation, what they need is a assurance from the department, and the efforts we are trying to put in to take control of the situation. So this is January 7th. This is leopard enter residence in Andhra Pradesh. This is inside a priest house. It's in Sri Sailam. So as you can see, the CC camera, as you can in CC camera, it is recorded in the late night. So where like in the villages, where they have washrooms outside the house, and people in the night time like go to washrooms, and that time the attacks happen. So we need to be very careful, and once we spot all this, we, like, awareness creation is the most important thing. And in Annamaya district on February 25th, so 3 killed and 2 injured in wild tusker attack. So there, where the group of people are going for a temple inside the Seshachalam forest. So inside a forest area, when going inside a forest area, so people should always, like, take permission from the department, or else inform department, because we will be having some information. All the uh, elephants and turtles as well, we have protection watches. So for elephants, we have elephant trackers. They will be monitoring movement every day in, day out. So for a team will be monitoring a herd of elephants, where if I call that team, I'll be able to know where the elephant herd is moving and which direction. So by tomorrow or late night, we will be able to assume so the movement of where the elephant herd will reach. So we alert the villages nearby. So this is the tracking system we are being followed in department. So our people, like in the department, we will be having the idea about the movements of the elephants and animals. So this one is also March 23rd, where two killed in Andhra Pradesh bear attack. Residents seek relocation of cubs. That this is in Srikakulam district, and sloth bear is a one like kind of animal. It is very ferocious when it is especially with the bear cubs. So spotted deer killed in canine attack under stress in resident locality in Serlingapalli. So this is the from adjoining state I have taken. So this where the spotted deers come, the prey base is there, predator will come. So snakes keep people in rural pockets in kills 12 in past 2 weeks. This is of last year incident. So this is our forest range officer and his team assessing the crop damage, and this is our teams creating awareness and publicity and doing tom. So these are the footprints of a tiger that is spotted in Srikakulam. So that is first time we have spotted a tiger in Srikakulam, and these are the elephant herd footprints. These have been spotted in Manyam district. So we also alert the villagers, and the villagers also inform us where they have spotted some footprints, and they will also stay alert. So I just want to show the same protected area, because they like this is the protected area and these are protected area, and in between there are forest areas, but there is no continuous patch. So they have to move the adjoining human habitations and the corridors areas. So this is Convener sanctuary, where I just spoke to the DFO day before yesterday, and she was telling where the inflow is from Karnataka and Tamil Nadu from this corridor, but it is very linear patch, as you can see, and it is like right next to human habitations. So this is the only way it has to move, and it has to go to Sheshachalam, so Venkateshwara National Park. So there are so many incidences, and in this small linear strip there are around 165 elephants. So you can assume the space constraints the wildlife is facing. So way forward, the legislature measures is recognizing more protected areas and creating more buffer zones around protected areas, and also we need recognized corridors between two protected areas, and involving communities. Generating awareness is the main main involvement we need from community, and it's like responsibility towards the wildlife conservation. So not venturing outside night times and early morning, not especially, and everyone should move in groups, and also changing crop patterns. So interventions in RF areas, where what we do, we create water holes, creation of check dams that prevent soil loss and improve moisture regime, and habitat improvement there, where we can plant fodder species and removal of invasive species, etc., and also salt licks, and habitat restoration through assisted natural regeneration methods we adopt. And these are the physical barriers where we can create further and wildlife elephant proof trenches, solar power fences, and elephant proof walls and boundary walls, and bio fences. The bio fence is a very interesting feature, where like it's like agave, we plant agave or something, so which which is a vegetation, but it creates a barrier to wildlife. So the preparedness by the department is the main what should I say, it's a main factor. So how, because it's one of the management uh, tactic we have to use, and the strategical response rather than a situation handling darting guns, tranquilizing equipment, and also stocking necessary equipments. So most of our divisions, we don't have tranquilizing gun, darters, or any emergency medicines, etc., but we need to stock them, and also positioning of rescue teams and a strategy location. So last year in Rampachodavaram, one leopard died, and we have already spotted the leopard which has been trapped inside a snare, and for 6 hours we are waiting for the rescue team to arrive, and the rescue team from Vishakhapatnam is arrived. It took 7 hours for them to reach Rampachodavaram. By the time they reached, the leopard had died. Even though the DFO, who is wildlife trained, and the range officer, who is a veterinarian, like, even though they have the enough expertise, they're unable to use the tranquilizing gun. So these are the practical issues we face, because without proper permissions we are unable to act. And the rescue teams, where we have one in Vishakhapatnam and one in Tirupati Zoo, so wherever the incident happened, they in South Andhra, it has to go from Tirupati, and from North Andhra to Central Andhra, it has to come from Vishakhapatnam. And all the wildlife which like got stuck, it will be very interior areas, and the accessibility is also major concern. And rescue van and transport cages and awareness creation, apart from having all these expertise, and we need to do some research kind of thing, that studying annual animal habitual pattern or route patterns, seasonal, like how in even elephant movement also, we track seasonal wise, like from in the winter season how it's going in the summer season, because summer season, as there will be smaller stretches of water, the movement will be restricted in and around water. In winter season, and where there is a time for harvesting of crops, the pattern will change. So we have all the necessary data, but analyzing part is what it takes, the output of the study and data. Coordination with district administration, police, fire, etc., and logistics, and crowd management. This is we face on field, and how much, like, even though it doesn't matter how much we create awareness and how much we tell villagers to not come outside, the moment they like tranquil the animal is being tranquilized, and everyone wants to see the animal close. So this is where the issue is coming up, and speedy compensation is also one of the measure we can do. So these are the way forward measures, like department wise and community development, and also legislative structure. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I think, sir, I took more time than I am intended to.
No issue, madam. So maybe you can add your blessings to the presenters who are the youngsters of today conference as a chief guest. So just
Okay, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And really, as Jayachandra sir told, I was so reluctant to take up this opportunity, but I'm glad I did it, because I have also opportunity to go through the like various dynamics of human wildlife conflict. And I hope whatever I presented is informative and maybe useful in some kind of other for the students. And also I want this conference to like move forward with a very like successful note.
thank
Thank you
you.
very much, sir.
So that was an excellent presentation and address by our chief guest today, Harika Garu, and she could give everything like the wonderful information about the state wildlife and protected areas, and then wonderful experiences or practical experiences during her service, and then quoted all the recent incidents, including very just within few days incidents also she could cover. So that was excellent, madam. So once again, thank you for joining us and giving a wonderful address to this conference. It's a great value to this conference. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, madam.
Yes, sir. I'll be
Yeah.
excellent. Thanks.
So we'll move on to that was the inaugural session, and we had a address, a video address by our Krishna Rao Garu, and then Harika Garu. So, and just to conclude with vote of thanks for this inaugural session. So, I must mention, firstly, our chief guest Harika Garu. Though she was very busy and PCCF meetings, so many activities in her office. But when I requested, madam, this is not for some commercial or a professional thing, this is for students. So then immediately she, yes, no problem, sir. And she promised me only 15-20 minutes. But even if there is a time, she can take over any amount of time. Thank you, madam. Thank you once again for joining us and making this conference. Is a good initiative. Good, you have created that platform. And anyhow, our Krishna Rao Garu, though he could not join virtually today, but he is always with us. So Krishna Rao Garu, special thanks to you and the entire foundation members, because out of so many activities pertaining to environment and earth, we took up this organizing conferences and giving opportunity to the younger generation, and then encouraging them, motivating them. There are kind people in the group who are very active to take part anywhere, open to visit any college or any education institute and deliver a few lectures, motivate the students. Therefore, they could take up this kind of research. And this is a win-win situation. Like, this type of activity will be a plus for the students in their career and in their job search and all. At the same time, they also get education. And this kind of activity, that is why I have to say this is my entire group of PUF Foundation members unanimously accepted to go ahead with this conference without break. So it continues. So I must thank all PEF Life members on this occasion. And lastly, I must thank the media, particularly Hindu, which gives every announcement of our conferences a small space in their very popular paper. So that is really grateful, particularly one good person there, Mr. Gitanath. I must name him. Thank you, Gitanath. You are there with us always. And I must thank the participants today who have joined and waiting for their turn. So, and all the delegates also. So we will have the final vote of thanks at the end of the conference. So now I will move on to this first session, technical session. And we have Sri P. Uday Shankar Garu and Dr. Sai Bhavani Madam Garu. And Sri Uday Shankar Garu, he was also from Forest Department, served in different positions, and retired as a wildlife management division DFO, served in the Nagarjuna Sagar. And before that, he was instrumental in the entire information technology transform in the forest department. So we feel forest department only confined to forest, and we may not find computers, may not find IT. But I can say proudly that was the first department in United Andhra Pradesh that took up all the whatever advancements in IT, including that whatever you call the basic database creation, geospatial technologies, particularly GPS and all this. So that was the first department. In the whole country, Andhra Pradesh was the first in taking the information technology forward, implementing in every activity of each department. And among the Andhra Pradesh, all departments, AP Forest Department was the number one. And I can proudly say, and his contribution is a lot in that projection from Forest Department of Andhra Pradesh. So welcome to Uday Shankar Garu. Please take over this session. And next, the co-chair, Dr. Sai Bhavani Madam, he is the key environmental resource working in the Veeranari Chakali Ailamma Women's University, which was formerly known as Koti Women's College. So after forming new state of Telangana, it became an university. And now that was named after the Veeranari Chakali Ailamma, was a well known in the Telangana history and Telangana formation. So Madam has a lot of academic and environmental, that means when it comes to environmental, other activities. So she is very instrumental, forming some Prakriti groups and then conducting seminars and any programs and motivating students. And I'm happy that there were some papers also today from her college, from her university. Madam, I welcome you. Both of you kindly take over the session. You have time till already it is 15 minutes delay. Doesn't matter. It depends on the students. Students may be given at 12 to 15. Maybe you can restrict to 12 minutes, and you can allow question and answer in the end of each presenter. And at the end of the session, you both kindly sum up these papers. So with this and with your permission, you want to speak anything, Uday Shankar Garu and Madam, just introduce yourself, then I will call the speaker. The first.
Thank you, Dr. Jayachandra.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your introduction. Okay. Presently, I am working. I think everything has been told by Jayachandra. Presently, after retirement, I am working in Andhra Pradesh State Forest Academy, which was established in 2017 in Rajamahendravaram. Because previously we used to have this academy in Hyderabad, Dolapalli. But after bifurcation, we separated and we started our college, Forest Academy in Rajamahendravaram, because it's East Godavari district is the biggest district having biggest forest in the district. That's why we started here. Even our college is also in the forest in Rajahmundry with a lot of research gardens and all that. So even previous speaker, Miss Harika, she is also recently worked in this academy, taught wildlife to forest officer. Actually, she has forgotten to tell you, she is a software engineer.
Oh.
She is a BTech graduate, then worked as software engineer, then applied for assistant conservator forest examination, succeeded, went to Dehradun and got selected. She might have been told that one because most of these participants are all young people who are mostly BTech students only. So you can try for forest officer post also nowadays, including IFS and all that. So okay, with that I think actually today we are busy because one of our forest section officer batch is leaving. The convocation is there, so a little bit busy. Sometimes I will go and attend that work also. So meanwhile, I think my co-host Miss Sai Bhavani Gar will take up this session. We can start after introduction of Sai Bhavani Gar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Madam.
Thank you, Jayachandra, sir. And it was a beautiful introduction also. And Uday Shankar, sir, good morning, sir. And shall we start with the permission of the chair? We'll start the session now, sir.
Yes, madam. We will proceed.
Yeah.
We proceed. I will call the speakers. The first speaker. So now our conference started, actual conference. The first speaker from G. Naranama Institute of Technology, E. Varshita and D. Ruchita, and their paper title is The Battle for Our Planet's Future. So if you are there, kindly share your screen and take over, Varshita.
Okay, sir.
Yes, very good. You can on your video and share your screen.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, sir. I'm Varshita from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science. Good morning, sir. My name is Ruchita. I'm from GNITS. Our topic is about climate change. Let's know about climate change. Climate change is a shift in weather pattern which could stand for a long period of time. This phenomenon is mainly due to emission of greenhouse gases. Here is a famous quotation by Barack Obama. We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change and last generation that can do something about it. Climate change is defined as a shift in long weather pattern which could stand for a long period of time. Let me know about what makes our climate change happens. Climate change is primarily driven from human activities like burning of fossil fuels like coal and natural gases to get electricity and transportation, which will increases in the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and deforestation, cutting down of trees may also increases the carbon dioxide. Generating powers, it will convert uh, electrical various forms of energy into electrical energy, which also increases in greenhouse effects. These are the factors uh, which influence the earth to cause climate change. Climate change affects our world in many ways, including rising temperatures. Global temperatures are increasing and causing frequent heat waves, droughts, etc. Rising temperatures, rising temperatures including they causes heat waves, droughts, etc. Melting ice and rising sea levels. Glaciers and ice caps are melting. They cause sea levels to rise and they threatens the coastal communities. Extreme weather events. Extreme weather events causes floods, droughts, etc. By in turn, they damage homes, ecosystems, habitats, etc. Biodiversity loss. The climate change affects balance of ecosystems and leads to extinction of species. Health issues. Climate change contributes to severe health issues through contaminated air. Food and water security. It includes climate change affects agriculture and water supply by increasing risk of shortages. Impact of climate changes. Climate changes impacts various sectors, including agriculture. As the temperature increases, there will be no water. There will be a water scarcity in which it may affect in the irrigation and water resources and livestock. Water resources. Sea level rises can lead to a saltwater intrusions in coastal freshwater areas. Hydropower, droughts and reduced snowpacks, lower river flows, decreasing power generation. What can we do to help to reduce climate change? Climate change is a big challenge which requires an action from individuals to government, including afforestation. Afforestation is a process of establishing a forest in an area where there is no forest before. Transition to renewable energy. It is a fundamental shift in how we produce and consume energy. The goal is to establish a sustainable energy centered on hydro, wind, thermal, hydropower, and biomass. Reduce plastic usage. Plastic releases harmful gases on combustion, which damages our health. Using less plastic is like turning down the heat on the earth. Protect the oceans. Healthy oceans play a vital role in regulating the climate on the planet. Use energies efficiently. Using energy efficiently will reduce the climate change. It's a powerful and cost-effective way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
What individuals can do: reduce, reuse, recycle, cut down on single use of plastic and unnecessary packaging, reuse items and recycle properly, buy sustainable products, reduce energy use, switch to LED bulbs and energy efficient appliances, unplug devices when not in use. Choose renewable energies. If possible, try to switch to a renewable electricity, solar, wind. Support policies and companies that invest in clean energy.
Hope and innovation. Hope and innovation are key drivers of climate change. Hope includes youth movements, global agreements, and corporate responsibility. Youth movements like Fridays for Future plays a vital role in decreasing the climate change. Global agreements. International efforts like Paris Agreement demonstrate growing unity in addressing climate change. Corporate responsibility. More companies are committing to net zero goals and sustainable practices. Innovation includes renewable energy, carbon capture, green infrastructure. Renewable energy includes advancements in solar, wind, and geothermal technology are making clean energy and affordable and efficient. Carbon capture. Technologies are being used to capture carbon or restore carbon from atmosphere and industries. Green infrastructure. Smart cities, sustainable agriculture, and eco-friendly transportation are being implemented globally.
Climate change is a critical global issue mostly driven by human activities like burning fossil fuels and deforestation, which we can already affecting like environmental issues, health issues, and economics like rising temperature and extreme weather events and ecosystem damages. By taking the policies through collective global actions, policy changes, sustainable practices, and individual responsibilities, we can reduce the greenhouse gas and make a sustainable future. The time to act is now. If we don't act now on climate change, we may not have chance to act at all. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Very good, very good. Congratulations on completion of your presentation.
Thank
But
you.
you are not introduced what background you are having.
Sir,
Are you engineering students?
Sir, we
Yes,
are from BTech first year.
First year, what is the branch?
Triple E, sir.
Triple E, electrical and electronics engineering. But you presented a climate change. Okay, but actually, as the conference theme is also different. Conference theme is very specific, man-animal conflict. I expected, actually, after seeing your this heading of your presentation, Battle for Planet Future, I thought that you lead to your man-animal conflict also, but you have never touched that subject. Okay, no, I cannot comment on this. But one more thing is because you are in the first year, presentation skills you have to develop. There are a lot of presentation softwares are available. Okay, the age-old PowerPoint presentation, which is being used by all the ministers, everybody is using PowerPoint presentation. Why don't you use that one also with animations and all that? Okay. And another presentation I would suggest, Prezi. You try to practice Prezi, which will give a lot of impact. Okay. Prezi software. It is developed like anything. Okay. I think madam can comment on these things because madam is in the same discipline. She can comment. Okay. Thank you.
Varshita and Ruchita, very good presentation on climate change. I want to ask you one question. You are speaking about climate change and how it is affecting our lifestyle and everything. Can you just show a point where we can stress on vector-borne diseases, how these vector-borne diseases are increasing because of climate change? Can you explain?
Ma'am, burning fossil fuels will release harmful pollutants into air and they contaminate air.
Can this climate change and increase of temperature can be correlated to increase of malaria?
Ma'am?
Malaria, nowadays, malaria, chikungunya, vector-borne diseases are increasing, is it not? As we all are aware, tropical countries and temperate countries.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Am I audible now? Varshita, am I audible?
Ma'am, can you repeat once? Ma'am?
You're speaking very good about climate change. I have one question. Can you explain how these vector-borne diseases are increasing because of climate change and increase of temperature?
But contaminated air, ma'am. When we inhale.
See, I was in a temperate and tropical country. Nowadays, malaria, chikungunya, all these are vector-borne diseases which are increasing rapidly. My question is, can you correlate climate change and increase of temperature is emphasizing more on these vector-borne diseases nowadays? My question is, how can you have an impact of your space study on this topic? And you're not mentioned about human wildlife conflict as the thing says. Something you should have spoken about when you're speaking about this climate change and how it is affecting our animals. Okay.
Climate change will lead to extinction of species and loss of habitats, ecosystem. Due to scarcity of food, water, and shelter for animals.
Yes, that is good.
Because of this climate change, we have already stepped into 6th mass extinction, and there is no time left where we also go towards the 7th mass extinction because of this climate change. Okay, good.
Very good, very good. It's a
Just I want to tell some few sentences. See, I am very 71 years old. During our days, getting knowledge is very complex. Only we have to depend upon books only. I think later my daughter used to see internet. So she used to gather. Now you can see chat GPT also, artificial intelligence. You can gather any much of information from the, then you have to understand, then you have to try to present in a amicable, I think, understandable manner. It's not a big thing. It may take one day also. Okay? Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Varshita and Ruchita, for your wonderful beginning. So it is a good presentation from your side. Though there is no touch on this the focal theme, certainly this is highly relevant topic. Highly relevant. Ultimately, the climate change, all these things. So it will have some its impact on the wildlife movement and wildlife habitats also. So indirectly that will create conflict also with human. So that is excellent presentation. Thank you. So I will move on to the second speaker, that is Sumaya Begum from Veeranari College, Chakal Ailamma Women's University. Her paper is a study on role of NGOs, local governments, local communities in creating the coexistence environment for human-wild issues. So, Sumaya Begum, kindly take over. Share your screen on your video, like the first speakers. So, unmute. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
Share your
Video
first
also.
introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself first, then you can show your presentation.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am. I'm Sumaya Begum from MBA second year from Veeranali Chakali Lama Women's University. So today's my topic is about the study on the role of NGOs, local communities in creating the coexistence environment for human wild issues. So there's a quote saying that the coexistence is not a dream, but a decision we make together. So we are starting with introduction. So human wildlife conflict, it can be defined as the adverse interaction between humans and wildlife, resulting in property loss, human injuries, or wildlife deaths. The main reasons for this is the habitat encroachment, resource competition, and also the wildlife damages. Uh, like uh, Habitat encroachment, it is nothing but the urbanization, agriculture expansion, and infrastructure development. Resource competition, overlapping needs for foods and water, and also the space among the humans. Then wildlife damages is crop damage, livestock, property destructions, and human safety threats. Uh, so there are three levels of conflicts, that is conflicts over tangible effects, resentment as a result of unsuccessful intervention, and also the identity based conflicts with mixed social values. uh, Level one, that is conflict over tangible effects, it is all about the crop loss, higher tolerance levels of population trends, etc. Then resentment as a result of unsuccessful intervention is the unresolved conflict um, among the tensions and resentment which has affected the communities because of unfair or unsuccessful migration. Then level three is identity based conflict with mixed social values, that is related to the cultural values. So I have taken the four objectives, that is to access the contribution of NGOs in reducing human wildlife conflict, to examine the role of local communities in promoting coexistence, to study effective approaches to realizing coexistence, and also to determine challenges in applying coexistence framework. So the research and methodology for the above presentation is totally secondary data analysis, which is taken from different government database, policy documents, and literatures, which was published during 2015 to 2025. And the sources were NGO reports, government-based, and policy documents. So my first objective is to access the contribution of NGOs in reducing human-wildlife conflict. That is the rights-based advocacy and resource development and partnership. To examine the community roles in coexistence, what are the community roles in coexistence, then explore the effective coexistence and identify the challenges once. Then to examine the role of local communities in promoting existence, that is wildlife monitoring, then conservation participation and trust building. Uh, to study effective approaches to realizing coexistence, that is non-lethal deterrence, chilly fences, behave barriers comes under this. Then collaborative frameworks, which involves NGOs, government, scientists, and all other locals, and also the socio-economic integration, that is ecotourism, PES, and program encourage conservation. Then the challenges for this were that was uneven benefits, then stakeholder mistrust and funding gaps. Uneven benefits is all about the ecotourism, bare wildlife losses, and stakeholder mistrust was for planning reduces cooperations, and funding gaps are like lack of resources limits, scaling unsuccessful models, etc. Then findings of the study is that NGO and communities play complementary roles. The non-violent tools and inclusive program improve outcomes, and challenges are as inequality and mistrust persist. These all were the findings of my studies. Before conclusion, I would like to add a real-time example of this, which was in India. They use the solar-powered solar-powered fencings, which are by NGOs like Wildlife Trust of India, to deter elephants from the farmlands. And also the Namibia, they conservancy models, they use the conservancy models where community manages the wildlife and benefit from tourism revenue. For conclusion, I would like to say the NGOs and communities will together give the effective agent of changes. They are future focused, which can build trust, they can secure the funding, and also the main vision for them should be the harmonious coexistence for people and wildlife. So the future of wildlife lies in our ability to coexist with it. Thank you.
Very good presentation. Miss, I think you are second year MBA, I think.
Yes,
okay?
sir. Yes, sir.
You've done a lot of work on internet and all that.
Yes,
Actually, even your title itself is a bit complex. Human wild issues. What is human wild issues? Or wild human issues? No. Actually, the phrasing itself is wrong. Human wildlife is also a bit wrong. Wildlife means flora and fauna. I think next presentation comes with that flora and fauna. Flora means plant kingdom. Plant kingdom, we don't have any issues with plant kingdom. We have issues only with the fauna, animals. That's what fauna means, nothing but animals. So actually, the correct title is man-animal conflict. In our forest department, I think previous Miss Harika has told, our wildlife expert, she repeatedly told, and man-animal conflict, and all that. So first in title also you have to correct it. But you have collected very good information from internet. You created good presentation. But the problem is, these problems are different from different countries. Different from different countries. In European countries, there is no problem at all. Why? Population is very, very less, and everybody's saying. Like that in Africa also, lot of forest is there. Latin America, lot of forest is there. Population is less. There are no conflicts at all. No problem. Only that poachers will be there. That's not a conflict. That's only what you call theft. That's different. Conflict means we do our work, wildlife will come and disturb our work. That is called conflict. Okay. So wild animal conflict. That's second one. So it will change from state to state also, not only country to country. Tamil Nadu is different, Andhra Pradesh is different, North is different, South is different. So issues are different. You might have focused depending on Andhra only. So here our issues are population explosion and all that. Lastly, you told an example of solar fencing. Actually, it is prohibited. We should not fence with electricity. It will kill animals. Lot of elephants were died. So it's not a solution. I think who has done it, I think they should be booked with the Wildlife Act. Okay? Just understand. Study deep. You have done a lot of efforts. You have created good presentation. You presented very nice. But the thing is, locally, you have to think locally, local situations. People should understand. And most of the things told by Ms. Harika only in the initial inaugural address, you can understand that one also. Okay, improve your thing when next time it comes. First, you change that heading. It's not human wild or wild human, man animal conflict. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Presentation, Sumaya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam, can we move on to next speaker?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll go to the next.
Yeah, because Uday Shankar garu given.
Jayachandra garu.
Sir.
I'm Hariprasad. I'm a retired deputy consultant of
Yes,
Forest.
sir. Yes, sir.
Can I put a question to her?
Yes, yeah. Please.
Madam who has
Maya?
given the presentation, kindly inform what should be the approach of a common man in the context of averting a man-animal conflict. As a common person, would you please be able to elaborate?
Can you please repeat the question, sir?
What should be the approach of a common man in the context of averting man-animal conflict? As a common person, can you elaborate?
Very difficult question. With so much experience, Hariprasad sir only will answer this.
So let us go ahead, sir. Jayachandra, let us go ahead.
Maybe see. So because you averting human wildlife conflict in from common man perception, because you have to elaborate it, like government is there and societies are there, and of course common man is part of all. Maybe a kind of his role is there, but education is very important. Maybe with your
Can I take 1 minute? Can I take 1 minute?
yeah, that's what I am telling you. With your vast experience, if you add some good solution to that, what could be the common man's role there? Certainly, it will be nice. Yes, sir.
The common man initially should be able to understand the implications of the absence of wildlife, number one.
Very good.
Number two, he should go on educating others too. Number three, every common man should be able to assist the department who are striving very hard, especially the Forest Department of Wildlife, for protecting the wildlife. These 3 points play a major role. Thank you very much.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. That is what the participants want to know from you. So all are the correct, excellent answers. So thank you, Hariprasad Garu, for your great question and great answer. So we'll move on to the next speaker, Ruma from Sarojini Naidu Vanitha Mahavidyalaya. Her topic is Flora, Fauna and Wildlife Management. It's a very good topic. So over to Ruma. Please take over, share your screen and your audio on. Yes.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am, and rest everybody who is present here. Is my video seen?
No,
it's not visible.
You have shared it, but video is not seen. Maybe you can skip the video. Go ahead with presentation. Sometimes
Yeah,
I think
might be some glitches there. So I am an MSc Botany student from Sarojini Naidu Vanitha Mahavidyalaya,
you can
Hyderabad.
on your video, and
Actually, sir,
and you don't have presentation. It's only video you want to use.
No, its presentation is there, but might be some issue with the video. I'm presenting. 1 second.
No, you take share, click on that share.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. Only window you share.
Yes, sir.
Instead of whole screen. Yes.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes. Very good. Even you can on your video also.
And I am seeing, sir. I have switched on my video. Oh, might be some
You are on,
issues.
but yeah, maybe it will come slowly. Okay, go ahead. Please continue.
Yeah. 1 second. So this is Ruma from MSc Botany, Sarojini Naidu Vanitha Mahavidyalaya, Hyderabad. So for today, my topic is flora, fauna, and the wildlife management. Moving on with the introduction, like basically we know in general terms from the basic school life, we know what is flora and what is fauna, but not in this term. We always use plants and animals for that. But now with moving classes or with good knowledge, we got to know flora is In Latin, it is a Latin term and it refers to the goddess of plants and flowers. And if we scientifically define it, we can state that flora is a collection of plants that existed in particular geographical region at different time periods. In time periods, we can consider the different time period like Paleozoic eras and all, like all the previous and the present period in which different types of flora is present. And together, it is a hub. Hub means what is like together, like it is native flora, agricultural flora, or the horticultural cultural flora, and the indigenous flora. Native flora refers to that has already existed before, like that has already existed, that has evolved and naturally grown is termed as native flora, and agricultural or horticultural flora is basically that is cultivated for food, fiber, and the agricultural production. Apart from that, in horticultural flora, we can even include the ornamental growth or growing of the ornamental plants and the medicinal plant. The flora can be studied. We can study the flora taking different factors into consideration, likewise geography, climate, habitat, and about the paleobotanical remains and etc. like fossils. And if we are studying the flora based on the geography, the area, and the climatic regions and the habitat, we can term it as a floristic flora. And if the study is based on the paleobotanical remains, as we all know that paleobotanical remains is the dead remains of plants or the animals and all, like fossils, it is known as a fossil flora. And microbiota, that is the that involves the bacteria, viruses, and fungi. If that is involved, then it is called as the microbiota flora. Moving on to the next slide, it is the unit. One second. Yeah, flora is the unit of biota, and as we all know, like we are majorly dependent on plants for food, shelter, clothing, and the major processes that plants show are the oxygen production and the carbon sequestering or the sequestration. Like food, shelter, and clothing are the basic necessity, and for that we require plants, whether directly or indirectly. And if it is oxygen production, we can state it is nothing but oxygen is released as a byproduct of the metabolic processes that like photosynthesis in plants. And carbon sequestration is that in which the carbon dioxide is captured and stored. It is captured and stored, and the reason behind the capturing and the storing of the carbon dioxide is that to mitigate or to reduce the climate change. The another essential role of flora is that they are the food source of fauna. Fauna is nothing but the animal or the wild. So animals obviously graze on grasses or they are dependent on flora. And also the flora brings soil fertility, the stability and enrichment is attained due to the plant. Plants also prevent soil erosion that can be caused by any natural phenomena and all. Moving on to the to fauna, it is originated from the Roman mythology, and in that we can state that it refers to the goddess of fertility. Fauna represent all the animal life that has existed before that exists now can be. One second. Fauna represent the animal life that has existed before or in the past and that exists in the present. And likewise, as I have mentioned, like flora can be studied based on different criteria like climate or geography and all. Same way, fauna can be studied based on the size, habitat, and the type. So depending on the size, fauna is divided into micro, macro, and megafauna. If it is a microfauna, by the term we can understand like what micro means. Micro means those that are not seen by our naked eye, and we can include all the protozoas there, nematodes there, and these organisms helps in the decomposition and the nutrient cycling. Whereas the macroflora is something that is seen with our naked eye. 1 second. Yeah, can be seen with the naked eye, and they are helpful for the pollination and the seed disposal. The fauna are the large animals, and they are very useful for shaping the biodiverse ecosystem and even for the maintenance of the biodiversity. In the megafauna, we can include all the tigers and animals, whatever they are, and based on the habitat. Habitat is nothing but the place they live. We have aquatic, terrestrial, and the subterranean flora. Aquatic includes all the fishes, amphibians, and all. They might be either living in the fresh water or they might be living in the marine water. And based on the species, types of based on the terrestrial, they are like a desertic fauna, forest fauna, or the grassland fauna. And if we go with the subterranean, they are those animals that live in soils or burrows, or they are only inhabited to caves and the soil, or as the soil. And if we move on to the other types of the species that are present in the particular fauna, we can describe it as avifauna, that is for birds, and ichthyofauna for fishes, etc. Then different types of, as I already said, by the term native, we can understand that it was already existing, naturally existing one. Exotic fauna, that is particular to the area. Domestic, like uh, it can be seen domestically. Wild fauna, aquatic fauna, and terrestrial fauna. And according to, if we divide with the view of phylum, there are vertebrates and invertebrates. So flora and fauna, they have a significant role. Both equally are essential concepts of ecosystem biodiversity, and they show evolutionary relationships. Ecological balance is achieved by fauna, and they play a major role in nutrient cycling, decomposition, and pollination, as I've already mentioned. Also, food webs and energy flow are maintained by fauna. Thus, presence of fauna stabilizes the ecosystem. Now, moving on to the wildlife management. If we see, wildlife means, as sir already mentioned, wildlife refers to both flora and fauna. Wildlife management is nothing but it involves the conservation, protection, and the management of wildlife population and their habitats, like how animals where they are living, and other habitats we are trying to protect and preserve them. And the aim of the wildlife management is to have a healthy ecosystem and to balance the human wildlife interaction for a long-term survival of the species. Now, if we go on with the importance of the biodiversity, I have mentioned few important aspects of biodiversity with regard to ecosystem and for the humans. For ecosystem, biodiversity is majorly for ecosystem stability, interdependence of species, natural processes, and climate regulation. What is ecosystem stability? Now, if we see, if there is much variety in the biodiversity, be it with animals, like biodiversity is the variety of all the living species, like whatever, be it animals or be it plants and all. So higher biodiversity or enriched biodiversity will surely give ecosystem a strength. So that strength will help the ecosystem to withstand any climate change or natural disaster. Then interdependence on species. As we all know, plants and animals are either dependent on each other, and even we humans are dependent on those flora and fauna. So species rely on food, each other for food, shelter, and reproduction. Like insects and bees are pollinators for many plants. Natural processes, in this we can include the nutrient cycling and the soil formation and water purification, that plays a major role in the biodiversity. And climate regulation, here the forest and oceans absorb, like carbon dioxide is absorbed by the forest and the trees, oceans, and all, and that regulates the temperature of our earth where we are living in. And for humans, it is food and agriculture. Many food and agriculture, as we all know, our sustenance or food, everything comes from the farms and all. So agricultural practices and crops and livestock play a major role for as in the importance of biodiversity and medicine and health. When yeah, nowadays people majority rely on the chemical or the chemical based medicines, allopathic and all. But now if we actually study or gather information about the ethnomedicinal value or the plant-based medicines, we can be very much surprised like how a plant can help us battle the diseases and all. So many drugs are derived from plants and animals like quinine and penicillin, etc. Livelihoods and economy. For people, biodiversity plays a major role for their livelihoods and economy. Like people do farming, fishing, and forestry, which can be a source of income for them. And for the cultural and the recreational value, like for any of the holy festival or any tourist sites, etc., flora and fauna can be taken into consideration. And for the safety and resources, we know, as I already mentioned in the previous slide about the soil erosion, like how flora prevents soil erosion, like mangroves, wetlands and forests protect against floods, storms and landslides, and they also provide resources like timber, fuel and food. Moving on to the next slide, that is the significance of flora and fauna. Flora and fauna together give us the ecological balance, biodiversity and sustainability, economic value, medicinal importance, cultural and spiritual value, scientific and educational value, and climate regulation and soil protection. Now, ecological balance, as I already mentioned about the carbon dioxide sequestering. So, in that, the carbon dioxide is being absorbed or it is being captured and stored for to lessen the climate change. And fauna, if we consider fauna, how fauna helps in ecological balance is that it helps in pollination, seed dispersal, and also it maintains food chains and ecosystem stability. And biodiversity and sustainability, it can make ecosystem stronger. And for the economic value, like food, timber, and all. And for the medicinal purposes, like snake venom is used in anti-venom and foxglove in heart medicine. And cultural and spiritual value, like traditional practices, rituals, and festivals are involved, flora and fauna. And for climate regulation and soil protection, we can take into consideration that for the scientific and educational value, we can include like how it will help scientists or we the students to learn about evolution, the adaptation, and the ecological interaction. And moving to the last, that is the climate regulation and soil protection, we can state that trees and vegetation regulate soil erosion and control floods, thereby they regulate temperature. So they act as natural buffer. And then to the next slide.
మా చాలా చాలా టైం అయింది. ఐ థింక్ యువర్ టూ ఎలాబరేట్. కమ్ టు ది పాయింట్.
Okay,
ప్లీజ్
sir.
వెరీ ఫాస్ట్. పీపుల్ ఆర్
Okay,
వెయిటింగ్. అదర్ ప్రెజెంటర్స్ వెయిటింగ్.
Okay, sir. Now, major threats to flora and fauna. We can know that flora and fauna is being destructed or is being affected by the practices like habitat destruction and fragmentation, climate change, pollution, overexploitation, invasive species, disease, and human-wildlife conflicts. So, in general terms, we can understand that habitat destruction is urbanization, deforestation, and all. For the climate change, we can include rising temperature and irregular rain patterns. And pollution is general, like air pollution, water pollution, soil, any kind of pollution which will affect the flora and fauna. Over exploitation will involve like how the plants or animals are being excessively harvested for the production of medicine and for food. And be it a disease, like different diseases will affect the flora and fauna. And human wildlife conflicts will include direct conflicts like poaching and competition for resources, etc. Then moving on to the protection, how can we protect the flora and fauna? We can conserve and restore habitat. We can promote native plant and biodiversity, support sustainable practices, afforestation practices, and protect endangered species. Now, moving on to the final topic, that is the wildlife management. Wildlife management is what is it? It is the science and practice, as I already said, in which we are conserving, protecting, and preventing the effect of human activities on animal, and it involves both protecting endangered species, managing more common or problematic species like habitat restoration, population control, and public education. The objective for wildlife management is that to conserve biodiversity, ensure sustainable use of wildlife resources, and balance the needs of wildlife with those of the people. Now, wildlife management strategy is that the protected areas, legal frameworks, and conservation programs, habitat restoration, research and monitoring, community participation, and human wildlife conflict mitigation. So, in protected areas, we can include national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and conservation reserves to protect and preserve the wildlife. Legal frameworks, we can mention that Wildlife Protection Act should be enforced, and international agreements like treaties should be signed, like Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, and conservation programs like species conservation, ecological restoration, etc., and research and monitoring. In that, we can track the population of a different flora and fauna, and about we can study about the habitat and the quality changes. In community participation, we can go for awareness programs in schools or in colleges and all, where in communities as well, where because even with the small initiative there is a big impact. And human wildlife conflict mitigation can be done by putting forward the strategies to reduce human wildlife conflicts, and compensation schemes can be taken into consideration for crop damage and for the livestock losses. And once a study is done based on the fauna, that is the most popular park, Kaziranga National Park, which was established in 1905 as reserve forest in Assam. And according to UNESCO, it is the World Heritage Site. And Kaziranga National Park was majorly established to for one-horned rhinoceros, and now it is the world largest population is the one-horned rhinoceros are there in the Kaziranga National Park, and along with that, different
Excuse me, I think
types.
you're exceeding your time limit.
Yes,
Actually, initially you wasted a lot of time in introduction and all that. Actually,
yeah,
you're talking about this wildlife conflicts and all that now, but I cannot allow because lot of it
yeah,
seems
sir.
that you're
Last
wasting
one
your
slide is there,
presentation.
then I'll conclude.
Okay.
So then conservation success based on the Kaziranga National Park was the anti-poaching patrols and use of armed force guard. And now the number of one-horned rhinoceros was increased from 75 in 1905 to 2,600 for today. And implementation of wildlife corridors and community involvement. The management strategies included wildlife protection acts and controlled burning to maintain grassland for grazing species. This even faced challenges such as seasonal flooding from the Brahmaputra River, as this is near to that, the national park, and occasional poaching threats, and it was a habitat pressure due to increasing tourism. The significance of this Kaziranga National Park that it showed a global example of successful species-specific conservation, and boosted ecotourism, and contribute to India's biodiversity and cultural heritage. And I would like to conclude with that flora and fauna are the foundation of life on Earth, and they play a very important role in ecological balance. So it is our duty to protect and preserve the flora and the fauna for this generation and as well as for the future generations. And to implement and put forward more sustainable practices, as it's our responsibility. We all should share for the well-being of the planet and ourselves. So hug the flora and fauna, as they are the backbone of our environment, and never destruct them. Thank you, sir. Sorry for taking extra time, but thank you as well.
I don't mind extra time. The problem is you started your topic with botany, zoology, wildlife management, carbon
Yeah,
credits, climate change. So many types you have taken. Actual topic
yeah,
is man-animal conflict.
yeah,
Man-animal
sir.
you should concentrate. Such exhaustive
My topic was
presentation.
flora, fauna, and wildlife
Okay.
management, sir.
But conference goal is, what is the conference goal? Human wild conflicts. Okay, you can
I
start
was
with
going
floral
with the
fauna.
theme, sir. Yeah, yeah.
No. Theme itself you have to select in systematic way. Role of
Okay.
flora, fauna, wildlife management in man-animal conflict. Then just introduce that much. You need not tell about carbon credit. You need to tell about biodiversity. Another biodiversity expert has sat in our group. I think he can tell a lot about biodiversity. Each subject itself is
Okay.
a big thing. Wildlife management, there is 1 year course in Indian Institute of Wildlife Management, Dehradun. And botany, zoology, I think you're a botany student. BSc is there, MSc is there. They're very, very big.
Yeah.
You need not start with that how that botany, this that name flora, fauna, how the Latin words came. All such things you have to avoid. You have to come to
Okay, sir.
your presentation should be crispy, so that
Okay,
people
sir.
need not divert their brain to other things. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in
Thank you, sir.
future, I think you have to keep in mind this one. Okay.
Yes,
Last
sir.
slides are very good. Last slides are actually dealing with this thing. And Kaziranga
Yes.
National Park is no doubt it's also man-animal conflict only, but it's management of wildlife park only.
Topic.
But man-animal conflict actually from our human surroundings, we are
Yes,
facing
sir.
problems with the animals. So those case studies are very good. Not this wildlife park and natural parks. Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Keep it in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So because it's lengthy, because each slide is a paper. So
Yes, sir. Research
without further,
papers will.
you have to take those points. Sir has given
Yes, sir.
wonderful suggestions to you. See,
Yes, sir.
your case study is the last 2 slides.
Yeah,
But if I
actually, the
start to
problem is that
yeah,
being it is a
no,
theory-based topic,
no,
we
no,
need
no,
to
not at all.
put
Not
forward a good
you have done excellent job.
content.
No doubt, you have done excellent.
Actually, before, I even presented a paper for the
Okay,
Jammu
okay.
and Kashmir paper, and
Yes, yes,
difference is that when we are going with the practical thing, it is different, and theory thing, it is different.
yes, yes.
So,
Fine, fine. Good, good. It's the excellent
thank you,
paper.
sir.
Only thing is heavy content.
Yeah,
Fine.
yes.
Okay. So
Thank you, sir.
there is that fourth paper. He has messaged me to consider his presentation in the next session. So I will call this fifth paper, Study on Socio-Economic Development and Impact Due to Wildlife by G. Harika from Viranari, Sakal Ailama Women's University. G. Harika, if you are there, kindly take over, share your
Yes, sir.
screen, go ahead.
Yes,
And
yes, sir.
you take the points from this chair, that your presentation should be crispy, to the point, and that will leads to the selection, no, ultimately. See, too less is not right, too lengthy is also not right. Effective way, crispy way, point, to the point. Go ahead.
I think next paper, uh, when forest falls silent from Orissa, I think.
A pleasant good morning to one and all.
Sir,
I am
that is will be called later. So as
Okay,
per
okay.
author request, so she will continue. Please go ahead, Amma. Hari.
okay, sir. I am the student of VCIW University. I am BSc final year from the Department of Genetics and Biotechnology. Today, my paper presentation is a study on socio and economic development and impact due to wildlife. This presentation explores the complex relationship between socio and economic development and wildlife, focusing on both the benefits of wildlife conservation and the challenges posed by the human-wildlife interaction. It assesses how wildlife conservation, tourism, and biodiversity influence livelihood, economic opportunities, cultural values, and human-wildlife conflict. And the economic growth is incompatible with the biodiversity conservation when profit ignores the planet. Profit and the planet are not mutually exclusive, but economic growth that ignores the health of the earth is ultimately self destructive. The future lies in a model where ecological balance and economic prosperities go hand in hand. And here the table of contents, introduction and objectives of studies, research methodologies and case studies, finding of the study, suggested
Please
and
enlarge your slide. We are not able to see fully. Very small
okay,
screen we are getting.
okay, sir.
Full view, please.
I think it's not from system. Is it from mobile phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. But still, I think some students they could make it full view,
So actually it
full
is
view
not. Sorry
single
for the
slide.
inconvenience.
No, 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 no. Go ahead. Full view
Go
with
ahead, go
only
ahead.
single slide. Maybe it will enlarge.
Yeah,
Go
I'm
ahead.
moving.
Anyhow, go ahead. Whatever we have
I think you
constraints.
can rotate the phone horizontally. I think it
Ah,
will be
yeah, that
enlarged.
is right. Yes, that is a good advice.
Yes, sir. Now visible.
Yes, super. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. And here is the role of wildlife in socio and economic system. It sets the stage for understanding the wildlife's multifaceted role in society, ecologically, economically, and culturally using credible sources. And here, the importance of social and economic wildlife contributes to the ecological balance, economic growth, and cultural identity. This means that wildlife is not just about animals and plants, but it also play a crucial role in maintaining the environment, supporting economics, and preserving culture traditions. Here I divided into three that ecosystem services, economic revenue, and culture and the food security. Firstly, ecosystem services like wildlife provides essential services such as pollination, which help in the reproducing plants, and water filtration, climate regulation. These services are vital for human survival. And economic revenue, wildlife generates income in two ways. One is consumptive products and non-consumptive products consumptive products like things which we use directly from wildlife like meat medicine and wood and non-consumptive like activities like tourism and etc. Cultural and food security, wildlife is deeply connected to the cultural heritage and food security, highlighting the importance beyond the just economics.
Harika, we are seeing only your introduction slide. Is it the same thing you are addressing?
Yes sir, introduction.
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. Why the slides are not moving?
And the
Okay, go
objectives of these
ahead.
studies are the aim of this research is to investigate the influence of the wildlife conservation on socio-economic development and suggest strategies for ensuring sustainable coexistence through an analysis of case studies. And my aim of the object is assess the social and economic advantages of wildlife conservation and examine the effects of human wildlife conflict on rural communities, determine strategies for sustainable wildlife management, evaluate the effectiveness of governance framework in wildlife conservation, and investigate the trade off between economic growth and biodiversity conservation. And my research methodology is like qualitative design, relying on a secondary data analysis and case studies to understand the social and economic effects of the wildlife conservation. And my data collection is utilizes literature, reports, and selected case studies from different regions to illustrate the key points. And my first objective is socio-economic advantages of wildlife conservation. It creates employments and income. Wildlife tourism creates direct and indirect jobs. As example seen in Save Valley Conservancy, Zimbabwe generates local employment and infrastructure funding through tourism, which provides a direct and indirect jobs. And next, it boosts local economies and supports small businesses like tourism stimulates the local markets and improves the community livelihoods through revenue sharing and resource management programs. And next, it provides the ecosystem services that reduce cost and ensure sustainability, healthy wildlife populations, support agriculture, water quality, etc. Um, it preserves the cultural tradition and promotes the environmental education in which the conservation helps maintain indigenous traditions and support culture tourism. Conflict mitigation strategies like buffer crops, like beehive fences, which improves the stability and productivity. And these buffer crops are non-lethal deterrents such as tea and garlic planted to produce crop traits, which have been used in Kibale National Park, which is present at Uganda's. And next is human wildlife conflict effect on rural communities, which causes economic losses like crop, livestock damage, reduced yields, and strained finances, leads to the food insecurity and underutilization of farmland, leading to the nutritional defects. And next, it results in the physical danger, psychological stress, and retaliatory killings, like frustration leads to the illegal wildlife killings. And next, erosion of the trust in conservation. If the communities do not benefit from conservation or feel excluded from the planning, resentment grows. This leads to the conflict with park authorities and resistance to the conservation initiatives. And next, to determine the strategies towards the sustainable wildlife management. First thing, it is a community-based natural resource management, which involves the locals' decision making and benefit sharing in creating the compliances and ownership. Uh, Example like a SADC, like South African Development Community, which emphasizes on the fair sharing of the wildlife derived benefits. And next, it is a equitable benefit sharing and a compensation mechanism. It's a fair distribution of tourism and conservation revenues, reduce the resentment. And next, use of the non-lethal deterrents, as I discussed before, like which reduce the crop rates. And inadequate enforcement in Nigeria's Pandam Wildlife Park has resulted in poaching and enroachment. Sustainable tourism and ecosystem-based management. Sustainable tourism is an eco-friendly infrastructure which prevents the resources depletion. Ecosystem-based management, which enforces on the health of the entire ecosystem to support the resilience. Incorporation of the traditional knowledge in a conservation practices. And next, to evaluate the governance frameworks effectiveness in wildlife conservation, which gives an strengths and weaknesses. It's when come to the strengths, community participation, legal protection, benefit sharing, alignment with the development goals, ensures holistic planning. Weaknesses like poor enforcement, exclusion of locals, funding shortages, corruption and mismanagement reduce community engagement. And next year, economic growth versus biodiversity conservation. Economic growth often leads to the habitat destruction and biodiversity loss. And 79% of threatened species are affected by the human activities like agriculture, mining, and energy extraction, like human activities. While economic activities may increase GDP, they frequently cause the deforestation, habitat fragmentation, and species extinction. Balancing the economic development with the conservation remains a major challenge. And here comes to the conclusion. The presentation underscores that while wildlife conservation offers a insignificant socio and economic benefits, such as a job creation, ecosystem services, it also prevents the challenges participating for the rural communities facing human wildlife conflict. Effective strategies require inclusive governance, equitability benefits, sharing and sustainable management practices. Ultimately, balancing economic growth with the biodiversity conservation remains a central challenge, demanding integrated approaches that value both human and ecological well-being. And the future lies in a model where ecological balance and economic prosperities go hand in hand. Uh, Thank you, sir, for giving me this wonderful opportunity.
Okay, very good, very good, very good. In timely, I hope we finished. Okay. I think I have gone out. I think my madam has to comment on
Yes,
this presentation.
it's a good presentation. She has presented on social plan development and she has taken the examples of Uganda. I think it would be better if she has presented a topic on our country also. Good presentation.
Okay, okay, very good, very good.
So can we move to next speaker, madam?
Yes.
Yeah. The next speaker is Human Wildlife Conflicts in the Nilgiris Biosphere Reserve, Tamil Nadu, by K. Satvika from JNA-FAU. You stop sharing, Amma, Harika?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Satvika, share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Introduce yourself, Miss Satvika.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I'm Satvika.
Good morning.
I'm a final year student from JNFU. And my topic is human wildlife conflicts in Nilgiris.
Please tell me what is the subject, your final year?
Sir?
Final student of?
Digital Techniques for Design and Planning course, sir, from JNFU.
Okay, fine arts, okay. You're nowhere related to wildlife.
Sir, actually my course including in GIS, so.
Okay, very good, very good. Continue, please.
Yes, sir. So, sir, as previous participants talked about human wildlife conflicts, India is very rich in biodiversity. As it increases the human settlements more and the increase in population that leads to the coming to humans into the forest areas and building up the built up settlements in there. So this leads to the conflicts between negative interactions between human and wildlife. So it leads to the property destructions and loss of the animals or human lives. And the case study I choose on Nilgiris Biosphere Reserve is because it is very rich in biodiversity where we can see the endangered species like Asian elephants, Bengal tiger, and Indian leopard and Nilgiri thar. Nilgiri thar is a state animal of Tamil Nadu. And also it included in UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is part of the Western Ghats. And also it is huge in forest area. The surroundings of the forest area is dense in human settlement. So this will be increasing cause of conflicts. Nilgiri biosphere, which is of the area of the 5,520 square kilometers, which is located in the Western Ghats in Tamil Nadu. It comes under the 43N UTM zone of projection, and it will distribute overall 3 states, which are Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka, where Tamil Nadu takes huge space, huge percentage of forest, which is 2,537, and second comes under Kerala, which is 4,455, and third 5,525 of Karnataka. So coming to the introduction of Nilgiri biosphere, as we can see the name of Nilgiri, Nil means blue and Giri means mountain. So it originates from Sanskrit, Nilgiri blue. The Nilgiri biosphere reserve totally covered in blue flowers. So it names as the Nilgiri biosphere reserve, and it is established in 1986. And also reserve part of included in UNESCO World Network of Biosphere in 2000. We can saw there found 3,300 species of flora in Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, where 132 species are endemic in those areas, and 175 species of orchids are found, where in those that 8 are endemic. And coming to fauna, we can see 100 species of mammals, 350 species of birds, 80 species of reptiles and amphibians, and 300 species of butterflies, and so many invertebrates, and 39 species of fish, 31 of amphibians, and 60 species of reptiles. And there are some endemics also. But the main animals or species we can see in the Nilgiri biosphere are Nilgiri tar, Nilgiri longer, slender, black bull tiger, and so on. So these are some mammals which are in endangered species or some vulnerable species in Nilgiri biosphere. So also this causes some crop raiding conflict and life reduction, some conflicts. And these birds, reptiles are also the least corner and soon to be endangered or endemic species. And these also some near threat. And being of the hotspot of biodiversity, the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve has some national parks and wildlife sanctuary within its boundaries. So conservation of wildlife is the main objective of these national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. So some of these areas are being designated by the government as Project Tiger and Project Elephant areas. These are some national parks and wildlife sanctuaries. And Mudumalai Wildlife Sanctuary, which is of 321 square kilometers, is located in Tamil Nadu. Mukurthi National Park is of 80 square kilometers, coming under Tamil Nadu. And Bandirpur National Park, which is 800 square kilometer, which is in part of western parts of Karnataka. And Nagarhole National Park is of it also called as Rajiv Gandhi National Park, which is of 572 square kilometers and comes under Karnataka. And Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary, which is 344 square kilometers of Kerala. And Silent Valley National Park is 78 square kilometers, comes from Kerala. And these some nature conflicts and major wildlife species affected from Asian elephants. As these are very large in size and large herbivores, we can frequently see those elements in the ventures in farmlands. And also they into the crop raiding, and elephants consume a lot of crops like banana, paddy, maize, and sugarcane. And as they roam like huge in groups, so they damage the property of the crops, and they will break the water tanks and fences for in the search of the food. And Bengal tigers, they are highly adaptable, and they are very close to the human settlements and scavenge at night times. Also, they will prey for the prediction for the goats and sheep and dogs in nearby woods. And also they also very hard to present the detector of the Bengal tigers, and they also attack the humans to protect themselves or for the prey. And wildlife boars, they are the most persistent crop predators, and it will destroy the variety crops, including tubers, paddy, and vegetables. And they often roar and roam around the areas in large groups for digging and uprooting the plants. So formal use traditional methods like firecrackers and fences to watch those groups and to protect themselves from the wild boars. And climate change also reason for this human wildlife conflict in some areas. So like in changing distribution and behavior of wildlife, climate change also done change distribution and behavior of wildlife. Like changing climate, it will impact the human wildlife conflict as it in changes in temperature, prediction, precipitation patterns, and other climates. So they will alter the behavior in distribution of wildlife and as well as human activities like land use patterns. Uh, and it leads to the increase in interactions with humans in areas where they were previously rare and absent. Like for in example of rising temperatures and in changes in rainfall, they force the wildlife to move to new areas in search of food and water, so bringing them into the closer proximity to human settlements. And habitat loss and fragmentation, as the increasing or changing in sea level rises and other climates improves, they alter the ecosystems and reduce availability threats for wildlife. So they force the wildlife to live in smaller or more fragmented habitats, increasing the livelihood of interactions with humans. So in changes in agriculture practices can lead to changes in, such as shifting planting times or crop choices, which can alter the availability of food or wildlife and may lead to increased crop raiding or livestock prediction. And human displacement lead to as extreme weather events, sea level rise, force people to move to new areas. So this can bring humans into new areas and increase the likelihood of interactions with the wildlife. And impact of local communities, like in economic loss, farmers in areas like Kuno frequently report crop destruction by elephants, wild boars, and deer. So elephant consume crops like bananas, paddies, so causing losses worth thousands of rupees overnight. And livestock prediction by leopards and tigers is common, with goats, cows, and chicken targeted, especially in fringe villages. So government compensation often comes late, is inadequate, or get stuck in delays, leaving families financially vulnerable. So lifestyle disruption, many villagers have to wake early or stay up late to guard their farms and livestock. So children education also affected, like schools are often far and parents fear letting children walk alone due to possible wildlife sightings. And retaliation killing, in continuous loss, some villagers resort to retailing actions like poisoning death livestock to kill predators or setting electric snares for elephant. So these actions are illegal and often endanger other non-target species, so creating ripple effects in the ecosystem. So it also strains relation between local communities and forest departments, who are seen as favoring wildlife over people. So such actions often go unreported due to fear of legal consequence, making mitigation efforts harder to implement. So as the Nilgiris are an important tourist center in South India, and they will attract a large number of tourists. A large number of hotels, clubs, resorts, and gardens or roads have emerged rapidly and degrading the natural vegetation. So extensive pollution and water scarcity are the result, affecting the entire ecology Nilgiri biosphere. And also the Uti Lake, which is also present in between the Nilgiri biosphere, has been ruined, accumulating garbage and disposal of sewage into it. So these are the human wildlife conflicts in Nilgiri's biosphere reserve. Thank you.
Very good presentation. Actually, point though you are not the same discipline, you're out of discipline, but you particularly that Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve is very, very important reserve. Because very big reserve, biosphere reserve, and spreads into 3 states. I think you might have been seeing that Wayanadu. Recently, Wayanadu, not only human conflict, Wayanadu, lot of this thing, due to climatic change, that flash floods have occurred. I think recently news also you have seen. Okay, so lot of population they have given lands to the people, and they have occupied that Wayanadu forest, and lot of landslides also gone. I think you have taken a very good case study. Very good, very good.
Thank you.
Satvika, you said you're a student of GIS, Geographic Information System.
Madam, Bhavani garu.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, give your comment.
Yes, sir. Satvika, I'm speaking to you, ma'am. You said you're a student of Geographic Information System.
No, ma'am, I'm not a student of geography.
Okay. You were speaking about GIS, so I thought to ask a question. Can you just tell me one point where, as human beings, we can bring down this human-wildlife conflicts?
Actually, I'm not audible. Your voice is very low.
I'm asking you, just share a few points, or at least minimum of one point where we can bring down this human-wildlife conflicts from our side, from human beings.
So sorry, ma'am.
No, so Madam wants some general comments, some general suggestions that you can bring down this human wildlife conflict.
Your presentation is very good, Satvika. Good presentation about Nilgiri, yeah. Just tell me 1 or 2 points, how we can bring down these conflicts, human-wildlife conflicts. You are speaking very good regarding the Nilgiri biosphere reserves and all those. As a student, how we can bring down? Can we really control?
Ma'am, we can keep an ecosystem zone area around the forest area. So in order to negative interactions between human and animals, we can provide an area around, buffer area around the forest, like ecosystem zone, ecosensitive zone, so that we can stop the interactions between humans and animals.
Actually, Madam has asked a very relevant question, Satvika. You have taken up that Nilgiri Biodiversity Reserve is a case study. You have given a lot of details, but how the forest departments or the governments of the 3 states have taken up measures to avoid this man and animal conflict in those reserves. You might have been searched for that one and added, then it will be still good presentation. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Jayachandra sir.
Yeah, Hariprasad garu.
A small question to Madam Sai Bhavani.
Yes, sir.
Madam, I would like to, myself and Uday Shankar worked in the forest department for more than 36 years. In the process of implementation of either Forest Conservation Act or Wildlife Act from 1972 onwards, we're always at the defensive side. The common man was against us, IAS officers were against us, revenue department people were against us, but all these so-called erudites or knowledgeable people never appreciated the duty implementation of forest officers by booking cases in the context of conservation of forests or under Wildlife Act. So we were always on the defense side, and right from the common man up to the IAS officer, district collector, used to disown us, and they used to look down upon us, thinking that we are harassing the common man and the people. Would you please be able to express your opinion on that? And what is that we are supposed to do in this context?
Sir, it's a very big question, but I'll try to answer your question. Sir, it is not unfairness or unbiasedness from normal human beings or from any of the departments. Whenever we are working, we have to take them into all the stakeholders and speaking of it. It can be the common man, it can be all the departments. We have to take them into confidence and try to give our best to serve the purpose. Now, as Harika ma'am was also speaking earlier, I noticed that all the animals they try to protect when they invaded the human habitation, but here at the end of the time, these animals got killed. When the animals are getting killed, no doubt we are trying to protect them. At the end of the day, we are not reaching our goal. So these are small things which are happening. And when only all the stakeholders or all the general public, all the departments work hand in hand, I think we can at least reach to the optimum level of getting our results as desired.
Thank you, madam. But I personally feel that all those persons at the helm of their files, whether IAS officers or government officers or the politicians, should be made aware of the relevance and importance of wildlife and forests. As long as they do not appreciate, we will not be able to discharge our duties properly. Number
Actually,
of
it is
times we
policy.
used to face the politicians.
Yes,
So
sir,
thank you,
yes,
madam.
it happens.
It's a very
Hariprasad
debatable
garu,
question. Thank
sir,
you
sir,
very much.
Hariprasad garu, thank you. Thank you. That is the finally, ultimately, answer is there. You only expressing. We need to educate everybody and give awareness. Everybody create. We should let me invite the next speaker because we have only 15 minutes. And when two papers are there, when our chair will sum up all these things. So excuse me, I will move on to the next speaker. The wildlife and human forging peace in Chandaka Forest, Khordha district of Orissa state. Pratibha Malik from Jivaji University, Gwalior. Please share your screen, Pratibha, and take over. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sharing.
Good afternoon.
My name is Pratibha Malik. I have recently finished my MSc in Geology from Gwalior University. And thank you for giving this opportunity to share my insights on this topic.
Your MSc discipline, what is your MSc discipline?
In Geology.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, this presentation explores the delicate balance between urban growth and wildlife conservation in one of Odisha's key sanctuaries. Chandaka Dampara Wildlife Sanctuary, spanning over 193 square kilometers across Khordha and Cuttack districts. It was established It was established in 1982 as an elephant reserve. It also home to leopards, cheetal, or spotted deers, and sloth deer, and over 120 bird species, and also called as green lungs of Bhubaneswar. But its proximity to a rapidly growing urban capital city always escalated led to escalated human wildlife conflicts, particularly elephants straying into villages. This is a map of Odisha highlighting the two district borders in which the Chandaka forest is situated. This is the Chandaka Dampara Wildlife Sanctuary. So we'll discuss in this presentation about the causes, impact, and solutions for sustainable coexistence. So one of the root causes is habitat fragmentation. The proximity to the capital city has yes, the proximity to the capital city have disrupted the elephant corridors linking Chandaka to Athagar and Kapilas forest, forcing elephants to leave the sanctuary for water and food. So here, this is satellite image showing this is the Chandaka forest, and here it's almost isolated from Athagod forest and Kapilas forest. And this is Bharatpur Reserve Forest, which before it was a part of the main reserve Chandaka forest, but it's now isolated from it because of the growing urbanization. So another cause is resource competition. Grazing and timber extraction has degraded the Chandaka forest vegetation, and water scarcity drive elephants to nearby villages, and it causes human wildlife conflicts. So there is an example of a tragic incident in 1972. A stampede happened, so water scarcity drove elephants to kill 24 villagers, which underscored the role of resource scarcity. Additionally, inadequate boundary protection, roads, and human settlements create opportunity for these conflicts, especially involving elephants. Authorities are building concrete fences, walls now, but still there are some challenges persist. So the impacts of the wildlife conflicts are profound. Ecologically, elephants, which are the flagship species of this sanctuary, face stress and population decline due to habitat loss and retaliatory killings. Odisha has lost 784 elephants between 2012 and 2022. Other species like leopards and sloth bears are also affected by habitation disruption, reducing the sanctuary's ecological resilience. Socioeconomically, Odisha has lost 297 human lives and left 212 people permanently disabled in from 2012 to 2022. Crop damage and property destruction by elephants burden farmers. Crop damage and property destruction by elephant burden local farmers, fostering resentment towards conservation efforts. So beyond ecology and economics, there is a cultural and psychological toll. As we all know, in India, we honor the elephants as symbol of Lord Ganesha, but frequent conflicts erode the reverence, creating fear and hostility. And communities near Chandaka face constant psychological stress, especially after tragic incidents undermining trust in conservation authorities. Let's look at the solutions. Odisha's leveraged technology like AI integrated camera towers that use thermal cameras and AI algorithms in Chandaka to detect the elephants and human activities. Here, this is an image of the cameras showing these white spots are and this is a herd of elephants, and here is a train moving on the track. Like this we can track the movements and alert the forest as soon as possible. These are prevented some accidents, but still challenges like height limit and AI accuracy are there. Additionally, Konki elephant training in 2024 it has been started in Odisha, in which training of captive elephants and yeah, they train the captive elephants to manage wild herds and reduce conflicts by supported by skilled mahouts. Community engagement is Chandaka's nature camps at Deras and Godiberi, raising awareness and generate funds for conservation. Community, the locals are engaged in habitat restoration and anti-poaching efforts, fostering the sense of ownership. So in policy front, Odisha State Comprehensive Wildlife Management Plan focuses on preventing elephant corridors and habitat restoration. Despite of those efforts, there are some challenges persist, like limited funding for fence maintenance and AI tower expansion. Also, delayed or low compensation breeds distraught among locals. Bhubaneswar growth threatens wildlife corridors and sanctuary space. Climate-driven water shortage push elephants to leave the sanctuary. So I suggest some recommendations. First, reconnect Chandaka with Athagad and Kapilas forest using the land acquisition and reforestation. Expand AI camera networks, improve maintenance and community alert systems, streamline and raise conflict-related payouts, promote eco-tourism and alternative livelihoods. Use Odisha's cultural ties to elephants, educate through schools, media and outreach programs, build water reservoirs and fodder plots to make the sanctuary climate resilient. So in conclusion, Chandaka Dampara Sanctuary highlights the challenge between wildlife conservation and fast-growing urban habitat loss, resource competition, and weak infrastructure drive human wildlife conflict. Technology, community support, and smart policies offer hope. With restored corridors, fair compensation, and climate ready planning, Chandaka can lead a model for urban conservation. So we can work together, government, community, and NGOs to make this vision a reality. So this was my presentation. Thank you.
Very good
Fatima,
presentation.
very good, very good presentation, good material, logical order, and you used GIS also in explaining things. You informed the latest thermal imaging also you informed. You very crisp presentation, very timely presentation also. So as
Thank
you
you.
shown that thermal cameras, even the railways are also started putting on railway lines, which will inform the coming and outgoing trains drivers to slow down and see for elephants also. It's very good presentation. Thank you. Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So no complaints. Then we'll move on to the next speaker because we are already 12:30. So AI enhanced eco-linguistic hubs, a novel strategy to predict and prevent climatic-driven human-wildlife conflicts by Vaidya Sharanya of PYRIT.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes,
Sir, 2
yes.
minutes I'm presenting.
So take some reference from this previous speaker. Should be script within your time and go ahead. Madam, and we will conclude it after this last speaker, Madam.
Okay,
Bhavani
sir.
garu.
Okay, no
Yes.
problem, sir.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vaidya Sharanya and I'm excited to present my work on ecocultural harmony forecasting, AI augmented indigenous bioindicators for climate-driven human-wildlife conflict prediction.
Sharanya, you
and
can on your video.
No, sir, actually I'm outside. So,
See, for example, suppose if we want to put you in somewhere, in a website or somewhere, how can we show Saranya? Huh? So that's where you should be prepared for all. You should prepare when you are presenting. Go ahead. If it is comfortable, you on video or
Okay,
sir.
introduce your discipline also. What you are studying and what subject you are studying.
So I am a BTech first year student from Department of ECE, BVRIT Hyderabad College of Engineering for Women.
Department of EC.
Yes, sir.
ECE. Okay. Come, continue.
So coming to human-wildlife conflicts, human-wildlife conflicts encompasses the negative interactions that occur between people and animals. These interactions can result in a range of detrimental consequences,
Your
including...
presentation, we are not able to see your presentation.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. Sir, now you can see.
yeah, continue. We can see your presentation.
Which results in crop damage, livestock loss, injuries to both humans and animals, and killings of wildlife, which ultimately undetermines the conservation effects. The problem of human-wildlife conflict is growing increasingly due to several factors. Habitat loss driven by development and the expansion of human populations into wildlife area is a major contributor. Climate change acts as a significant catalyst, further intensifying human-wildlife conflicts. Droughts led to the drying up of water sources, forcing animals to raid farms in search of water and food. Unpredictable rainfall patterns disrupt wildlife patterns, making it difficult for animals to find food and shelter. Finally, extreme weather events inflict damage on ecosystems, further disrupting wildlife and increasing the likelihood of conflict. One key aspect is habitat shifts. Climate change forces wildlife to relocate as their traditional habitats become unsuitable. This leads to overlapping areas between human and wildlife territories, resulting in new encounters and increased conflicts. How climate change worsens the human-wildlife conflict. This slide provides the specific examples of how different aspects of climate change worsen human life aspect. Droughts, for instance, dry up forests, forcing animals like elephants, boars, and deer to raid farms and villages in search of food and water, causing significant damage. Shifting rainfall patterns can confuse animal migration and breeding cycles, leading them to move through human areas and causing stress populations due to food mismatch. Going to the limitations of current solutions, human-wildlife conflict often face significant limitations their effectiveness. One of the major issues is slow response time of authorities in conflict zones, often due to limited staff and poor coordination. Many current strategies are reactive rather than proactive, relying on past events and failing to incorporate real-time climate and animal movement data, which hinders early anticipation of conflicts. Finally, many solutions rely on short-term fixes such as temporary barriers, compensation schemes, and scare instead of addressing the root causes, human-wildlife conflict like climate change and habitat loss, they leads to recurring conflicts. To overcome these limitations, we propose the development of AI-enhanced eco-linguistic hubs. These hubs represent a system that combines advanced artificial intelligence with deep place-based ecological knowledge embedded in indigenous language. Unlike current models that primarily rely on satellite or sensor data, these hubs are trained on traditional environmental cues found within native stories, terms, and oral expressions. Indigenous communities often possess a wealth of knowledge about wildlife movement, seasonal changes, and natural warnings, expressed through specific words and metaphors that both are timely and accurately. By digitalizing and integrating these linguistic signals into AI model, we can predict the human-wildlife conflict zones with a greater accuracy and cultural relevance. This approach is both innovative and inclusive, blending ancient wisdom with modern technology to create a predictive model that is scalable, respectful, and rooted in communities it serves. How it works. Now let's break down into the process of how these AI eco-linguistic hubs actually work. The first step involves is collecting indigenous knowledge. This entails work closely with elders and knowledge keepers to gather traditional ecological expressions, animal behavior indicators, and seasonal cues. The next step is to link this data to scientific data such as rainfall patterns, droughts, and mitigation trends. For example, the local saying red sky and at dusk must be correlate with upcoming elephant movement. The next step is we have to train the AI system, feed both linguistic and the environmental data into models AI. Machine learning algorithms identifying patterns and making it. Now coming to the benefits of this approach, it is culturally grounded and trustworthy. And next thing is language first accessibility. It is even make it usable in with low literacy or limited internet access. Preserve indigenous knowledge. It digitalizes and values oral traditions, helping safeguard endangered language and ecological insights for future generations. Locally explainable AI moves beyond black box AI by making predictions that communities can understand and relate through the familiar cues. Supports community LED conservation, scalable and adaptable. This model can be applied to different regions and languages, making it flexible for global use in diverse ecosystems. And the challenges are language and accuracy. We can overcome it by involving local language experts and communities in translation and validation. And the second challenge is protecting shared knowledge. It is overcome by establishing strict community agreements on data sharing, access, and use. It is implemented by data governance, respecting indigenous data sovereignty. And the third challenge is informed, consistent participation. It is overcome by engaging in meaningful, culturally appropriate consultations from the start. And we have to ensure active community partnership in design and governance. And the last challenge we are considering is avoiding AI misuse and surveillance. It is overcome by establish clear ethical guidelines and legal frameworks for AI development and deployment. Regularly audit for bias with community involvement. The future scope of this idea is tech integration, cross-border networks, and open source AI libraries and youth engagement. I would like to conclude with the escalating climate crisis that intensifies human-wildlife conflicts. With AI-enhanced eco-linguistic hubs offer a vital pathway forward, and its core strategy champions a powerful synergy by meticulously weaving together linguistic insights and ecological observations and technological powers, understanding the dynamics driving these conflicts. Thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity.
This, you said that you are in the first year engineering, na?
Yes, sir.
I think by the year completion of this your engineering, do you expect that your idea is possible in the future?
Yes, sir. I'm expecting.
You are expecting from AI side only. But what about the data side? Have you guessed about the data side? How you are going to get data?
Sir,
Okay,
I
okay.
would like to train myself on the data side.
No, I think there are a lot of things wildlife, because wildlife animals are different behaviors, different problems are there. It's very complex wildlife.
Yes,
Okay, you
sir.
cannot take it. In previous presentation, I think she told about the dermal cameras. It is
Yes, sir.
only for elephants. It's only for elephants. For each animal, there are different strategy. There are a lot of animal conflicts, different strategies. So one side that complexity is there, second side your AI complexity is also there. Okay, your hopes I think finalized and soon. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, kindly sum up this session, sir. Uday Shankar garu and Bhavani Madam garu. So we can. Madam.
Good presentation, sir, from all the students, research scholars. And Pratibha has elaborately explained regarding the wildlife and human conflicts. And her ideas and ideologies, I think, would be appropriate in coming up future generations where we can bring down these conflicts. And Sharanya, the eco-culture harmony forecasting also, it showcased on all the possibilities of usage of AI technologies in helping our humankind in bringing down these conflicts. I think all these presentations are very apt and very good presentations, sir.
Uday Shankar garu.
Same thing. Actually, Madam Same has a
very nice.
Same thing. So everybody has given a good thing. Newcomers, I think they should improve. They should improve. They should take from previous other presentations, and they can forward in future. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So see, it is a great experience. Even there are so many next two session speakers. It is a wonderful opportunity for them, so they can improve the way they can present optimally, utilizing the time in the best way. And I have seen all the presentations in the first session. The preparation is excellent. Though the last presentation, there was some network internet issues are there. It's sometimes with the blurring and all. Otherwise, the presentations made by all the speakers are excellent. And as Madam and Uday Shankar mentioned, some good content presentations also there, and there are some papers with heavy content also. So these are the observations. So with this, I thank both Uday Shankar garu and Sai Bhavani Madam garu for a great patience hearing and sparing their time for the students and from Curious Foundation. So I thank you, madam. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. So with this technical session 1 is completed. We'll move on to this technical session 2. I request Dr. Sujit Kumar Kar and Dr. M. Aparna Reddy. Dr. Sujit Kar is an academic and industrial expert. Is a both. It's a blend of academic and industries. He has done his PhD in management and with great experience in academic and industry. He actually served as associate professor in marketing department at IBS Hyderabad and professor in marketing and dean of academics at BIITM, that is Biju Patnaik Institute of Information Technology and Management in Bhubaneswar, and is also visiting faculty in marketing at the Zim University, Bhubaneswar. So he has wonderful experience in research and the what we call the business activities also. So I request Dr. Sujit Kumar sir to take as chair of this session, and Dr. Aparna Reddy Garu, she is a faculty from Humanities Mathematics Department of Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Science in Hyderabad, and Madam was a consistent support of these conferences. She is one of the motivator in the college, and every conference is assured with minimum papers. So that means something research and some papers coming out in the very first year. Like I have seen the people morning also there was a paper from first years of GNITS, and some more papers are there here and there in other sessions. So in the very first year, with her sincere efforts, every year, I'm very happy to see GNIT students. Thank you, madam. That is all because of you. I welcome you to this second session. So now I request both Dr. Sujit Kumarkar and Dr. Aparna Reddy Garu be this chair and co-chair to this session. And just with your permission, I request you to just speak few words. Then I will call this speakers, madam.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. Sir, are you able to hear me?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
It's
Good
a very
afternoon,
formal
everyone.
introduction, madam, because
Yeah, sir.
you are a known and familiar chair always. So, Dr. Sujit Kar, sir.
And thank you for this opportunity also. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Please, sir. Sujit, sir.
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for this invite to Dr. Jayachandra, sir. I'll try to participate in a way as my co-chair would do, and I'll try to give my insights, whatever I could gather from the presentations of participants. Wishing you all the best. Let's proceed.
Thank you, sir. So, without further delay, I will call the next speaker. The impact of urbanization, infrastructure, and industrialization on human-wildlife conflict by J. Ananya from G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Sciences. Ananya, it is your time.
Yes, sir. Give me a minute.
Yes, very good. Share your screen.
So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Ananya, representing G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Sciences. So I'm studying currently pursuing my first BTech in computer science and data science. So I'll be talking about the impact of urbanization, industrialization, and infrastructure development on human-wildlife conflicts.
So, giving an introduction to my topic. So, as cities and industries grow and overpopulation, so there is a need for more roads, buildings, and factories. So, in technical terms, we call this as industrialization, urbanization, and infrastructure development. When there is more demand for land, so we have the need to clear the forest and take over the natural homes of the various wildlife animals. So they lose their homes, resources, their partners, and which exposes them to the human areas to survive. And that is how we have a more number of encounters with the wild animals. And coming to the effects of urbanization, so there I have given four set of effects. First one is environmental. So under environmental, first one is habitat loss. So when forests are cleared, in order to build factories, industries for the needs of the public, and fragmentation of land, when the roads are actually cut off from the forest, which actually inhibits the animals to travel freely to in search of food, which can actually reduce their uh, count of the praise. And coming to the social effects of the urbanization, first one is, as more people move to cities, so they become more densely populated, and there is a lot of pressure on the natural resources. There are changes in the lifestyle according to the environment, and they may not understand how to coexist with the animals in the locality. And next one is economic effects of urbanization. So under economic effects of urbanization, so farmers, now due to pressure on the land, there's actually the land is very expensive, and now uh, land near the forest, they seem very cheap, so they try to harvest the crops nearby areas to the forest. Now this is actually a good opportunity for the animals, because losing their food due to deforestation makes them the harvested crops are then raided by the animals in the locality, so which is a huge loss for the farmers. And the livestock is destroyed. And next one is the ecological. So it disrupts ecosystem is where the both living as well as non-living things live together, that is animals, species, humans, microbes, and air, water. So this gets disrupted, where there's an imbalance in the environment. And so this reduces the prey for the predators, and overuse of water can force the animals to use the resources which is actually meant for the humans. And next one is impact of the infrastructure on the wildlife. So habitat fragmentation, that is they lose their shelter, and they do not have possible routes to move from one place to another in search of food, in search of their partners, or for their living. And there are many disasters like earthquakes, tsunamis. So this all of these are the result of the human activities. So when such events occur, there is a huge damage to the environment as well as to the wildlife. And coming to another impact is the noise pollution. So when heavy duties or heavy work is going on, then there is a lot of pollution as well as noise produced, which actually has a negative impact on the wildlife and other animals as well. So which can actually disturb their sleeping patterns, their hunting activities, and which can have a negative rigorous reaction on the humans when they are triggered. And biodiversity loss from the degraded habitats. And this improves, I mean, it expands the exposure of them to coming onto the roads and encountering with the humans. Next one is the impact of industrialization. So habitat destruction comes again for industrialization, because the forests are cleared, because they need land for the industries and factories to be built. And all the waste emitted by the factories and industries, they're actually thrown and dumped into the nearby areas, into nearby lands and water, which is very harmful for the aquatic as well as the animals in the surrounding. And Due to this unbalance, there's a lot of climatic change and noise and light pollution. So it produces certain artificial light, which can actually have an impact on the domestic as well as the wild. And then no example is nocturnal animals like owls and bats. They actually avoid well lit areas, reducing the chances to hunt or breed. So this is an example. And so as industries push into forests, animals are left with very fewer resources, and they start entering into the villages or cities looking for their food and shelter. And all the impact on urbanization, industrialization, infrastructure, all of them have been put together, giving out some of the main consequences, such as loss of biodiversity. There is an unbalance in the environment, then disrupted ecosystems, natural food chains. Another consequence is natural food chains, so which might reduce the so the food chain does not happen in a regular manner. They have to go in search of food because they don't find the animals as all of the areas are cleared. And increased human wildlife conflicts, it could be risk to both animals as well as human. Next one is wildlife stress, behavioral changes from noise, light, and uh, human presence, as told earlier, and pollution related for both animals as well as humans. And also the animals are in the verge of getting extinct or endangered due to all the man activities, which has to actually be reduced. And there are a few case studies which I have mentioned. The first one is the elephants versus the railways. So this location of this is Assam, that is in northeast of India. So the species involved is the Asian elephants, and cause of this is rapid deforestation and plantation expansion. So conflict was they raided crops, damaged all the homes, and sometimes they also injured or killed people. And mitigation was they are being restored to allow safe migration and early warning systems. And next one is the leopards in Mumbai. So location was in Sanjay Gandhi National Park. So a species involved was the Indian leopard. Cause was city expansion and encroachment on forest land led to the loss of leopard habitat. And conflict was fear amongst the public, and especially the children. And they were seen as threats and were often captured and killed. Which was a loss to the environment. And the next one is orangutans and palm oil. That is caused due to the deforestation. And next one is the Nairobi National Park, Kenya. So city growth and rail projects had made to clear the areas in the park for increasing the human animal encounters. So which encourage the hunters for poaching activities like poaching. And raised tracks were used as a mitigation to keep a control. And here are a few pictures for the case studies I've uh, done research on. And some of the mitigation or the solutions which can keep a check on all these activities, or at least reduce to an extent, is first one is expand the protected areas like natural conserves, then have sanctuaries, natural parks, so where the wildlife are protected. And next one is afforestation. When one tree is cut, then make sure it's a responsibility that two more trees are supposed to be planted, which can compensate for the loss of the one tree. And eco passages and underpassages should be constructed for the security of the wildlife. And wildlife fencing should be kept a must to keep the animals off from the dangerous highways. And under the sustainable development, enforce environmental impact assessment, EIS, should be implemented before starting or agreeing or permitting to any in big industrial projects. And strict zoning laws should be also encouraged to control industries or the area in which the industry or the factory is getting constructed, and spreading awareness and educating the local communities on how to coexist and how to turn about with the wildlife, and wildlife monitoring and keeping a check on if there are if we find a site of any animal, informing it to the nearest and making the people aware can actually help. And also further such conservation laws should be brought out so that this could at least get reduced to an extent. So here is a few of the methods or solutions where we can mitigate wildlife crossings to reduce the rail accidents, eco-friendly zones, reforestation, and awareness programs. Yes, and in conclusion, so I would conclude my presentation that infrastructure, urbanization, industrialization, they could lead to progress, but when with smart planning, it can actually with smart planning, it can be done with no effect to the environment as well as to the innocent living species. And so balancing development with environmental is the key to protecting both people and the wildlife. Thank you.
So you have done presentations earlier, Ananya. Is it your first presentation, or earlier you have done any presentation in
No,
schools,
sir.
intermediate? Then how you could present like a professional? Huh? So you are first year, and so it is going like a flow. Your presentation preparation is excellent. Huh? Whatever slides, I thought you might have done some good presentations in your schooling, but you
No, sir,
are
this is
saying
my
no.
first attempt.
But you are not presenting like a first time speaker. Keep it up. Hmm? So we'll go to
Thank
the
you, sir.
speaker, our chair.
Can I?
Sir, please.
Yeah. Ananya, quite a nice presentation. And I understand currently being at first year BTech, you have got some limitations of the research. What I understand. Theoretically, it looks pretty good. The way you have narrated the kind of effects urbanization and industrialization has got on the society, on the environment, and all. But slide two, this is a remark as well as a kind of a suggestion. Please try to deep dive into the helm of the affairs, in the sense urbanization, can we really measure how much urbanization is sustainable? Industrialization, can we really measure the rate of industrialization which is going on, and the cause and effect of that properly with a measurement? So how much of industrialization is, we can't say no industrialization is good. We have to have some industrialization, correct? Also, we have to have some urbanization. That is the crux of the whole issue. So we can't say no to industrialization or no to urbanization. We have to go for it because population would always rise. There will be always a demand which will go up. So necessarily we want both of them, but we are not doing it judiciously. That's what is the issue. Correct. So how much it is going to make things sustainable on the ecology and environment side. So also on the socio-economic side. So can we really have some measurement done? Can we have some policy designed out of those findings? So in which area we should do on urbanization? Naturally, there are green tribunals and all that. They have been doing their job, but they are basically enforcement, appellate agencies and enforcement agencies. So in such cases, we naturally need researchers like you, students like you, to deep dive and find out in proper measurement terms how much it is good, how much otherwise is the effect and all that. So this is just a remark and a suggestion. So try to take some research orientation to this kind of a topic. All right, so that's my suggestion.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Over to my co-chair.
Yeah, Ananya. It's a good presentation, Ananya. First time you're presenting, but with very good confidence and everything. So just make a note, whatever sir said. Except that remaining everything is very good. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Fatima Khairunisa from JNFAU. Our topic is shared spaces, shrinking worlds, wildlife at the margins of the warming planet. Fatima, you are already
Yes, sir.
there. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Just give me a minute.
By the time your presentation opens, you start introducing yourself, your topic. That is a
Okay,
common
sir.
things, right? You should
Yes,
utilize
sir.
your time like that.
Okay. Sir, are you able to see my screen?
Yeah. We are not able to see your screen. Share it. First, you share. Share in that.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Yes.
Okay, sir. I'm Fatima Khairnisa. I'm an architect, and currently I'm doing my master's in energy and sustainable built environment from JNFAU. And the topic I'll be speaking on is related to climate change. So, firstly, I would like to tell you about news I've been hearing recently. Around a month ago, I've been hearing in the news that there have been some protests going on relating to something happening at the Hyderabad Central University campus. And when I looked into it, I found out that the Telangana government has laid claim to a 2,000-acre property which is falling under the HCO campus, and it's a forest land. And out of that, they had decided to auction off 400 acres of it to build an IT park like the ones in Financial District and Gachibowli. If you are from Hyderabad, I'm sure you have also heard of this news. And so uh, because of this, in fact, they even cleared around 200 acres of land within a matter of days, and this led to a lot of protest and opposition from environmentalists and students and faculty of HCO, because this would have a great effect on the climate of Hyderabad. The lack of trees means that there would be an increase in the oxygen content in the air. That would mean that the temperature of the city will rise because of the urban heat island effect. And then there won't be enough trees for transpiration, meaning that there won't be enough clouds in the atmosphere, which will lead to less rainfall, and that will cause a change in the rainfall pattern, and it might even cause droughts and floods. So the point of it is that it does not just affect the humans which are living in Hyderabad, but also the wildlife that were inhabitants of that forest land. So which and why I'm telling you this is because it is the main idea of the paper I'm presenting. It means that climate change is escalating the human wildlife conflict in India, because animals will lose their habitat and their sources of food and water, and this will cause them to encroach into human settlements and agricultural land in search of food and shelter. And now first we will analyze the impact of climate change on wildlife behavior and their migration patterns, and then we will assess how the rural population is vulnerable to wildlife human conflict, and then we will review the current mitigation strategies that are being used by the government and how effective they are, and we will recommend some climate based mitigation strategies. Okay. So for the methodology, I've collected my data from academic journals and government reports and news articles, and I've analyzed them to evaluate the wildlife behavior and the human patterns in human vulnerability, and also the mitigation strategies. And the limit to my paper is that I've only used secondary data and I have not conducted any field studies. Okay. First, we'll see the wildlife behavior and distribution changes. Obviously, the first one is habitat loss. The animals, they are losing their habitat because of the deforestation, and in search of shelter and food, they will come encroach into human lands. And migration shifts are also happening because of the change in temperature. Animals cannot stay in one place for too long because of maybe the monsoon season is longer or the summer season is longer. So they are moving to other places and encroaching on human lands. And extreme weather, we have floods and droughts, which are obviously causing the wildlife to migrate to the inside the urban areas, urban settlements. And relocation, one example is that because of the climate change and rising temperatures, the snow is melting in higher altitudes. So snow leopards, they are moving into lower altitudes where there is a large human population, and that's how they are getting into conflict with humans that are living there. Let's see how the humans are vulnerable in the conflict zones. First of all, mostly the wildlife encroachment, they happen in rural areas. And in rural areas, most of the population is dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. And these animals like elephants, deers, and other, they come into farmlands, and they damage the crops, and they cause a loss. And even animals like leopards and tigers, they come and they cause human or cattle loss, human deaths or cattle deaths, livestock. And because the areas are rural, they don't have much advanced infrastructure to advanced um, system that can be used for warning them. And this is causing psychological impacts and stress, trauma, and even financial loss to the people living in the rural areas. And let's look at some case studies which are examples of human wildlife conflicts in India. Firstly, we have the human elephant conflict in Assam. Because of the deforestation and erratic rainfall because of climate change, the elephants are coming into the farms and they're causing crop damage. Because of that, the farmers are resorting to attacking the animals, and this is causing deaths on both sides. And we have the tiger conflict in Sundarbans. Sundarbans is a seashore, and because of that, because of climate change, the sea levels are rising. And because of that, the tigers are forced to move inwards towards the land, and they encounter human settlements over there. And they also eat the livestock which the farmers they are responsible for. And because of that, human fatalities are also there. And in Karnataka, at the Banda Tiger Reserve, the climate change, because of climate change, most of the herbivores like deers and goats and other animals, they are moving to they are migrating to other areas. And because of that, the prey for the carnivorous animals like tigers is becoming lesser. So in search of their prey, they're going inside to human settlements, inside cities and villages where they find cattle. And because of that, there have been a lot of encounters with humans. And in Maharashtra, we have leopard incursions that we've heard a lot in the news. And similar to the tigers looking and going to urban areas for prey, leopards are also doing the same thing. And there have been a lot of loss of human life, and even leopards are being killed because of that. Next, we see how climate change is acting as an amplifier for the conflict between human and wildlife. First of all, it's causing habitat loss and species displacement. Species are moving from original habitats to other places because of change in temperature, and the extreme weather is causing them to migrate to other places which they usually don't go to. And even because of climate change, the farmers who are there, they are facing a livelihood decline because they are not able to grow the crops that they used to grow before, because of the change in the temperature and rainfall pattern. So to get better crops, better land for agriculture, they are moving inside forest areas, and there they are encountering the animals and having conflicts with them. And behavior changes, meaning monsoon, because monsoon shifts are there because of the change in the season. Some seasons are getting longer, some are getting shorter. So the animals, they are changing their migrating pattern also, and they're going to places, they are staying in some places for longer, and they're going to places they are not supposed to go to. Okay, let's look at the current mitigation strategies that are being used. First, we have solar power electric fencing, which is being used in Karnataka and Assam. It is being used for elephants. I mean, it is good. It is reducing the elephants from, it's preventing them from encroaching into human areas. But it does not do anything for the root cause, which is climate change. They are looking for, cooler areas, looking for food. It does not do anything to help with that. And for there is also community-based crop insurance in Madhya Pradesh, meaning the government is giving some financial compensation to the farmers who are, facing, crop loss, financial loss, or even human deaths. But it does not stop the wildlife from coming again. Once it happens, it can happen again also. So it does not do anything to stop that. And we have early warning system in West Bengal, which is that in the phones or like to loudspeakers, there will be announcements that, this area we have spotted maybe tiger herd, maybe an elephant herd, so please avoid that area. But that is after the animals have already come there. So you can't predict for the future that you may have to avoid this area in the future like this because of this climate, this season. So these solutions are reactive, they are not climate adaptive. So they are addressing the whatever has already happened. They're addressing the last result. They are not addressing the symptoms of the problem. And what solutions we can use are wildlife corridors. Wildlife corridors are like pathways made inside the forest area for the migration of animals. Like there is one in Kaziranga National Park. It's a corridor for elephants, and this ensures that the elephant, they do their migration peacefully without encroaching into human areas, and they don't get into conflict with humans. And flexible land use, which means that the government itself, it is uh, as giving some regulations that these areas are solely for forest conservation, and you cannot do development there. For example, we have the Western Ghats. They have ecological conservation zones where any type of urbanization and agricultural development is prohibited, and this will help the animals contain their natural habitats and not encroach into human settlements. And then we have climate-based alerts. Like I said, in the currently being used emergency warning system, they are useful after the animals have already come to this place. They are not useful for predicting. For climate-based alerts, we can predict them according to the seasonal changes. Like we can say in the summer season, in during this time, you might see some elephant herds passing through, so please avoid this area. Or in the monsoon season, you might see encounter these birds, so please avoid this area. And that is better for long term instead of short term. And the last one is resilient livelihoods, which means that the farmers themselves, they grow crop that is resilient to the changing climate, which means that they won't have the need to encroach into the wildlife habitat, into the forest, and that way they can avoid any conflict with the wildlife. Right. And so the conclusion of my presentation is that climate change is a very big amplifier for human wildlife conflict in India. And because of climate change, there have been droughts and floods, which is causing the wildlife to come and interact with humans. And most of the time, it is a lot of negative result because of that. And the current solutions which we are using are reactive, but we need something that is climate responsive and that can be good used for the long term. And by integrating climate data and ecological planning, we can ensure peaceful coexistence between wildlife and humans. And these are the key references I've used for my paper, and you can find the full list of references in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima. Chair can ask her any question or any comment, please.
Yeah, Fatima, congratulations.
Yes.
It's a very nice presentation, and I think you have done quite a good amount of study on various published papers.
Yes.
Just a small remark. You're already on the journey of this kind of a research, so nothing much. Just see if the modern day technologies, like you are talking about human wildlife interfaces at many places, which comes out disastrous to animals and loss of lives. So can there be AI implementation, artificial intelligence, some kind of a robotic solution, some kind of digital transformation and digital integrations, if possible? I think government has been doing. I mean, in bits and pieces, it has been doing. But as a researcher, can we really find out something really concrete? Especially talking about the railway lines passing through jungles and forests. So
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is just a thought. And
Okay,
if
sir.
some
Thank
work
you.
has been done, can it really be strengthened more? And can that really see an impact kind of the economy? So that's a small orientation I would like to give to this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Aparna garu.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Fatima, it's a very nice presentation. I got to know many points from this presentation. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Fatima.
Okay, thank you, Fatima. So now I
Thank you,
call Nandika and Vasanti from and Husna. Oh, three authors are there. Nandika, Vasanti, and Husna Bharat from GNITS. So their topic is bridging the divide, NGOs and communities in human wildlife coexistence.
Yes, sir. So, good morning, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Nandika, and this is my friend Vasanti and Husna. We are from G. Narayanama Institute of Technology and Sciences. We are second years studying in ECE. department. So the title of our paper is Bridging the Divide, NGOs and Communities in Human Wildlife Coexistence. We would like to start with a small quote, that is, local communities are the guardians of wildlife and their habitats. Now, coming to the paper, I would like to give a small brief about our paper. So, the problem of human wildlife conflict is increasing globally due to increase in the population of humans and also loss of habitat of wildlife. And such cases, creating a system where people and wildlife can live in harmony is very crucial. And NGOs and local communities should collaborate to address these challenges through conservation efforts. And they work together to make decisions as a group and share responsibilities. They also use the knowledge, the NGOs use the knowledge of the local communities and their traditions in order to make the right choices. Such initiatives not only support the biodiversity but also enhance the trust between the wildlife and human coexistence and balance both of them. And now coming to the introduction. Coming to the introduction, human-wildlife interactions shape human cultures and the animal communities as well. As people move into natural areas or wildlife where the wildlife is present, uh, into places where humans live, and the wildlife come into the places where humans live, that is what is the cause of human-wildlife conflict. And these conflicts are especially common in places like where large predators live in near the human communities. The next is new perspective on human wildlife coexistence. So often the word coexistence has many interpretations for every human being. So what coexistence requires is it requires the people to tolerate and accept the presence of wildlife, which helps create a balance and a strong relationship between the humans and the nature. So the human wildlife coexistence evolves alongside the strategies for reducing conflicts. So challenges in human wildlife coexistence are urbanization and agriculture are major causes of habitat loss. And the next one is wildlife conflicts arise when animals interface with human activities, like they eating their livestock or damaging their crops. The next is the ethical concerns. Ethical concerns in conservation strategies often result in around balancing both the environments, like the human and the wildlife. Now, what approaches can be made due to for the coexistence are community engagement. Like we can engage the local communities in order to help and collaborate for the betterment of the human-wildlife coexistence, and also policy and regulation. Government and conservation groups are crucial in creating policies and balancing this coexistence. The next is scientific research. Research on wildlife behavior and ecological impact is essential for interaction with the environment and also the wildlife. The studies also provide insights to the habitat restoration and sustainable land use. Now, my friend Basanti will continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today my topic is types of human-wildlife interactions, and the first one is neutral interaction. The neutral interaction when the human and the wildlife, the same space between both of them, but don't directly interact. This includes seeing the wildlife animals near villages, spotting the around human settlements, and the next one is a positive interaction. Animals in the nation play a vital role in environment healthy. The activities like spreading seeds and pollination make support to the environment. And the next one is a negative interaction, which consists of three types of crop damage. Here, just like an examples like elephants and hippopotamus, generally we know that there is a crop damage, and the human attacks. When monkeys or something, lions, crocodiles, the humans will attack or kill them. And habitat enrichment, human settlement and farming push wildlife into smaller areas, increasing competition for food and spaces. And the next one, impact of climate change, human wildlife relations. Climate change significantly affects the human wildlife interactions, often increasing the conflicts and the already ecosystem. The first one, shifts in wildlife behavior and migration. As climate changes due to high temperature or heavy rainfall, animals struggle to find enough food or shelter. And the next one, increased competition for resources. When laws dry up and sources and habitats become damaged, food and water become harder to find. This means both human and wildlife get competed for little resources. And the next one, need for adaptive conservation strategies. Adapting farming methods withstand with the climate changes helps reduce the dependence on outdated agricultural practices. Strengthening community conservation efforts supports both human and wildlife. Next. Role of tourism, human wildlife interactions. Tourism can help a wildlife by finding conservation projects and educating visitors about nature. However, it is depends on the management, how tourism is managed and how it is built. The first one is good thing in tourism bridge. First one, money for wildlife protection. Money earned from ecotourism supports the conservation efforts, finding protected areas, preventing illegal hunting. And the next one, perks for the community. When tourism is properly managed, it can provide jobs and economic benefit for local communities. It gives strength to the reason to support the conservation efforts. And the next one, learning and understanding. When tourists show enthusiasm in wildlife, it can inspire local communities to learn and understand about the importance of protecting ecosystem. Second one, challenges of tourism. Human wildlife conflict escalation. An increase in tourists can disturb wildlife, leading to change in habitats. Some animals may adjust with the human wildlife, and some may behave wild, and it may be risk for the humans. Resource competition. Tourists act a relay and land and water for things like hotels and recreation in city. However, local communities also depend on sea resources for their daily lives. And next one, exclusive of local communities. When local communities are left of tourism, it may be feel ignored and excluded. This can be make resentment toward the conservation efforts, as the people might see wildlife protection and something benefits outside a. And third one, balancing tourism and human wildlife coexistence. Community inclusive conservation plans. When local communities take part in the tourism projects, it will be more beneficial and easy to connect with wildlife, as this benefits like jobs and income and cultural exchange. Second one, eco-friendly tourism practices. When tourism is managed responsibly, it helps to preserve nature while reducing conflicts between people and wildlife. Policy support, government should support to create regulations to manage tourism impact on the environment and local communities by settling clear guidelines. They can ensure the tourism supports and conservation while also benefiting the people who live nearby. Next slide will continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. And today my topic is policy recommendation and conservation strategies to conserve the human wildlife interactions and all those. We are having some strategies to do that. The research on how human wildlife interact highlights the importance of smart policies and conservation methods to reduce the conflict and help them to live together. So here are some key takeaways we have taken. First one was community involvement in conservation, in which we are encouraging the local communities to participate in decision making and educating them on sustainable conservation practices. And second one was making human wildlife conflict solutions better. As we are setting up some warning systems, helps communities to prepare well wildlife moves close to the human areas, it will reduce the unexpected conflicts, and it will strengthen as we strengthen the fences and creating buffer zones that protects the farms and livestock, ensuring the people and animals can coexist safely. And third one was making wildlife rules and law enforcement stronger. As we have seen, so many people are, you know, they're hurting the animals. So to avoid that, we have to strengthen our law. So strengthening law on hunting and land uses helps us to protect the wildlife and natural habitats from over exploitation. Creating fire compensation programs supports the farmers when their crops or livestock are affected by the wildlife, that will reduce the conflicts. And fourth one was using tourism to help the conservation. As we all already mentioned about the tourism, and it helps to conserve the human wildlife interaction between them, and encouraging ecotourism led by local communities ensures that people living near wildlife benefits directly from the conservation efforts. A case study, which is on the human wildlife conflict around the Bale Mountain in the southeast Ethiopia, in which the Bale Mountains are near the national park, which conflicts between the human wildlife causes a serious problems. Wild animals damage crops, disturbs the habitats, and prey on livestock, and sometimes even threaten the human lives. Because of these challenges, local communities have developed negative feeling towards the wildlife around them. As we have taken some key takeaways from the case study, which are crop damage, livestock depredation, habitat disturbance, and killing of wildlife. First one was human-wildlife conflict around the Bale Mountains nation. Crop damage. Not all the crops are affected equally, but they are affected in some amount of portion. As among the affected crops are wheat, barley, and most are vulnerable. As wheat is 30% affected, and barley is 20%, 24% affected, as we have shown the picture of it. And second one was habitat disturbances, which occurs when human activities disturbs the natural home of wildlife. And key factors includes the expansion of houses or constructions near the national parks, and over the grazing by the livestock, frequent fires, and bush encroachment. These are the key factors which are affecting them. And next one was livelihood depredation. In villages near Bale Mountains, uh, there are some animals which are commonly spotted there, like leopards, jackals, and spotted hyenas. They are responsible for the livestock losses. Their impact was varies by location, and but most of the root cause remains the same. And next one was killing of wildlife. Because of lack of compensation for the crop losses and domestic animal killing or loss, the local communities are more suffered by the and struggle to kill the wild animals. And crop riding not only threatens the food security but also reduces the tolerance for the wildlife. And by this, I'll conclude that the system thinking approach, and combined with the holistic and transdisciplinary methods, improves the way of human wildlife interactions and assess and manage. While no single strategy can completely solve these complex conflicts, but we have to take more strategies to control this and more effectively and encourage long-term coexistence between the human and wildlife. I'll conclude it by saying one quote. Empowering communities is key to achieving sustainable human-wildlife coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandika and team.
Thank you, sir.
This is a nice topic actually, and we don't know how much is too much. So that greed, human hunger and greed will always remain there, and of course that leads to overlapping of human settlement with animal territories, right? And that
Yes,
leads to
sir.
the conflict. So very well thought out, very well presented. Just one dimension I would like to add. This is at a generic level, looks quite clear. But can we go very specific about few cases? Like you have heard a celebrity was involved in a black buck hunt, and it went to a legal dimension and all. So can we take how those communities preserve what they preserve, and can that be a case study for other communities also to follow? So I'm talking about a kind of a platform where very specific to communities and their measures what they have been taking for that wildlife conservation in their area or nearby their settlements, can that really be insightful for other communities also to learn from? And that is only possible when we gather community specific initiatives as in the form of case studies and try to find out the insights from there and make it open and available to the other communities to fall back on. So I think a kind of a knowledge management practice, if we can do as researchers and bring out all those perspectives, I think there will be a mutual learning from each other, right?
Yes, sir.
We know it's a very complex area and too much debatable also. So without going to debate or arguments, it's better like we learn from each other and then try to collectively grow. So that's a small dimension I'd like to add as a comment. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, girls. And then thank you, Surjit ji. So you are giving beautiful advice to them. So very, very, very thankful to you, sir. So can we move on to next speaker, madam? Apatagar? Because they are your students, I don't think you need to give any comments. Okay, I will call upon the next speaker, Mary Vijaya from Veeranari Chakal Ailamma Women's University student, Mary Vijaya, assessing the impact of water pollution on avian diversity, a correlational study of BOD and bird species at Aminpur Lake, Hyderabad.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Just
Go ahead. Will you share your screen?
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible?
Very good. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Mary Vijayashree. I'm an MBA final year student from Veeranari Chakalayalamma Women's University. So today I'm here to present my conference paper on assessing the impact of water pollution on avian diversity, correlational study of BOD levels and bird species at Aminpur Lake. So in this study is conducted in order to understand if there is any impact of water pollution on the bird diversity present at a lake area, and the data which is collected is from 2020 to 2023, and Carl Pearson's correlation analysis was used in order to understand if there is any correlation between the BOD levels and the bird diversity present at the lake area. So Aminpur Lake is a man-built lake which is built in the Telangana Sangareddy district by Abdul Khadir Amin Khan years ago. So it was built in a vast area of 300 acres at first, but as of today the lake area has come down to only 93 acres due to mostly due to urban development, urban encroachments, and due to the occupation of a lake area by industry for industrial purposes and etc. So this study tries to take one aspect which causes water pollution, which indicates the water pollution level, that is BOD level, to understand how it is impacting the birds present in the lake area. So these are the objectives. The first objective is to understand if there is any correlation between BOD levels and the bird diversity present at the lake area. And the second is to understand the impact of high BOD levels on the food present for the birds and the habitat environment for the birds. And the third is to understand how important the lake management activities in order to sustain the biodiversity in the urban lake areas. This study completely relies on secondary data, where the water pollution, the quality data is collected from Central Pollution Control Board of India, and then the bird species observations are collected from the website called eBird platform, where the bird species sightings numbers are collected from this website, and further information is collected from relevant research papers and other articles. So first, let us understand what is biochemical oxygen demand. So this measures the amount of oxygen level, that is dissolved oxygen, which is used by the microorganisms present in the water in order to break down organic matter. So when there are high levels of BOD in water, these microorganisms tend to use more dissolved oxygen in order to break down whatever the organic matter present in the water. So this causes the depletion of dissolved oxygen for the other aquatic animals like fishes and other insects which thrive around in and around the lake. So what mainly causes this high level of BOD is sewage and water waste discharge from around from the household areas around the lake, and the industrial effluents which are released into the waters, and agricultural runoffs, that is fertilizers and pesticides which are mixed into the water, which are present in the agricultural lands around the lake area, will be flooded into the lake water when there is rainfall or something like that. And this is also caused due to decaying plant and animal matter. So this table provides the information of number of species of birds observed in and around the lake area for the years 2020 to 2024, where we can observe that in the year 2021 the number of species of birds observed is 207, but it is gradually declining as the number of species have come down to 155 in 2024. And this table gives a brief understanding of what are the average BOD levels in the waters of Aminpur Lake from 2020 to 2023. The information regarding 2024 is not yet available in the website. So only this year's data has been considered for the analysis. So this is a visual representation where we can observe the decline in the bars of the bird species cited, and we can also observe an incline in the incline in the number of the level of BOD levels. So, as I've already stated, Carl Pearson's correlation analysis has been used in order to understand the correlation between these two parameters, where the null hypothesis is that there is no significant correlation between BOD levels and the bird species cited at the Aminpur Lake. When it comes to alternative hypothesis, there is a significant negative correlation between BOD levels and the number of bird species observed at the lake area. So as per my calculations and analysis, it has resulted in a moderate to strong negative correlation, where the correlation value is 0.718, which indicates a moderate to strong negative correlation. That is, with an increase in the BOD levels, the bird species number is coming down. So these are the key findings, as I've already stated in the previous slides. The average BOD levels have increased from 4.2 to 5.55, and the bird sightings have declined from 207 species to 155 species in the lake area. And the correlation, there is a moderate to strong negative correlation, which is minus 0.718, and all these results are supporting my alternative hypothesis, which is higher BOD levels are resulting in a reduced bird diversity near the Aminpur Lake. So this negative correlation shows that the poor water quality is actually impacting the avian diversity present. Birds like to thrive in an area which is the water area which is less pollutant, and where they can get abundant food. There are many birds which are dependent on small fishes or small insects which thrive near the lake areas. So when these BOD levels increases, these fishes which present in the lake, or the other aquatic insects, or small insects which are present near the lake, will gradually come down, which are the main source of food for these birds. So when there is less food sources, these birds try to migrate to other lake areas where there is abundant food present. So this study highlights that there is a need for better pollution control and effective lake management. So these are few suggestions where strict regulations have to be imposed on urban encroachments, where clear buffer zones should be given, and water quality assessments should be conducted even more regularly, so that better steps can be taken by the government, and awareness programs have to be conducted for the locals to understand the importance of the bird diversity, understand the importance of not to pollute the water area, so that the birds also can thrive, supporting the coexistence of humans with other species of animals. And the sewage waters should be treated first in sewage water treatment plants before releasing them into the lake water, and then strict control should be imposed on what are the industrial effluents which are being released into the water. So my conclusion is that human activities like sewage discharge and industrial effluents are creating a huge impact on increased pollution levels in the Aminpur lake waters. So the government have to take more and more initiatives, and as it is an India's first biodiversity heritage site, it is very important for us to protect it, and proper lake management strategies have to be implemented in order to safeguard the natural habitat of the lake. Thank you.
Nice
Thank you,
topic.
Vijaya.
Yeah.
Sir, Surjit Garu,
Yeah.
please.
Very, it's a nice presentation and in fact very, very practical. I have seen myself, living for many years near Gandipet lake area. I've stayed there for many years, so I've seen how the water shrinkage in the lake causes many kind of problems. Just a small observation as well as a recommendation or comment on the technique that you have taken, right? Chosen.
Oh, yes, sir.
Correlation coefficient analysis that you have done. See, correlation is always a test of association. If I measure your height versus your friend's height, then also I'll find some correlation. But your height, growing of your height or growth in your height doesn't impact the growth of your friend's height, right?
Yes.
Because it is not a test of causation. Your height growth doesn't cause the height growth of your friend, correct? So in your study, if you see, you are talking about BOD and the bird species count. And there's a negative correlation of 0.71. That is what is your finding. But can we with surety say that X is actually causing Y? X and Y are correlated. They're associated in negative manner. One grows, the other comes down. So always try to introduce along with correlation, please try to do a regression analysis also, which is a test of causation. That X leads to Y, or the rise in BOD leads to the decrease in the number of species cited over the years. All right. So please try to learn regression techniques also and try to use it in your study, which will make it more robust.
Yes.
So this is just a session. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you, Vijaya. So we'll call the next speaker. Nikat Shareen, are you there? I need to check. If you are there, on your video, Aishwarya and Nikat Shareen. Because I didn't see the names. Aishwarya Nikat Shareen from Government Degree College for Women, Begumpet. Are you there? So I will go on to the next one. Presentation from JNFAU, P. Vaishnavi, Understanding Human Wildlife Conflicts in Kerala State from Coexistence to Confrontation through Structured Assessment. Vaishnavi.
Yeah, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Vaishnavi. I'm studying BTech for final year. So today my topic is I'm sharing my screen. Sorry for the inconvenience. My device has some camera issues, so I'm speaking through another. So my video is through another device, and my screen sharing is from another device. So my topic is understanding human-wildlife conflict in Kerala from coexistence to confrontation through structured assessment. Introduction. Human-wildlife conflict is one of the most critical challenges affecting both biodiversity, conservation, and rural livelihoods. So, it refers to the negative interactions between humans and wild animals, which results in economic losses, human injuries, and deaths, and relatory harm to wildlife. So, these conflicts have increased frequency in and intensity due to expanding human populations, habitat fragmentation, and rapid land use changes. So, when we see through globally, these such conflicts occur in many forms, like elephants damaging crops in Africa, or big cats and bears entering settlements in North America and Asia. In India, we will discuss in India, the HW human wildlife conflicts is widespread with Kerala standing out due to its densely populated human settlements interwoven with forest landscapes in the Western Ghats. So, in Kerala, districts like Wayanadu, Palakkad, and Idukki report regular incidents involving elephants, wild boars, leopards, and gores causing crop loss, livestock death, and human casualties. So mainly our objective is the study identifies and categorized various types of human wildlife conflicts occurring in forestry in the regions of Kerala. So this severity of these conflicts was assessed using socio-ecological indicators such as crop damage, livestock loss, human injuries, and property destruction. And the spatial and temporal patterns of conflict incidents were analyzed with a focus on the key conflict-prone districts of Wayanadu, Idukki, and Palakkad. So, the effectiveness of existing conflict mitigation measures implemented by state and local authorities was evaluated. Based on the findings, the study proposed the sustainable strategies and policy recommendations aimed at promoting long-term human-wildlife coexistence in Kerala's ecologically sensitive areas. Now we will see, now we will see the common human wildlife conflicts types in through globally across globally. So types of conflicts are, first one is crop damage or crop raiding. So in this, the wild animals enter farmlands and destroy crops, leading to economic loss. The reason for this crop damage animals were elephants, wild boars, and monkeys. Second one is livestock predation. Carnivores attack and kill domesticated animals, affecting farmers' livelihoods. Like leopards, tigers, jackals, wild dogs enter and kill domestic animals. So third one is monkey menace. Monkeys invade human settlements, steal food, and sometimes cause injuries for the food. And they invade human settlements and disturb the settlements. So property damage. Fourth one is property damage. Wildlife damages house. Wildlife damages houses, storage sheds, water tanks, fences, etc., caused by elephants, monkeys, and bears. Fifth one is human injuries and deaths. Direct attacks on people, either defensive or accidental, caused by same elephants, tigers, leopards, and snakes. So, and last one is snake bite incidents, common in forest adjacent agriculture zones and rural homes. Example, Russell viper, cobra, crate, saw-scaled viper. So, how human wildlife conflicts impact across global is this image shows global hotspot where carnivores like lions, tigers, and wolves cause major economic loss through livestock attacks, Africa and Asia, where Africa and Asia face the highest risk with same regions losing over 50% of annual income from a single calf predation. Through this picture, we can say that Africa and Asia are mostly faces economic loss due to calf depredation, where here we can observe that in South America we have Patharena once is 14%, whereas here North America we have four types of animals, which helps to deprede the calf depredation. And and in Asia side, we can see Hyena, Patera uncia, Ursus tibeticus, and Patherina tigris, Kion apus, and some other animals may causes human wildlife conflicts and are the causes of human wildlife conflicts. Here we observe the severity of human wildlife conflicts in India. In India, there are total 6 states where the human wildlife conflicts are majorly happens, and 4 states which are minor. And in 19 states there are happening, and there are comparatively less to these minor conflicts. So here we can see Assam, Chhattisgarh, Kerala, Maharashtra, and Odisha have major conflicts, whereas Karnataka, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, West Bengal have minor conflicts. And in this, I took Kerala to observe more about human wildlife conflicts in particular state. In Kerala, we have 14 districts. In 14 districts, also there are major areas which have severe human-wildlife conflicts. Here, Idukki, Kannur, Mallapuram, Palakkad, Pathanamthitta, Thiruvananthapuram, Thrissur, Wayanadu has major conflicts, whereas Kollam, Kottayan, Kozhikode, Emakulam, and Alpuza have minor conflicts. Here, next one, highly vulnerable districts and hotspots for human-wildlife conflicts in Kerala are here. I'll explain through map. So here, first we will observe Wayanadu. Wayanadu has four major areas where the conflicts are more, and Thrissur, next Thrissur has Thrissur has four major areas where where Velikuna, Chimney, and Attirapalli, Peachy are mostly human conflicts areas happen. Fights happen. Next we will see Thiruvananthapuram. Thiruvananthapuram, we have three areas: Parutipalli, Kottur, Neyar, where human wildlife conflicts happen mostly. In Pathanamthitta, we will see we have three areas: Rani, Vadakesiri, Konni, and Gavi, which has mostly wildlife conflicts. Next, we will see Palakkad. Palakkad, we have three areas: Valayar, Nilampati, Parambikulam, which have mostly human conflicts, where the animals are majorly elephants, monkeys, or goats, etc. Next, we will see Mallapuram. Mallapuram has four areas: Karvarakundu, Nilambar, Edakkara, Potukallu, which has same elephants, leopards, and monkeys for human wildlife conflicts. So next we will see Kozhikode. In Kozhikode, we have three areas: Tamarase, Kakayam, Peruvanamuzi, same elephants, monkeys, and tigers. Uh, Next, we will see Kollam. Kollam, we have four areas: Kulatupuza, Tenmala, Aryankavu, where human conflicts takes place. Next, we will see Kannur. In Kannur, we have three areas: Perabur, Aralam, Kelakam. Next, Idukki. In Idukki, we will see about five areas: Munnar, Kattappana, Kumili, Tekkadi, Vadiperiyar, where human conflicts takes place mostly. More, and these all places have commonly elephants, boar, goats, tigers, and some other and wild boars. Key wildlife include were elephants, leopards, wild boars, etc. And now we will talk about human elephant conflict and their impacts overall India. So here we can observe, what we can observe is human care over the 3 years from 2019 to 2022. Here human killed by elephants are decreased comparatively 2009 to 2022, and deaths of elephants by electrocution were also decreased, where elephants' death by poisoning were increased, and deaths of elephants by trains were also decreased. Deaths of elephants by poaching are increased. So we can conclude that from this data, we can conclude that human deaths were caused by elephants with the highest in 2019 to 2020. Elephants mainly died due to electrocution, followed by train accidents and some cases of poisoning and poaching. Now we will see about human-tiger conflict and their impacts. So here, from this image, we can conclude is tiger-related human deaths caused by tigers were highest in 2019 to 2020, while tiger deaths under scrutiny peaked in 21 to 22. Poaching, natural deaths, and other unnatural causes also contributed to tiger fatalities over the 3 years. So here, from 2019 to 2022, human killed by tigers were decreased, and natural death of tigers were also decreased. Poaching deaths of tigers decreased, but decreased. Unnatural deaths of tigers were also decreased, but tigers death under scrutiny were increased. In seizure was also increased. So now we will talk about fatality due to human-wildlife conflicts over the 10 years, past 10 years. So this bar chart shows the number of human deaths per year due to wildlife conflicts from 2016 to 2025. So the highest deaths occurred in 2018 to 2019, while a significant drop is seen in 24 to 25. Overall, the trend shows some fluctuations but a gradual decrease in recent years. So this data was taken according to financial years, that is March 31st to April 1st, because all the government and forest department also follows the financial year dates. Now, common factors affecting human-wildlife conflict, human or habitat loss and fragmentation. So, deforestation for plantations, infrastructure, and human settlements has reduced the buffer between forest and human habitations, which causes habitat loss and fragmentation. Expansion of agriculture fields and settlements into forest areas increases the frequency of interaction, which is encroachment, which are encroached into forest land. Attractive crops near forest. So banana, jackfruits, and paddy attract elephants, monkeys, and wild boar. So next one is seasonal food scarcity. Wildlife moves out of forest during lean seasons in search of food and water. Linear infrastructure, roads, railways, and canals that cut across wildlife corridors and disrupt movement patterns and trigger conflict. So, lastly, sustainable strategies and policy recommendation to mitigate human-wildlife conflict in Kerala. So, sustainable strategies are early warning systems, like we can keep sensors or cameras to track the wildlife movements, strengthening forest boundaries, community participation including community people and taking their help, habitat management, rapid response teams, compensation schemes, awareness campaigns. We can keep awareness campaigns to aware the and people and save the wildlife conflicts. Policy recommendations. Kerala Human Wildlife Conflict Action Plan, dedicated Human Wildlife Conflict Fund, faster compensation, strengthen laws, interstate coordination, monitoring, and research. So, lastly, we can conclude that human wildlife conflict is a big problem around the world, especially in Africa and Asia. So, in India, elephant, tigers, and leopards often come into conflict with people. Kerala faces frequent conflicts with elephants, mainly in Wayanadu, Palakkad, and Nilambu. So these conflicts cause crop damage, property loss, and even human deaths. To reduce this, we need better habitats, early warnings, and help from local communities. Working together locally, nationally, and globally is important for humans and animals to live safely together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vaishnavi. So we take some feedback from our chair.
Vaishnavi, nice study. I mean, you have taken where all the problems exist at a world level in different continents and parts of the globe, followed by coming down to the specific case of Kerala. So
Yes.
it's a good synthesis of your study. I just would like to add one point here. One is bibliometric study. You can search on Google and find out how it's done, or you might be knowing it. So try to do a bibliometric study to just know in this particular domain what all kind of research is going on in the at a world scale in different countries by different researchers. Right. So that will give you many idea about what all techniques they are using, and at a policy level what all changes are they making out of the findings that that come from the research. So one is bibliometric study, and second one is And you can also see, last 10, 15 years, what all papers have been published in this domain. And how, the entire thing looks as a progression. And which all key areas are being studied in human wildlife conflict. This is being taken as a domain. So that is one point to look at. And second one is try to do a meta-analysis if possible. I don't know about the scope of using meta-analysis in this kind of study, but you can still explore. So I'm talking about various techniques which are still available, which will enrich your research and its findings. So try to look into more empirical works, more paper which are empirical studies and all, which will be really insightful to take your journey forward in this particular research topic. All right.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Surjit ji. So we'll call the last speaker for this session, Lahari from Chakala Women's University. Lahari, are you available? Animal trespassing detection system for a
Yes, sir.
healthy human-wildlife coexistence.
Yes, sir.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Some first time, some
Now
technology. Yeah.
I'll start my presentations.
Please, please. Go ahead.
డిప్లొమాటిక్ స్టడీ గురించి చదవాలంటే ఇందులో డిప్లొమాటిక్ స్టడీ గురించి చూడొచ్చు.
Hello everyone. My topic today is human-wildlife conflict. So let's start with what's human-wildlife conflict. Actually, we have generally any interactions will have all three types of interactions: positive, negative, and neutral interactions. But generally, when we refer to human-wildlife conflicts, it's always connotated as negative interaction because of the damage that's happening both to wildlife and humans. So trespassing is just one of the major causes which is leading to this conflict, because we are invading each other's habitat, living space. Because why this is happening? So this is because we are attacking we are destroying the forests, encroaching into their space of wildlife. Especially you can see the elephant wildlife conflicts have been increasing, especially in southern states where elephant population is high. We can see the very recent examples of Kerala where, a small elephant was killed because it encroached into it damaged the crops of humans. And why they actually wildlife come into the human habitat? It's because we are destroying the habitat because of the climate changes. The loss of availability of food is there for them, maybe their habitat, and even the damage to their lives. For example, poachers kill these elephants for their tusks because they have international value. And we have pangolin, which is the Indian pangolin only species, one of the rare species. We kill it for its meat and skin. So because of the hunger and the habitat destruction, this human wildlife conflicts have been increasing ever. And these are the basic causes and the factors attributing to it. So first cause is we are causing them shortage of basic resources. This is because we are going for deforestation to grow agriculture lands or industrial purposes or whatever. And because of global warming, there is too much of rainfall or too scanty rainfall. And thus we are disrupting the food chain. Also, we are losing the shelter to the animals because we are encroaching the forest lands. We are expanding our human space. We are establishing, first we are either cutting the forest for agriculture purposes, or we are establishing buildings, commercialization. So much of commercialization is happening, and recently we have seen in Hyderabad. So some nearly so many 400 acres of forest land is being diverted for IT purposes and all, for industrialization purpose. So many of us have seen. So this is one of the reasons for the animal-human conflict. And illegal poaching is very common. And we kill so many for their hides, trunks, and nails. And for forest also for their forest produce, and also we are causing the emotional trauma for the animals, and also because animals encroach into the human habitats, they also cause the death of the humans. It also causes death to many humans, causing emotional trauma to the families of the farmers or whoever is affected. See, this is the disruption. This is Amazon forest. How much? Amazon forest constitute 40% of the world's forest area. Still, they are the lungs of the world. Still, we are indiscriminately cutting this forest areas, and so the forest, see, it is continuously increasing the desert area. So no desert, so increase in deserts, no water, and ultimately humans are also affected. The top, who believe the top of the chain, and loss of livestock, crop yields, and so these are the few species which are already extinct due to the human wildlife conflict. So this is the pigeon. You can see this used to be very common in the childhood. Now it's nowhere seen because it's already extinct. So we need some technological solutions to control this wildlife conflict, human wildlife conflict. First, we have to identify the shelters and we have to move the wildlife. So for this, our government has established wildlife corridors already, so that they'll divert a part of the forest only for the animals, so that no human or any construction activities not allowed in that area. We have seen, so this is found in Uttarakhand, Rajaji corridor for tigers, and in Kedarnath corridor, this is for musk deers. And we have to track their behavior as well, the needs and shortages. So recently in Jim Corbett Tiger Reserve in Uttarakhand, the government introduced radio collars on tigers, so as to track their behavior, so as to track their population, so that if there is any shortage of food or any other resources for the animals, so that they'll provide, the government will provide. And recently, this is very recent initiative in Pilbit Tiger Reserve. It interacted with the WWF in India. They started encouraging farmers to grow more sugarcane, so that because the elephants present in the tiger reserve are actually coming into the fields and destroying them for sugarcane because they don't have food. And also the tiger reserve, tiger and elephant conflict is also going on. So to reduce that, the government encourage the farmers to grow more and more sugarcane. So I think this is a very good initiative. And also we have to track their movements, so that when humans go there, the conflict will be avoided, so that we can pre-inform them, the humans, to avoid that area. Also alarm systems, cameras, animal trajectories on paths for the safety, health, and also to protect our own yield, because so many animals come into the farm and they destroy our fields also. So it's a loss, not only the human life, but also to our food. And also strict measures should be there to identify illegal trespassing for poaching, mining, and deforestation. So here we can see what are the measures that have been taken already nationally and internationally. So according to this animal trespassing detection system published in International Journal of Engineering, Research and Technology, they have developed a vision camera that can detect the animal movement and notify the alarm ringing, so that we can detect animal before it's attacked. We can alert the people so that we can avoid the conflict. And then next, according to the coexistence between human and wildlife paper, this was researched under Bale Mountain National Park in Ethiopia. Here they found out that this human wildlife conflicts occur when the behavior and demands result in a negative impact on animals and also by animals on humans. So they investigate for this. They investigated the root causes, all the root causes, the nature, the extent of the damage, and also they suggested the measures. What are the mitigating effects to reduce these conflicts in Ethiopia around this Bale Mountain National Park? Also, one more paper, an assessment of human-wildlife conflict in local communities in Save Valley Conservatory in Zimbabwe. They conducted this what prime species, key cornerstone species in the Save Valley Conservatory in Zimbabwe, and the counterattacks which is taken by farmers against this cornerstone species. And they have identified this. That will help now again to reduce this conflicts. And also one more paper, the unequal burden of human-wildlife conflict. They said that the disparities in the society is leading to this unequal distribution of burden, and all the burden is being falling on the weaker segments of the society. They bear the brunt of this wildlife attacks. And also the last World Wildlife Organization said that this is also reiterated by Supreme Court that human-wildlife conflicts is it should be taken as a humanitarian approach rather than conservation concern by the government. This is recently reiterated also by Supreme Court to take by Indian governments. So what are the technological solutions India took mostly is to track the movement of animals. So they had developed a night vision camera and a thermal camera with a sensor system, where we'll have this camera is a multi-purpose, multifunctional, where first it doesn't need electricity, it's a solar powered. So it catches the visuals of human motion. So it measures the population first through its marks, pug marks, and excreta or whatever. So it measures all this. Plus also it tracks the movement. Also we can see whether any food shortage or any shortage, water shortage, or any damage. Forest fires can also be, we can track with these cameras. Also, if there is any human movement or any poaching and all, we can actually track them, catch them. So this pictures they'll be monitoring all this. They'll be sending it to our central control system via transmitter for analysis and monitoring. And then you'll have a sensor to identify the movements as well. So this we can place in the crop areas, forest areas, residential areas, what are the intersecting points of humans and wildlife. We can all track all these areas, and we can easily avoid this negative interactions which is happening. Here we can take an example of China. Recently, China actually diverted the road construction from the forest area to other area so that it should not disturb the movement of wildlife. I think India should adopt this case study. Here, a regular camera also we can use to reduce the cost. It's a cost-effective base in the daytime, whereas in nighttime we need a thermal camera. So whatever the camera is, it will regulate the tracking and understanding the patterns, and it notifies the officials. And also alarm sound system will be there to detect any illegal mass attacks and crop raiding. Here, with the pictures and videos, we can see, we can understand the pattern and the movement of the situation. What are the water conditions, food resources, behavioral pattern, everything, even the health conditions. So recently, this was in cheetah conservation in Madhya Pradesh. We have seen using these cameras, we have found out about their health conditions, and we have given necessary medication. So this we can use like that. This is one of the successful example we can say. Also, travelers can be avoided any untimely death, and also any illegal poaching activities, and any scarcity of food and water resources. Here also we can take because why this is important, why this avoiding this human wildlife conflict is important is because we have had many deaths already because of this. Like we can see in Uttarakhand recently, Uttarakhand has very tiger population, and tiger population is, and India is the largest number of tigers are present in India. So Uttarakhand is very important. Here, 700 cases have been found in just 2022. And for this, Uttarakhand government built wildlife corridors. And recently, Kerala government also declared this human wildlife conflict as state-specific disorder. So this is a very big step in this approach. Why? Because generally all these conflicts, whatever the human wildlife conflict, is controlled by central government under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Whereas if the like under the Kerala government, it is specified as state-specific disorder. Now it will come under state government's control to control this, so that, of course, because every state have different needs, different animals, different habitats, and everything. I think Kerala is a case study where we can see and we can learn where it actually reduced now all the measures it took, so that all the wildlife, it actually, you can see the very example is only 4% of the accidents are being found in Kerala, and all the, even though it has one of the high 20% of the population of wildlife. So you can say it did a tremendous efforts in controlling this human wildlife conflict. And overall India, I think this should be implemented in all other countries, 700 plus protected areas, including elephant corridors, tiger and lion corridors as well, because these are all the indigenous species found in India, our own species. So also in a Future for All report 2021 by United Nations Environmental Program, it said that local communities have to be involved in the protection of wildlife species, so that wildlife and humans can coexist, and this will lead to human wildlife conflict lesser and lesser. So also, we in citizens should actually understand our duty, our fundamental duty, to protect these corridors and reduce this poaching activities and all. So concluding this topic, the living beings we share, we all have similar environment and nature. So all the resources, the only resources we all have to share. And because of the overpopulation and this climate change happening, because of so much of industrialization and urbanization is happening, we are fighting for space, resources, and even property. So, but earlier it was not there. So these wildlife conflicts were very rare, because first there is less population, there's enough resources for human needs, but now we go for greed. So we are exploiting the forest and wildlife. So this we have to maintain the sustainability, and trespassing detection systems would be there, and helpful and safeguard warn the people, also paving the way by these cameras and all. We can also study animal behavioral pattern. And I'll conclude this with a quote by Daphne Sheldrake. Our ultimate goal should be to live a world where all creatures can live freely in harmony with nature and without the fear of human exploitation. Thank you.
Hari, you are a research scholar, or what exactly? You didn't mention about your background.
I did MSc, sir, biotechnology.
Biotechnology. So you are doing any research now?
No, sir.
So now you are at this college, the Women's University. You are working there.
No, sir. That's one of my other teammates' college. I did it
because your presentation is a true professional. So I got you are a scholar, or you are what exactly? Because it's not a student presentation, no doubt. That difference is there very clear. Very good presentation. Good. It's a way, the right way of preparing the paper and then presenting everything. You did good job. Very good job. Maybe we'll take some comments from our chair. Sujit ji.
Larry, it was nice to sit through your presentation, and I really, but it's really commendable. Only one or two, you can say, input from my side would be just look for data and try to integrate some time series analysis into your study. So you can find out how different techniques are there in time series analysis, because your study actually can have a lot of data over these years. All right, so just try to look into that side. One. Second is, you are talking about sensor-based systems and early warning systems, where in different places, different governments have tried, state governments or central governments. And can they be really real-time to automation using AI, ML, and IoT technologies? And if that is already implemented in different parts of the globe by different countries, so that can be a piece of study for also Indian government as well as the state governments in India, right? So can that be really automated? Say, for example, animals crossing, and if there is some kind of a, it's an accident-prone zone, let's say. So from the AI/ML algorithm, automatically there is a there is a signal, and that starts saving the life of the animal, which is probably not trespassing into a passing train or any goods which is in movement. So that is one side. Can automation be a scope for further study area? And uh, you know, wildlife corridors, you're talking about China, one study, and you said like India should learn from how China has done and all. So I believe India also has been doing pretty good amount of implementation of this kind of schemes and policies, where I notice there are animal corridors, and the roads are also constricted. Even if it is a national highway, also they have a lot of restrictions at different places where the road passes through dense forest areas and all. So we give due credit, due rights to the animals and their the sustainable environment where they live. We have been doing it, but of course, it's not enough, because someone rightly said the world has everything for somebody's need, but nothing for somebody's greed. So your concluding remark was really appreciated, because the human beings have turned out to be really greedy, and so I think are the fallouts for which we have to struggle now for coexistence. Right. So it's a beautiful observation, and it's a commendable job. Try to bring in more empiricism into your study, which will make it very, very robust and acceptable at a very higher platform. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lahari Garu. Sujit sir, you have given wonderful suggestions in every case. That is why we need a person like you to chair this kind of session. So they need some advice. That is very important, because they are doing excellent work, background, very good search. And most of the works, what we observed is the secondary sources so far. The whole session, all 6 papers they presented. You are already given each paper some suggestion, and then some betterment advices and all. So overall, how you found? Because you are already there even in the first session, also few papers. So you can give in a over perspective, because the kind of experience you have from academic side, and you are also into business. Ultimately, so many technologies, so many research, it's not seen the business angle. You are a right person. Maybe from your perception, that business, because revenue is very important, marketing is very important. There may be some local traditional ways also there in minimizing the wildlife conflict, something like that. So certainly from your perception, if you have any time come up, because you worked near that Gandipet campus, might have seen reality also. So certainly there will be some thought process on that. Can you add something to this, particularly either to this paper, doesn't matter, the overall topic also, the focal peak?
My overall observation is really good, and I find immense contribution from these young researchers. They are students, some of them are researchers probably, and their faculties also who are attending, I believe. So the topic which is really well thought out, and this is a kind of a paper presentation, and this is a research seminar. I would suggest also, if you can take one step ahead and make it, let's say, more workshop kind of an event, where they come out with various suggestions, and then some kind of a policy recommendation could be put forth, because I know you are on the field and you have been doing it. So if these researchers in the format of a workshop can actually make it more conclusive in the form of, let's say, recommending clear-cut thought-out policies, its implications, and pass it on to the next level, maybe to the government departments and agencies. So that will be some kind of a value addition to what we have been doing as of now. Otherwise, things remain still theoretical. So after the seminar is over, maybe everything comes to a halt. But I'm saying to go one step ahead and see how at a public policy level we can bring in some changes. Maybe at a local space, doesn't matter. And if it can be at a state level, something could be done. Recommending certain concrete things, concrete findings to the respective departments of the government. I think it would make more sense. And I understand, as Bureau of Foundation, you have been doing it. So why not to integrate these young thought leaders also into that kind of a mechanism? So that will be my suggestion in this.
No, it's very true. It's very true. Ultimate goal of this kind of conference or any workshop, ultimately we should draw the conclusions and should forwarded to the policy makers and some, but we are working out in that direction. We are finding maybe some of the outcomes and some of the advices or the conclusions that we draw from other earlier conferences also. We have seen some coming in the form of implementation in the government also. So maybe whatever it is, whatever percentage or whatever extent. So, but ultimately, the prime objective from the society point of view, at least the students start thinking. So I'm happy that last few months, some students are working, searching about human-wildlife conflict.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a sensitization drive. It's a sensitization drive at a student level. And so that it percolates down the line to other students community also, which is really good.
That is right.
And I am also thankful that you have put everything on YouTube as live. So I'm very, very thankful to you. And then also I've circulated the links to my social circles so that at least people will be sensitized to some extent if they could.
Yes. That is my objective. Primarily, I am looking at that angle because at least we keep on giving some topic every 6 months. Let this it may be very, very high examination season, whatever, it doesn't matter. But there are some semesters, they're ideal or they can spare time. You are getting very good number. Even for this conference, we got good number, but we have made some selection. Some very low standard also we have to disqualify like that. So very nice, Surjit sir. You contributed a lot to this conference. So we
I
keep.
think yeah. I think all the best to everybody. Thank you, sir. I'll catch up later on.
Yes. Thank you very much, Surjit sir.
Have a good day.
Very nice. Maybe if you feel you can make a background exercise, just give me 2 best out of your session. First one, second one, like that, so that I end up the conference. I have to.
I'll pass on
take out the best out of it.
Over WhatsApp, I can send the names, maybe 1, 2, or 3.
No, just put it to my WhatsApp. In your observation, the 2 best papers. Thank you.
I'll do that, sir.
Thank you for joining from Bhubaneswar. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Right. So with this 2 sessions we are successfully completed. That means almost we are 3/4 conference is over. So the last session we have the chair, Dr. V.N. Raidu garu and Dr. Shaileja garu. Both are available. So Dr. Raidu garu is almost service in pollution control board. That is very, very highly relevant with environment and earth, and it is and that too in training division. So he served as director training in pollution control board of Tamil Nadu state. Fortunately, he is our Telugu person, and he has done a lot of environmental assessment works and here and there, guiding, advising, and very active person involving always the particularly student. He is very much interested and is is also part of our foundation. So actively want to involve and then educate the people, motivate the people, so that not just simply sitting in house and searching through computers. Let us go out of the house, see the ground reality, get the real parameters. Always is strive for that. So and he always think in that perception. So we have Raidu garu to take over as chairperson of this last session, and Dr. Sailaja Madam, she is also a faculty as assistant professor at Veeranari Chakal Ailamma Women's University. She also a management studies PhD she did in that management studies from Usmania University, and since last 13 years she is in faculty, that means in teaching field profession, and she has a strong research background, and we can also see there is some good participation in this present conference from the Women's University, Chakal Ailamma Women's University, where Madam is also mentoring the students. So she has the good articles in Scopus Index journals and peer-reviewed articles. more than 10 national international conferences she presented, and she is also in different roles in the college also, just beside along with this faculty, like the BOS uh, chairman for MBA course, and actively involving in all environmental related activities. So I welcome Dr. Saileja Madam. You join Dr. V.N. Raidu and will take forward this last session. Please just say hi to the participants. Participants want to see you both. So Raidu garu is with me.
Hello.
And
good afternoon.
Mm.
Good afternoon, my dear participants. I'm eagerly waiting to hear the presentations and enjoy the day. All the best to all the participants. I'm going to present in the last session of this conference, and I'll be very happy to interact with you. Madam Shailaja also joining me on the dais. So I welcome you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Session, and let us start by calling the papers. I think, madam, if you have anything to.
Yeah, madam will give some about her. Yeah,
Good afternoon, one and all.
I know a little bit about her.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Saileja, assistant professor, and I got 13 years of teaching experience. And I work for Department of Commerce and Business Management at Veeranari Ailama Women's University. Earlier, it was University College for Women, Koti, Hyderabad. And I'm also holding a chair as BOS person for MBA course in MBA department. And I'm also a member in Prakriti Club, which is towards the sustainability of Mother Earth. That interest has dragged me to take an admission or take a membership in this Pure Earth Foundation. And today I'm very much happy to chair this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jayachandra, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, madam. We'll move on to this paper from Venela Panniru. She is from a Royal Agriculture University. What is this place? Cirencester, UK. Maybe she might have studied there, but she is in Telangana only. So her paper is When Sacred Sites Meet the Wild, Navigating Temple and Wildlife Conflict, a case study on Mallamala. So she is already there. Venela, you can introduce or use. Yeah, you can on your video.
Sir, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Vanilla Paniru. I've done my Master's in Agriculture from Royal Agriculture University Science Center. So the topic I've chosen for this conference is a temple wildlife conflict in Nalabala. So India has only about 2.4% of the world's land area, yet it harbors around 8% all the recorded species, which includes 91,000 species of animals and 45,000 species of plants. So according to the recent Forest Survey of India report, the forest and tree cover percentage in our country is 25%, of which forest area is 21.7%. So we also have a network of several protected areas in the country. So I want to here talk quickly about global wildlife scenario. Current level of human activity is affecting our planets on a large scale loss of biodiversity. Even though 55% of the global GDP today we have is from services of nature, our current investment patterns from the first world countries are driving towards destruction. And the most recent example is being the proposal for deep sea mining. So when we see the stats here, the major causes for decline in the wildlife population is first exploitation and then habitat degradation. In these both stats, these are from 2018 report. And when we look at the current scenario, according to the Living Planet Report 2024, in the past 50 years, the wildlife populations have shrunk by 73%. So whenever a population gets reduced, the number falls below a certain point, the services of those species is affected towards the ecosystem. And when the cumulative impacts of these activities reach a threshold, it could result in a substantial and potentially irreversible change. This is what we call a tipping point. So here I want to talk about a major tipping point in the planet is the Amazon rainforest. So Amazon rainforest is what we call the lungs of our planets. The tipping point of Amazon rainforest is deforestation of the forest about 20 to 25%. But today we are already standing at a 17% destruction of the forest. And this kind of activities could easily lead to an extinction level crisis. So here, habitat degradation and loss is driven primarily by our food system and followed by overexploitation, invasive species, and disease. So as a part in conservation, our responsibility is that we take interventions to protect the forest and wildlife of our locality. So that leads to the study area that I've chosen, the Nalamala forest area. This is a famous forest range we have in both states of AP and Telangana. It spans across 6 districts, Nagar Karnool and Nalgonda of Telangana, Nandyal, Palnadu, Prakasham, and Kadapa of Andhra Pradesh state. So predominantly in this forest range, we have 3 types of vegetation: dry deciduous, moist deciduous, and scrub. So the core forest area here, we have about 2,250 kilometers, and the reserve area is about 6,000 square kilometers. And it is estimated that in Nalamala forest, we have the plant species of about 149 families, which includes 29 grass species and 353 medicinal species. And in Nalamala, we have the largest tiger reserve that we have in the country. And the native people of this Nalamala region are the Chenchu tribes. So this area has about 177 Chenchu gudets and also 147 tribal hamlets, which sums up about 15,000 population. So coming to the conservation of wildlife in Nalamala, so this reserve has attained the status of a tiger reserve in 1983 and spans across the area of 3,727 square kilometers. It is situated in Prakasham, Nandyal, and Palnadu districts of Andhra Pradesh. So this reserve, we have the population of tigers, leopards, sloth bears, and approximately 150 species of birds. So when we are talking about birds, it also have migratory bird species which flew across many countries like North America, Central Asia, Uzbekistan, etc. And there are also 14 species of owls that migrate between India, Russia, and also England. So coming to the conservation steps that are currently being implemented in this tiger reserve is they have taken up the conservation breeding of herbivores to strengthen the prey base in tiger habitat and also water management measures like percolation tanks and sources. And there is also a new initiative on no plastic. So there is a ban on single-use plastics. Coming to the challenges of wildlife conservation, these are the list of challenges, and the first one being the pilgrimage and temple tourism related thing, which I'm focusing on today. And here quickly, I'm going to point about forest fires because this is a summer season and most frequent forest fires we observe in Nalamala is in summer season. And according to the reports, available data, 10 to 15 man-made fires are recorded on an average in various parts of each division in every summer season. So I want to talk about temples of Nalamala. There are about 214 sacred groves in Nalamala forest range. It also has the most ancient temples, like major example being the Uma Maheshwara Swami temple in Srisailam, which has a huge influx of devotees every year. So the Srisailam temple, it is mainly having a rush of devotees during Shivratri and Ugadi festivals. Most people, they take up the trekking route that they come from neighboring states on foot to reach the temple. So which causes kind of human and wildlife interactions in that. And there is also Saileshwaram Jatara, which is popularly known as Dakshina Amarnath Yatra. It is conducted every year only in the month of April. And all the prominent temples that I have pointed out here, like majorly there are about 20 to 25 most popular prominent temples which has like huge influx of devotees. All these prominent temples in Narmala forest, like may it be Mahanandi or Ahobilam or Sri Shailam, it will have devotees of around 1500 to 2000 every weekend. And only especially in the month of February or March during Shivratri, every week Sri Shailam will have a devotees of 5 lakhs. So these are the famous temples. And coming to the temple related activities on wildlife, like understanding the wildlife conflict that is related to temple, I've broadly divided this into 3 segments, like habitat encroachment, wildlife interactions, and pollution and waste management issues. So establishment of temple related infrastructure will lead to encroachment of forest lands and disrupting the wildlife habitats. And these interactions of wildlife with humans will result in conflict of crop damage, livestock predation, and human casualties. That the more the wildlife get used to interact with humans, the more they tend to come into the human villages or human habitats for their survival or food. And coming to the pollution and waste management issues, religious gatherings, they often lead to pollution, maybe due to religious rituals or feeding or everything. So including this littering and improper waste disposal, which will affect both terrestrial and aquatic systems. So looking at a broad picture, the main issue of this wildlife conflict related to temples, it lies with increasing in the human footprint within the forest. So pilgrimages, expansions, road constructions, or any related tourism infrastructure will often lead to the habitat loss, noise pollution, and increased plastic waste, which all disrupt the delicate balance of the forest ecosystem. And these are some news articles I've collected. We can majorly see the vehicle collisions, which are a common occurrence within this Nalamala forest range. And here it's a speeding vehicles, it killed about 64 animals on Srisailam highway. And we can observe here that the data, the number of this collisions are increasing every year. And there is also numerous leopard deaths that are reported from 2022, and also incidents with deers and wild boars, wild cats, etc. So coming to the conflict dynamics and understanding each section of the conflict we are having, first is infrastructure and infrastructure-driven habitat loss. So whenever there is a temple located and whenever there is a huge influx of people to it, we obviously tend to like improve the infrastructure around it, arrange some hotels or some kind of halls or etc. So these road expansions for the temple access in the forest area, it has disrupted around 14 wildlife corridors since 2010, which forced the tigers in the reserve to go for the smaller territories in the pilgrimage routes. So, which is about 43%. Like half of the territories have shifted to the human-related habitats in that forest. And Saleshwaram Temple Bridge construction altered the riparian zones, reducing the fish stocks by 28% in the Krishna River. And the recent news about construction of a marriage hall, toiletries, and other related infrastructure of temple, they asked about 5 hectares of a reserve forest area to establish these facilities, asking from the forest. So this kind of proposals, they raise a concern that it could cause potential disturbances to wildlife and it could further lead to a habitat degradation. When we look at the statistics here of the recent things, the most fatalities we are seeing is in the proximity of the temples. And the data also revealed that 67% of these attacks are occurred during the peak pilgrimage months. The second one is habitat fragmentation. 43% of the tiger movements intersect with the pilgrimage routes in the Srisailam temple, and the water bodies which are present in the forest area being dried up. So now the animals are being diverted to the village areas which are bordering Atmapur and Nandyal division. Second is the breeding cycle disruptions. So during 2023 breeding season, tigers killed about 17 livestock in Padananthapuram village, and most of the attacks are in like less than 2 kilometers from the temple paths. So here, when we talk about the conservation, the tiger reserve are going for a full forest closure during the breeding session. But when it comes to cub independence of this 18 to 24 months, when the mothers are most protective of their young ones and they'll be in a very defensive mode, here the protective measures has to be taken. And also, when we talk about a forest area, we should also talk about the native people of that area. So understanding the socio-economic dimensions here, the indigenous tribe of Nalamala area is the Chenchu tribe. So as the tiger reserve has established, 78% of these Chenchus are relocated. So it got a loss of traditional foraging practices. They are being divided of their own culture, and their sacred sites are remaining inaccessible to them. And also, when we look at the financial situation like economical marginalization, whatever the economy that is being generated from the temples, annually it's about 3.2 billion, and yet it is not being invested in the people that are native to that region. And 62% of this population, they are working as just daily laborers, and 9% of them are engaging in the forest-based livelihoods. So coming to the mitigation frameworks, when we talk about culture and conservation, there is always a very fragile balance between them. So as the technology is improving nowadays, we have to go for a more sensible technology-driven measures that brings to the regulated pilgrimage models where we are implementing the staggered visiting hours. Now, currently, most of the temples, the visiting hours are till 9 p.m. So where the risk is high, we can go for 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. like that. And implementing seasonal closures during the tiger breeding and also monsoon periods will reduce the cub mortality. Next, going for the eco-sensitive infrastructure. So rerouting the pedestrian tracks, which are present now, using the GIS mapped wildlife corridors, it would greatly improve the wildlife situation there and also decrease the casualties of humans as well as wildlife. And implementing a tiered pilgrimage pricing. So going for the premiums and whatever the profit we get from the premiums, we have to like direct it towards habitat restoration funds. And next is the technology integration. So wherever the hotspots are there, so we have to enable AI-enabled camera traps, and which will lead us to the accuracy of 92% in predicting the animal movements. And developing augmented reality temple tours will divert 30% of the foot traffic from core habitats. And also, whatever the temple layer, like we do not have any current data on what all the temples that are situated exactly in the Nalamala forest area. We just have the numbers. So implementing GIS mapping through that, it will help us to balance the conservation needs as well as our worship beliefs. And also calculating the ecological footprint of temples will also help. Community-led conservation initiatives. So as for the tribal welfare, going for the steward programs, training them as an anti-poaching personnel, which is also currently going on now, but needs more effect. And as a biodiversity monitors, leverages the tracking skills of them, because as they are the native people of the forest, they know about the forest more than us. So why not we just keep that as a leverage to ourselves to understand more about the wildlife as well as the forest in the area. And non-timber forest products, so increasing the income, household income of tribes, we can go for mahua, flower or tamarind processing units, which will increase the income about 8,000 a month. So coming to the conclusion, the Nalamala conflict, it raises a kind of a conservative and kind of a conflict concept where there is a need for adapt governance that respects the ecological thresholds while preserving the cultural identity and beliefs of the communities. So we can only achieve success by integrating the native tribal knowledge with the modern technology, and also ensuring the temple tourism, which will evolve as a stewardship model. So I want to conclude this presentation by saying that for centuries in the countries across the world, the civilization, nature, and spiritualities are deeply entangled, like interwoven. We can't separate them from each other and say that like extract mechanisms, we cannot divide it. But seeing the today's crisis and global scenario, we have to go for a multidimensional approach in order to develop a sustainable living patterns for both humans and wildlife, as being the most intelligent species on the planet and also destructor of many ecosystems. The responsibility falls upon humans to take responsibility for the other species on the planet too. Thank you.
Very well presented, Mr. Vendala Paneer. You have done a good job. I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
During this temple tourism is predominantly increasing in our country.
Yes, sir.
With the recent opening up of a lot of channels, people are also explaining the importance of the temples. Because in previous years, only a few members used to travel to these temples and in seasonal way. But now it has become a common affair in all the temples. Particularly in Srisailam. What is the quantity of, you have any idea on the quantity of waste, solid waste generated in that particular area?
So currently I don't have the exact data of it, but there is a lot of plastic pollution that is being observed, especially when I heard this news about migratory birds. The plastic being included in the food cycle of migratory birds when they're being in the Nalamala forest, that points out the increased human activity there throughout the year, even in the breeding seasons or their migratory period. So a deep research has to be done in this area for the
Because in your slide, I could see that 3 elephants are eating the trash, like plastic and things like that.
Yes.
You have mentioned about the killings of the wildlife. Vice versa, what is the statistics on the human, the wildlife killing the wildlife, killing the human, that was going on the Padayatras and other things.
So in the slide in the table, the fatalities are actually related to humans, which attacked by tigers, leopards, and sloth bears.
Okay, good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vanilla, I have
Yes,
a question
ma'am.
for you, ma'am.
Yes.
What are the sources of information you have used to collect the data and to what extent it is reliable?
Ma'am, actually, there are no solid reports that are present now, but I've gone through all the reports from news sources and research papers that are available in the research kit, and as well as I've talked about few security department personnel from Nalamala Forest Reserve. So those are the criteria of my data collection.
Okay, Vanilla. Thank you. Overall, a very good presentation.
Thank you.
So that's very good from Vanilla. You are a research scholar. What exactly you are doing now?
Sir, I've finished my post-graduation and I'm applying for PhD programs now, sir. Okay. Looking for a funded PhD.
Because it's sounding like a scholar presentation, like the previous one. So I just asked that. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So all the best. We'll call the next speaker. Except Dwaraka and Madhavi from GNITS, conflicts, impact of urbanization, industrialization, and infrastructure development of human wildlife. Yeah. Maybe I think some titles need to be justified. Yeah. Okay, fine. Dwaraka and Madhavi, are you there? Yeah, they are there.
Yes, yes, sir. Good
Share
afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Very good.
Yes, sir.
Share your screen. By the time, meantime, one of you speaker will introduce about which year you are studying, what branch, everything. Other person can share the screen, everything. Don't waste, utilize all your time.
Yes. Sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dwaraka, and this is my friend Madhavi. We are studying in Gene RNMA Institute of Technology and Sciences. We are from first year ECE department.
Be good.
Today, we are discussing about the impact of human-wildlife conflicts due to urbanization, industrialization, and infrastructure development. Sir, can we take a few minutes to share the screen? We are having some internet issues.
What difficulty? You are working on system only, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Use that share button. Just share only that window. Then you go. Yeah, it's coming.
So can you just come out?
No, now you open your presentation. Your
Yes, sir. I opened it.
and while sharing only you select the window where your presentation instead of whole screen.
Is that internet connection is slow, sir. Sorry
Fine.
for this.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Suppose you have any other mode of reading the presentation or you have points to speak, you continue. Let that network. We cannot correct it. No. You go ahead. So go ahead with your topic and then, or you stop your video, then at least it may improve. Dwaraka, you can stop your video so that only presentation. Yeah, you stop your video and share only screen. Network that is not there. Or if you hold for some time, we can complete the next speaker. Dwaraka, if you can wait for some time, we will complete, go to the next presentation, and then you can again come back. No problem. If there is any technical issue, don't worry. So with the next speaker, Chitra Jayan, are you ready?
Ha, sir. Yeah.
Good. Our topic is human-wildlife conflict in the green paradise of Kerala, ecological crisis, tribal vulnerabilities, and pathways to coexistence in Wayanad. Oh. She is Chitra Jayan from Pondicherry Central University. Please continue. Share your screen and you can continue.
Yeah, okay, sir. Sir, is my screen visible?
Share now, share. It is not visible.
Okay. So now is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So a very warm good afternoon to one and all present here, respected panel members and my dear fellow candidates. I am Chitra and I'm from Kerala and I've done my masters in marine biology from Pondicherry Central University. So first of all, let me apologize for not turning on the camera as I'm not feeling well today. And I hope I'll be considered for it. And yeah. So I'm so honored to be a part of this 10th Pure Earth Environment Conference with a focal theme of human wildlife conflict. And as a part of this, I'm here to talk about the human wildlife conflict in the green paradise of Kerala. And here we'll be exploring the ecological crisis, tribal vulnerabilities, and the pathways to coexistence in Wayanad. So let me start by giving an introduction about the Wayanad. And Wayanad is a picturesque mountainous district which is located in the northeastern part of Kerala, and also it exists in the southern region of Deccan Plateau, covering about 2,132 kilometers. And it is located at the junction of three biogeographically distinct and diverse regions, the Western Ghats, which is a contiguous forest ecosystem, and the Nilagiri Hills and the Deccan Plateau. Talking about the landscape, it is characterized by lofty ridges, which is scattered with dense forest and deep valleys, with noticeable peaks such as Vellarimala, Banasura, Brahmagiri, and Chemra, reaching of a height between 1,500 and 2,100 meters. And these hills supports plantations of coffee, tea, pepper, cardamom, and other spices, while the plain are primarily used for agriculture. So, talking about the Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary, which was established in 1973 and span around 344 square kilometer, which is a part of Nilagiri Biosphere, and it connects with Bandipur, Nagarkol, and Mudumalai reserves, forming a crucial wildlife corridor in the Western Ghats. These sanctuaries are also known for its rich biodiversity, including large population of Asian elephants, tigers, leopards, and etc. And also there are other vertebrates, reptiles, and amphibians are included, and also different types of bird species. So as you can see, this is a picture of a Brahmagiri peak, and all these peaks made Wayanad a great trekking place for the tourists. And now this is the representation of the map of Wayanad, and I'm going to explain this. And as you can see from the map, this is 100% of a forest area, where 42.90 percentage area where cut short into agricultural and plantation area, where we have plantations like rubber, coffee, tea, cardamom, and etc. And 9.86 percentage of forest area is cut off into agricultural and other crop cultivations like paddy, tubers like tapioca, and etc. Also sugar canes. And in support of these agricultural plantations and crops, there of course there should be a built up area or settlement area, where 0.61 percentage of is taken, and additionally 1.22 percentage of the water body is covered within this area. And all these resulted in the reduction of the forest to 45.41 percentage, which led to the wildlife habitat loss. So that is the context of this um, presentation that I'm going to talk about. So, talking about the ecological crisis of the wild, first one is the habitat fragmentation and biodiversity loss, and I don't think it should be uh, talked because I've seen a lot of candidates have already talk about it, and I can just point out some causes and impact. Since there will be a habitat fragmentation and biodiversity loss, there will be a there will be expanding of agriculture and urbanization, which will eventually impact in the elephant and other tiger and also the primates get into the human settlements, and there will be a high frequency of conflicts. Second one is the climate change amplifies resource scarcity. So the altered rainfall patterns and the increasing of temperature variation, it will affect the natural water and food source, which will result in the wildlife ventures into farms for sustenance, and which will gradually result in the retaliatory killings. Due to these retaliatory killings, there is a high chance of a decrease in number of the endangered species and like tigers and Asian elephants. So there are a lot of incidents that happened in Kerala, I mean in Wayanad, like this retaliatory killing, because human, of course, in need of their survival, they should uh, come into, they should kill these animals. So I just want to point out one thing is that the recent landslide that happened in Wayanad, that is on June 30th of 2024. And the primary reason for this is a heavy rainfall, but I can say that habitat loss or deforestation is also a part or a reason, a relevant reason for this landslide, which caused around 200 people were killed during this landslide, and around 100 people are still missing. And this happened in Punjirimattam, Mundakai, Churalmala. These are the villages in Nepadi Panchayat, which is in Wayanad district. So this was one of the deadliest landslide that Kerala have faced in years. And now we are going to talk about the third uh, crisis, that is predator prey dynamics disruption. So this is a case study that there are a lot of tiger attacks in Wayanad right now, and they mainly attack the livestock of the human and also the stray dogs. Even there was one case where a lady was attacked by a tiger, and these are all the cause of habitat loss in the wildlife uh, due to the what we can say, due to the urbanization of population. And this is the impact of this one. I can say that the retaliatory killing that I talked about earlier, and which will push the keystone species like tigers towards extinction. So in the next slide, we'll be talking about the tribal vulnerabilities and how the human-wildlife conflicts are affected by the tribal people. So first one is the loss of livelihood. Tribal communities in Wayanad, such as Katunayagans, their primary depend upon agriculture and livestock for their livelihood. So, incidents of crop destruction and livestock predation by elephants, tigers, and leopards have led to substantial economic losses. For instance, in Panavaram Panchayat, it is a panchayat in Manandawadi of Wayanad, where farmers were reported significant crop damages due to wild animal attacks, which is impairing agricultural production and lowering income levels. So, so as I said that there are primary crops like tea, coffee, and some especially arecanut and coconut and banana fruits are some of the major crops cultivated in Wayanad, and these fruits are damaged by monkeys during the fruiting season, and entire plants were damaged by the elephants occasionally. So these are some negative impacts or negative interactions that the tribal vulnerabilities as well as the urban settlements are facing. And some of the second one is the displacement and resettlement challenges. So intensified human wildlife conflicts have compelled several families within the Wayanad Wildlife Sanctuary to consider relocations. So I think between 1985 and 2012, the Forest Department recorded around 48 human deaths, 84 injuries, and 5,938 cases of crop damage due to wildlife attacks. And despite the government's resettlement packages, many tribal families are reluctant to move due to emotional ties to their ancestral lands and concerns about adapting to urban lifestyle. So these tribal people or Adivasis, they'll be emotionally attached to their forest land, and they have these concerns about how they can adapt to a urban lifestyle. These are also some tribal vulnerabilities or consequences of wildlife human wildlife conflict. And the third one is health and safety risk. The proximity of wildlife to human settlements poses direct threats to the health and safety of tribal communities. There have been incidents of human fatalities and injuries resulting from wildlife attacks. And additionally, limited access to healthcare facilities in remote areas, especially in a forest area, it will be very limited for the health facilities. So these situations will be leading to a preventable death and health complications. And fourth one is the cultural and
Yes,
social
yes, I'm not
disruption.
moving.
Uh,
Madam, your slides are not moving.
Sir, I'm just explaining the
Oh,
things.
each
Oh,
point. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
each point I'm explaining, sir. Yeah. So the fourth point is the cultural and social disruptions. Tribal communities in Wayanad have deep cultural and spiritual connections to their forested habitat. And displacements and changes in lifestyle due to human wildlife conflicts will disturb these traditional practices, social structures, and community cohesion. The loss of access to forests for gathering resources and practicing cultural rituals will lead to a sense of alienation and identity crisis among the tribal members. So this is one of the major vulnerability that is faced by the tribal people inside in the Wayanad district. And fifth one I can say is the limited mitigation measures. So there are various mitigation strategies proposed, including the use of beehive fencing. And as I don't know if you're aware of it, Wayanad is one of the place where you get the best honey, and there are tribal communities who are depending upon only on the production of honey, and these wild honey is very nutritious, and also it has several health benefits also comparing to the normal honey. And so in order to um, protect these honey beehives, there are beehive fencing and traditional biofences using crops like chili. Their implementation has been inconsistent. So the effectiveness of these measures is often compromised by lack of awareness and insufficient resources and inadequate support from authorities. So if we want to implement something, there should be some adequate measures, or there should be insufficient resources and inadequate support. So all these lack of all these will result in the limited mitigation measures. And also the integration of traditional knowledge with modern conservation practices remains a challenge. It is not that easy to practice traditional knowledge with modern conservation practices. And sixth one is the governance and institutional gaps. So there was one incident in 2003 in Muttanga where tribal protesters were met with the police violence, which highlights the strained relationship between tribal communities and state authorities. Such kind of incidents will only lead a mistrust and a reluctance among tribal communities to engage with government agencies, which will hinder the conflict resolution and implementation of the welfare programs. So these are the tribal most highlighted tribal vulnerabilities that I can point out. So next is some key government initiatives for coexistence. There are some initiatives taken by the government in order to set up a coexistence between human and wildlife. So first one is the uh, technological um inventions. So, human wildlife conflict in Wayanad, especially in Kerala, has escalated in recent years. So, posing significant challenges to both wildlife conservation and the livelihood of local communities, and also to address these issues and to promote coexistence. The Kerala government have implemented some multifaceted approach combining both technical innovations, traditional knowledge, and community engagement in a interdepartmental coordination way. So first one is the technological interventions. That is smart fencing system. As you can see on the side, this is a smart fencing. This is a picture of smart fencing system, and the forest department has initiated the installation of AI powered smart fences equipped with thermal sensors and camera traps in conflict prone areas like Chethalayam and other red zones in Wayanad. And these systems aim to detect and deter wildlife movements near human settlements. And another one initiative is like real-time alert mechanisms. To enhance surveillance and response times, the government is deploying thermal sensor equipped drones and solar powered street lights along forest fringes. And additionally, AI based alert systems are being set up to provide real time updates and wildlife movements. And I have noticed that two, three people have talked about the AI technologies, how AI technologies can be implemented in this particular issue. Also, so since the technology is growing to a big extent, we can get anything, whatever we want, we can get. So these AI based technologies can be implemented in order to maintain a sustainable way of human animal life. And second one is the integration of traditional knowledge. That, as I said earlier, beehive fencing and biofencing techniques are two traditional method of traditional method of survival. And beehive fencing is inspired by successful model in Africa and Southeast Asia. The Kerala Forest Department is now experimenting with beehive fencing along forest boundaries, including around 2.6 kilometer stretch in Wayanad. And this method leverage elephants' natural aversion to bees and to prevent their entry into human habitats. But still, they are these elephants are entering into even they are trying to remove the, I mean, destroy the fences also. I can show one video of that. See, this is one video. This is one recent case reported in Wayanad. As you can see, this elephant was trying to destroy the fence out there. See, these kind of issues are mainly due to the nothing but the urbanization and the greediness of human, I can say. Yeah, and last but not least, the financial support and compensation. Sorry, the interdepartmental coordination. Oh, Mm, hello, am I audible?
Yeah, present. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Conclude.
Yes.
You are to time. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, so these are the two traditional method of beehive fencing and biofencing. Next is the community engagement and capacity building. So community engagement and capacity building. So there is one recent initiative taken by the Kerala Forest Department and the Wildlife Trust of India. So in December 2024. They initiated a frontline staff training uh, in it's like a workshop conducted for the frontline forest staff across Wayanad, and these kind of sessions focused on human wildlife conflict management and including mitigation strategies, stakeholder analysis, and wildlife rescues operations. I would say that these type of initiatives and these type of workshops should be initiated again, so that the youth will be more aware about the wildlife and human conflicts in their particular area. It's not especially not in Wayanad, in every part of the world, or like India or wherever, these kind of initiatives should be taken more. And the second one is volunteer led response teams. Recognizing the importance of community involvement, the Kerala government has established primary response teams in panchayats with several severe human wildlife conflicts. These volunteer groups are trained to monitor wildlife movements and respond promptly to incidents. So there are as a common youth, everyone should come up by themselves to volunteer themselves to lead this kind of programs and all. So next one is the interdepartmental coordination. So in that, the one of the in a program was command control center. A centralized command control center has been set up in Wayanad to coordinate efforts among various departments, including forest, police, revenue, and local administration. This facility ensures swift action during wildlife-related emergencies and facilitate interstate communication. Next one is the district level monitoring committee. The government has constituted monitoring committees at the district and panchayat level to oversee the implementation of mitigation measures and assess the effectiveness of interventions and ensure community participations. Uh, Next is financial support and compensation. That
Are
is
you concluding, Chitra ji?
sorry.
Chitra, are you concluding?
Yeah, I'm about to conclude, sir. Hello.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So by this, these are the main initiatives taken from the government in order to coexistence the human and wildlife. And let me conclude by giving some pathways to for the coexistence of the this wildlife and human conflict. To foster a harmonious relationship, these are some the following are some strategies which are being emphasized. So first one is habitat management. Efforts are underway to restore swamps and grasslands within forest area, ensuring adequate water availability and preserving natural habitats for wildlife. So there are efforts going on in Wayanad in order to restore the swamps and grassland within forest area. So the wildlife or the animals won't come into the human settlements in order to search for water and food. And there should be public awareness campaigns. So the government is conducting programs to educate the public about human wildlife conflicts and tailored to the unique features of each locality. So in Wayanad, the community there are different types of community in different places. So depending upon that community, there should be a tailored campaigns depending upon particular communities. Those type of campaigns are going on in awareness campaigns are going on in Kerala. And these campaigns are aiming to promote coexistence and reduce human wildlife interactions. Next one is the research and monitoring. So, collaborations with institutes like the Kerala Forest Research Institute and the Wildlife Institute of India are ongoing to study behavioral changes in wild animals due to climate change and other factors contributing to human wildlife. So, these are some methods for the coexistence for the wildlife and human conflicts. And like I said, this is some of the example that has happened in Wayanad recently. And this one, this news which have given is very recent. On April 24th, a man named Arumugam was killed due to a wild elephant attack. And this happened in on Thursday, this Thursday, on Ermakoli place. And yeah, that's about my presentation. Thank you so much.
Very elaborate presentation, Chitra. Quite
Thank you, sir.
interesting. The topic is
Yeah.
exciting. I have a few questions. But
Yeah, sir.
why not you have coffee plantation in these hills?
Sorry?
I'm not wrong. The Wayanad area has a
Huh.
lot of coffee plantation.
Yeah, sir.
In the coffee farm plantation, they use a lot of pesticides. There are
Uh-huh.
umpteen number of studies by Center for Science and Environment, New Delhi, that the pesticides have killed a lot of both human and the populations of wildlife population also has been degraded there due to the coffee plantation and exorbitant use of pesticides. You have any idea? Have you got any idea on that studies? Ms. Chitra. Am I
Hello,
audible?
sir. Hello. Yeah,
Am
sir,
I
you're
audible
audible.
to you?
Yeah, can you please repeat the question, sir?
Do you have any idea about that?
No, there was a lot of sir is asking
Huh.
coffee plantation activity. Is it there in Wayanad area? If it is there, they are using the pesticides.
Yeah.
You have any data, any observation, any information about that? Is it true or what exactly? Because you
Sir,
belong to Kerala and
yeah.
some study on this topic.
Yeah.
Sir is just checking with you.
Yeah, sir. Actually, one of my relative, he's already having a coffee plantation in Wayanad. He have his own plantation. As far as my knowledge, I don't think he is using any kind of pesticides in there. I mean, like go there like on every vacation time. We go there and we walk through the coffee plantation, and I don't see any kind of pesticide using over there, sir, as per my knowledge. And if yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you, sir.
Chitra,
Yeah,
am I
ma'am.
audible, Chitra?
Yeah, ma'am.
Chitra, I would like to say that your research has very important implications, no doubt in that.
Okay.
But you could have done an empirical study that would have added more weightage to your presentation.
Yeah, yeah,
Your
yeah,
paper looks more of conceptual.
yeah. Actually, ma'am, I didn't get much due to some time limitations. I couldn't do it as like you said, but I'll definitely try it on the next presentation. Or yeah, I'll keep these things in mind, ma'am.
Okay, Chitra.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chitra.
Thank you, sir.
So we move on to the next speaker. A study on environmental challenge changes for human wildlife conflicts by Madhya Tarana. Veeranari Chakali Ailamma Women's University. Madhya, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Very good. Very good. Yes. Share your screen and present.
So, is my screen visible to you?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Madhya Taranum from Veeranari Chakali Ailama Women's University. I'm an MBA final year student. Today, I'll be sharing my research on a study on environmental changes for human-wildlife conflicts. Here, I want to start with a quotation. The more we encroach upon nature, the louder it pushes back. Sustainable coexistence isn't a choice. It's a necessity of every individual. As we see that human life conflict has become a worldwide problem in the present era because of the environmental shifts and the human activities. While human population grows and urbanization, farming, resource utilization is increasingly overlapped with the wildlife habits. Because of all these interactions, there is human life as well as animal life. Both are getting effectively, negatively, they are getting affected with each other. These conflicts are expressed through crop damage, attacks on livestock, competition for resources, damages to infrastructure, even human security threats. And such as because this droughts, flooding, wildlife can also drive wildlife into human settlement, increasing encounters of animals. This because of these conflicts, they are increasing in chances of destroying biodiversity, which can also undermine sustainable development and conservation. Objective of my study was to investigate the awareness and perception of individuals regarding human-wildlife conflicts and environmental changes, and to identify the factors contributing to wildlife conflicts and environmental changes. Third objective of my study was to investigate the relationship between responded location and the perceived impact of climate change on human-wildlife conflicts, to explore the impact of human-wildlife conflict on local communities and the environment, to examine the relationship between respondent demographics and the perceived responsible entities for managing human wildlife conflicts. Here I have used a quantitative approach. I have prepared a structured questionnaire which has shared among the number of participants. They have filled these questions and the questionnaire consists of 15 questions. Here I have used chi-square test and frequency analysis as a statistical tool to analyze the data. I have collected 76 responses from various each categories. First objective, to investigate the awareness and perception of individuals regarding human-wildlife conflicts and environmental changes. Null hypothesis was there is no significant association between demographic characteristics and awareness and perception of human-wildlife conflicts. Table 1 shows that occupation and the awareness among the individual. So here we are accepting null hypothesis as we got the p-value more than 0.05. Table 2 shows the age versus frequency of human-wildlife conflicts. Here also we are accepting null hypothesis because of increasing p-value of more than 0.05. Level of education and the main cause of human-wildlife conflict. Here also we are accepting null hypothesis because the p-value is 0.35. In table 4, location versus concern about human-wildlife conflicts. There is no relation. So at the end we can conclude that there is no significant association between demographic characteristic and awareness and perception of human-wildlife conflicts based on the responses I have received. Second objective was to identify the factors contributing to human-wildlife conflict on environmental changes. From the pictorial, we can say that 27% respondent feels that habit destruction is one of the main factors which are contributing to human-wildlife conflicts. Next is 22% human population is also 27% and 22% climate change and wildlife cohabitat fragmentation. 3% of respondents feel that the other factors, apart from the 4 factors, there are other factors which are contributing to human-wildlife conflicts. Third objective, to investigate the relationship between respondent location and the perceived impact on climate change on human-wildlife conflicts. After analyzing the responses, here I have concluded that there is no significant relationship between respondent location and the perceived impact of climate change on human-wildlife
conflicts. Here I have considered two locations, urban and rural. I have got the responses from the both the ends. Objective 4, to explore the impact of human-wildlife conflict on local communities and environment. Here I have applied frequency analysis to count the percentage of negative impact, positive impact, and the neutral impact from individuals. So, local communities, 86% of respondents perceived a negative impact, 8% perceive no impact, it means neutral, and 7% perceive a positive impact. When it comes to economic impacts, 79% feels as a negative impact, 11% feels as neutral, level percent again feels as a positive impact. When it comes to environment, 83% of respondents perceive a negative impact, 8% perceive a neutral response, and 9% perceive a positive impact. So here we can say that the majority of respondents perceive a negative impact of human-wildlife conflicts on local communities and economic impact. Even the environment is also perceived to be negatively getting impacted because of all these conflicts. Objective 5, to examine the relationship between respondent demographics and the perceived responsible entities for managing human-wildlife conflicts. Here in this table, I have considered some of the manageable responses for responsible entities for managing these human-wildlife conflicts. First was government agencies, second was local communities, third conservation organization, and other. So here we have concluded it is accepting null hypothesis, saying that there is no relationship between respondent demographics and their perceived responsible. At the end, one of the suggestion I could have find out is it's a responsibility of every individual to look after their nature as they are staying in this world. Findings of my study was, first thing, demographic factors has statistically no significant influence on awareness and perception. When it comes to people perception of climate change, is role in escalating but not significantly across different urban and rural areas. There was no statistical difference in opinions on responsibility based on demographic background, especially between rural and urban residents. When a small percentage ignores neutral or positive effects, the overwhelming sentiment was that human wildlife are harmful to communities, economics, and the environment because of the more percentage of negative impact. Suggestions: by using promoting education and awareness program at the early stage can increase the awareness about the conflicts, and enhancing habitat restoration efforts, implementing wildlife corridors and buffer zones, involve local communities in conflict management, strengthen climate resilient wildlife management policies, develop conflict resolution framework, and government and NGO collaboration for foster partnership between government agencies. Here, as the study has revealed that level of awareness among the respondents about human-wildlife conflict, with the majority attributing to the issue of habitat destruction and human population growth. But climate change has widely recognized by participants as a significant factor intensifying this conflict. The findings also highlighted on the perception about the conflict causes, management responsibilities are generally uniform, regardless of demographic differences. The research has underscored the urgent need for multi-stakeholder collaboration, including government bodies, conservation organizations, and local communities to address this problem which are facing in the present era. Thank you.
Nice piece of work, Ms. Madhya Tarunam.
Yes.
I have a few doubts. This particular study.
Yes, sir.
Done.
So among students, like I have targeted students and the faculty of the college to know their perception about this.
No, you have defined urban and rural areas.
Yes,
in
sir.
your study. You have given the statistics of some. You have made some questionnaire. What is the questionnaire?
Yes,
can you show me the questionnaire? Can you share me the questionnaire?
Sir, right now it is not available in the laptop.
You please send it. One more thing is what is the age group you studied? What is the age group?
Sir, actually it was for the students who are from UG and to the faculty right now present. So of me, like the responses which I have received, it is all about under 45. to the 18 to
That
45
means
age.
20 to 45, how did you manage? 20 you have taken a group and 30 you have taken a group, or 45 you have taken a group, or
Sir,
you have studied randomly?
No, sir, it was 18 to 25, then 25 to 35, and 36 to 45, like the three category was given.
That you have studied only in your college.
Yes, sir. Like the around me who are there, but of student, like we'll be having some network, our own networks in other colleges also.
One second. Your presentation doesn't denote which is the urban area you have studied and which is the rural area you have taken into consideration for your study.
Sir,
Where is
urban,
the detailing?
the respondents are from Hyderabad itself. When it comes to rural, there are from some Nizamabad, Suryapet, like that I have got responses.
No, you got responses well and good, but you have to mention these areas. It becomes a wide open presentation. If you say rural can be anything. If it can be Kamareti or even your Gadwal or anything. Anything can be there. Is it Telangana? Are you talking about India in total, or you are talking about a particular
It's only about
area?
Telangana.
Huh?
It's only about Telangana. And
That you have to mention in your presentation. You should be clear. Your focus should be on some particular area. Okay, you have done a good job. I don't deny it. Your statistics and things are all giving good results, but the focus area should be there in a study area. We call the study area is what is a localized place where you are subjecting the people to do to draw out the different strata of the requirement of the environment. Human wildlife conflict. What is the Hyderabad? What kind of conflict you have found in Hyderabad?
Sir, I didn't particularly focus on a district or something. It was just a normal questionnaire shared among the people to know their own things. So as I have said that regarding this habit destructions and all, it came into the picture, climate change.
Okay.
Madam, Shailaja garu.
Yes, sir. Madhya?
Yes, ma'am.
Madhya, the methodology which you have used appears sound and well structured. I have to appreciate you for that. And I have a question for you, ma.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please tell me what are the simple activities people can adopt to reduce this conflict between human and wildlife that are actually caused by environmental changes as per your study?
Like they were mentioned something like habit, like when it comes to changing the behavior and attitude towards the nature, like people have become, as sir has like recent in the previous section, sir has mentioned about people are not caring. They'll think that the one who is protecting is against them, right? So by creating some education awareness program about the particular thing, I think it can be solved. We have so many methods, but when it comes to only education is lacking.
So you meant to say that we have to create awareness among the people?
Yes, ma'am. If it is in the schools and the colleges, it can be at the early stage.
Okay. Thank you, Madhya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Madhya. So I think these GNITS girls are ready. So Dwaraka and Madhavi, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dwaraka, and here is my friend Madhvi. We are from G. Naranamma Institute of Technology and Science. Now we are going to present about the conflicts impact of urbanization, industrialization, and infrastructure development of human wildlife. So I would like to ask a question to everyone that did you know that every year human wildlife conflicts leads to millions of dollars in damages and counters animals' deaths? Yes. So we would like to give reasons for those things. Uh, Urbanization and human wildlife conflicts, habitat loss and fragmentation. Habitat loss and fragmentation is the process where large continuous habitats are broken into smaller
isolated patches due to natural phenomena or human activities like agriculture, urban developments, roads, and deforestation. Um, Wildlife in urban areas. We have two case studies on wildlife in urban areas. Uh, Mumbai leopards. Sanjay Gandhi National Park is located within Mumbai, one of the most populated city in the world. This park is home to a significant population of leopards. Urban development expanded around the park. Human settlements come closer to the leopard habitats. This led to an increase in human leopard encounters, including attacks on people and especially at night. For the solution of this, they have uh, installed motion sensor cameras. And coming to the second case, New Delhi, large population of rhesus monkeys are in the around city. They have become major problem in urban areas. They often enter homes, hospitals, government buildings, markets, and damage all. These incidents of monkey bites injuries have increased over the year. And next, behavioral adaptation, food attractants, birds nesting in building instead of trees. These behaviors help elements adjust to human-dominated environment. Uh, go, uh, Ju- Zoonotic disease. When wildlife and humans live close to like cities, risk of zoonotic disease like diseases that spread from animals to humans are goes up. Next, when people and animals compete for space, food, and water, and then the development changes landscapes too fast, conflict is almost inevitable. It's not when humans and wild elements both need the same things like food, water, and land, but either and forms grow very fast quickly. Uh, there is not enough space for wildlife. So, by deforestation, urbanization, infrastructure development, and industrialization, there is a threat for animals and they occupy the habitats of people. Because of these, conflicts becomes almost unavoidable. Animals enter human areas looking for resources and people see them as threats. Next, these are the some of the pictures where humans and animals are facing conflicts. In the first picture, humans are facing problems by the animals, and coming to the fourth picture, animals are affected by the human activities. Even species that are legally protected are often unprotected in reality because their habitats lie outside official reserves. Uh, it's not protected in outside government protected areas like national parks or wildlife sanctuaries. So animals can still face threats like hunting, habitat destruction, and conflicts with people. These are the 726 protected areas in India, comprising 4.88% of total land area, and tiger is 29% outside tiger reserves, and elephant 67% outside, and oaf, dolphin, and blackbird. Industrialization and home human wildlife conflicts. Uh, Industrialization is when industrialization happen, it needs large areas of lands and lots of natural resources. Uh, for the land conversion, uh, deforestation occurs and many forests are deforested. Next, resource extraction. Extraction of coal and fuels are extracted for the fuel production of industrialization. Due to this, pollution occurs, air pollution, water pollution, and chemicals. Land pollution also occurs. Due to this light noise, animals are shifted from the habitats to the human habitats. Next, species displacement, ecosystem degradation. Due to these pollutions of air and water, they displace their habitats to the human habitats. Coming to case studies, Congo Basin and India's Godavari. Congo is the famous city in Africa which is facing air pollution uh, due to the industrialization, and India's Godavari River, which is passing from Maharashtra to Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Uh, Due to industrialization, water is polluting and aquatic animals are facing problems, and infrastructure and human wildlife conflicts. Uh, by building roads, railways, animals are getting out of the habitats and coming to the human habitats. By building dams and hydropower, aquatic animals are facing problems, and then urban sprawl into wildlife zones, climate amplification and ecological stress due to the deforestation and other human activities, climate changes and increasing of greenhouse gases.
So next, I would like to discuss about the socio-economic consequences due to the human-wildlife conflicts, where we can see the agriculture damage, in which wild animals like elephants and deers often raid crops, leading to huge financial losses for farmers. And there are predating animals like tigers, wolves, leopards can kill cattle, goats, poultry, affecting rural livelihoods. Infrastructure, coming to infrastructure damage, animals can also damage properties, roads, and these can also lead to costly repairs. And these consequences has an impact on livelihoods in many forest edge communities. People rely on agriculture where they face continuous conflicts, and these conflicts force them to migrate for other cities to work. It can also limit access to forest for food, fuel, and income, reducing the community's overall resilience. Coming to the health and safety risk, there are attacks which are being done by wild animals like tigers, elephants, or bears can cause physical harm or fatalities to humans. And there is also psychological trauma or stress, where there is constant fear of wildlife encounters can affect mental well-being and daily routines. And we'll see the cost of conflicts mitigation. Government and communities spend large amounts on building fences, compensation schemes, surveillance, and relocation of animals. These resources could be otherwise used for other services. And you can also see the mitigation strategies, which are compensation schemes, insurance, and early warning systems, GPS tracking, or drones. There are also wildlife corridors, where special pathways that allows animals to move safely between habitats without crossing into human areas. There are also early warning systems like camera traps, alarms, or drones to alert communities when wildlife is nearby. This can help to create awareness between the people that there is a conflict that is about to happen. And next, we'll go to the step toward change, where you'll see wildlife sensitive urban planning, where we see sustainable development planning, building cities, roads, and industries carefully, keeping wildlife habitats in mind. We could create a sustainable society, including wildlife corridors and protected areas in planning. We can also create clear guidelines for industries operating near wildlife areas. It is also There is also like promote sustainable agriculture, community rights, or awareness and education. Educate people about the importance of wildlife, how to minimize conflicts, and to promote coexistence rather than fear or hostility. And then, if we see the future scope, we could use AI, remote sensing, and real time tracking to see the wildlife activity and we would get to know what is going to happen in the future. And then you can see green infrastructure, transboundary conservation, supporting for indigenous leadership, youth engagement. If youth is engaged in planting the trees or creating new forests, it will lead to a good coexistence of human and animal. There we can also share landscapes for coexistences. Coming to the conclusion, increasing infrastructure development, urbanization, and industrialization have deeply affected wildlife, leading to frequent conflicts. These conflicts not only harm animals but also disrupt human livelihoods and economics. However, by adopting these sustainable development practices involving communities and promoting coexistence, we can reduce these conflicts. Promoting wildlife is not just about saving animals, it's about securing a balanced, healthy future all life on Earth. I think like small steps today will lead to a thriving world tomorrow. Thank you.
You made a good attempt to make your presentation. I have
Thank
no
you, sir.
question for
Yeah, Dwaraka
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Madhavi, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
So your topic is conflict impact of urbanization, industrialization, and infrastructure development on human
Human
wildlife, right?
wildlife.
So
Yes,
my
ma'am.
question is on infrastructure. Can you please give me some examples of how infrastructure projects like roads, dams, bridges disturb this wildlife? Any
Yes, ma'am. When
examples?
we build railway tracks or roads, animals migrate from seasons to season, right, ma'am? If we construct roads and dams, railways, they cannot identify the way they are going, and they may come to the cities, and this will lead to human-wildlife conflicts, ma'am.
Well answered. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right, sir. This is Hari Prasad.
Yes, sir. Please.
Can I put a small question to Dwarka ji? Dwarka ji, you have shown the wolves and the black bucks are outside the reserve forest area, 100%. Is it correct to say that?
Yes, sir. In Mumbai,
100%
leopard
you said,
came.
100%.
Not 100%, sir.
The figure is
Because
like
of
that. You can
because
see the
of
figure.
yes, sir.
You can find number of black bucks and also wolves in the protected forests also. And most of the national parks and sanctuaries are in the protected forest, not only in the reserve forest. Thank you, ma'am.
Not yes. Thank you, sir.
It's okay. Thank you, Dwaraka and Madhavi.
Thank
Finally,
you.
you could present your paper. That itself
Thank
is
you for
great.
giving us some
No.
time
We
to
will
present
give
and
you. We will wait for all the people. Don't worry. What is there one day? We are not in hurry. Next paper. First time I think we are going to hear a male voice in the conference. Climate change, an inevitable phenomenon for human-wildlife conflicts. Anurag Sinha, if he is available, we can hear a male voice, male presentation.
Yes, sir.
Very nice. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Okay, I'll be sharing my screen. Is it visible?
Yeah. Yes. You go ahead. You are visible. Audio is fine.
Okay.
Everything is fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. We are proceeding towards this climate change. Now, regarding climate change, there is a growing opinion about the among the public that humans are the only cause and the anthropogenic factors are the only reason why climate change is a hot topic nowadays. But to keep this thing
You share
in
your
mind.
presentation. Anurag, you share your presentation.
Okay. It is not shared yet my screen. Yes. Now is it?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So as I said, there's a growing misconception that climate change is a hot topic nowadays only due to the human or anthropogenic activities. But let me share some data that it shows the pre-industrial revolution times. This is the natural variability what the graph shows, and from this point after the industrial revolution from the during 1950s, there is a global emission records. We have hit a new record, and the emissions are at par with the natural variabilities where the Earth adjusts its climate based on hot and cool phases of the during the geological time. And such shifts are natural, and it also happens due to the sun's activity and the Milankovitch cycles that has been recorded as per Caspar Milankovitch. He discovered the obliquity, eccentricity of the Earth's orbits that are the major reasons for glaciation and deglaciation. And since climate affects whole of the Earth, so there were seasons, there were climate changes at a scale that Sahara Desert was sometime was earlier vegetation, highly vegetated area, and later on due to cooling effects and dryness, it became a desert. And this leads to migration, migration in terms of wildlife and human migrations also. So again, this is the data of global CO2 records right from the industrial revolution. You can see there is a rise, an average rise in the CO2 levels post anthropogenic activity after the industrial revolution, the rise of fossil fuels. Okay, so I'm sharing the next slide is this represents the migration route or the pathways along with the geological time scale, how human migrations have found habitat for their well-being. And in history, in geological past, civilizations have clashed, they have migrated, and they have conquered new lands only because of climate forcings, not only to become kings or emperors, but climate and the basic bare necessities drive civilizations to war zones. So, can I proceed?
Proceed.
Okay. So why is it why climate change and wildlife? We are coming towards wildlife, and why wildlife is a concern nowadays, because we see there is a whole lot of biodiversity loss. Urbanization in newer areas uh, goes to we face habitat loss. There is concept of invasive species. I mean the garden plants or the cassia. There are some varieties that are totally alien to a natural habitat, and they actually they are alien means they come from outside and invade a land, and finding a suitable environment, the original species or the pioneer species lose their area, lose their land. So this impacts the overall biodiversity. And the overexploitation is the next factor. Overexploitation is, as we all know, we have farming needs, we have to feed the country, and due to these agricultural practices and devastation of the natural reserves, so the overexploitation does its uh, repercussions. And pollution is the as far as the pollution is concerned, it is the result of the needs only, that ever increasing needs are not getting slowed down, or it is only increasing. The consumerism behavior of the population is leading to the pollution, and it is like it is a giant nowadays, and it is not controlled. In fact, we are switching to uh, stop pollution by uh, employing incinerators that in turn uh, uh, pollute the environment. I mean, we burn plastics to pollute the atmosphere nowadays, as per the latest government actions. And finally, this is climate change associated with global warming. Now, global warming is a general phenomenon. Earth has its cycles of global cooling and warming, and we have accelerated it a bit by the use of fossil fuels and another other practices, as uh, as founded beneficial by the human population. Next is, so the climate change driven human wildlife conflicts, and there are some cases. I have attached a diagram, sorry, pictures. These are the pictures of Tanzania, where to find their prey, there was a flooding in Tanzania.
Your slides are not moving.
Okay.
Anurag, your slides are not moving. Maybe if you want, you can stop your video.
So, sir, is it moving now? It is shared, sir, but can you see?
We can see them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay. Okay, now climate change driven human wildlife conflicts. So these are some pictorials as I gathered it from Nature Journal. So this is a place in Tanzania where there was a flooding, and flooding caused the common prey, uh, the mm, sorry, the herbivores that the lions prey upon. So they shifted due to the floods and the lack of forage. They shifted to human settlements to feed on the crops. And in return, the lions found their prey within human settlements, and there were conflict zones, and there were several killings, retaliatory killings against the wildlife. So the ultimately the Tanzanian government found a way to compensate the farmers and the settlers to just save the wildlife. Also, Botswana also employed the same method, and the government is now compensating the people to let go the wildlife and do not harm them. And the government will compensate over whatever the losses are there regarding deaths or agricultural losses. And the next image is from New Mexico, where urbanization has taken its effect, and the local bear population is finding a free food from the garbages of human-induced, human-created zones of garbage areas. So now these garbages are well eaten by these wild bears, and they are in a conflict zone also. They are interrupting the traffic and sometimes harmful for the children also. And these go easily into the human settlements for finding easy food. And humans are also easy prey, but they are not a primary diet of bears. So they simply harm and or either kill or return. And the next image is from Australia, where heat waves due to El Nino conditions. And El Nino La Nina is a very dominant factor in our Earth's climate, and mostly, especially important to Indian monsoons perspective. So during El Nino conditions, there is a heat wave across Australia, and those conditions give rise to this behavior of snake bites. So due to intense heat and heat waves, these snakes used to bite. There has been instances that snake bites are reported more during heat waves during El Nino, and El Nino is an average of 4.5 to 5 years of average. It is a time period. So the Australian government has recognized this pattern, and they have studied the animal behaviors, not only snakes but kangaroos and other animals. So they started issuing warnings and notices to its citizens to stay off away from wildlife and do not interact or do not feed them, because the heat waves are going to harm them indirectly. So the citizens very well are aware of this before any mishappenings go on. And the last image is from Sumatra, Indonesia. So these wildfires have pushed the elephants and the local lion and tiger populations, to move into human settlements, and their natural habitats have been destroyed. And such forest fires are also natural due to El Nino or drying conditions. But human-induced factors cannot be forgiven, because camping activities and bonfires are.
Anurag, you off your video. Your video you off. Use
Okay.
only your internet because your bandwidth is low.
Okay.
Off your video. Off your video and present it.
Okay, sir.
Off the video, no problem.
Stop. So, is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible. Go ahead.
Okay. So now, 3 out of 4, we have El Nino factors. So I just found a method to describe this El Nino. If you may be aware of, but let me say a few words about this. So this is a generalized diagram from Bureau of Meteorology, Australia. So El Nino patterns are how they affect the climate and the monsoon systems in India. So El Nino is basically, this is the Walker cell. Okay. Now Walker cell weakens down, El Nino happens. There is warmth over the South American continent, and there is dryness and cool environment towards the Australian side. So cool environment always brings dryness, and dryness results into these forest fires and all. And since there is this area is warm, so heavy rainfall disrupts the fishing communities and Australian. So this region, due to its warm waters, have faced increasing shark attacks at the Mexican Bay and the South American coastal coastlines. So sharks they prefer cool waters, and this warming and stratified waters actually migrate the sharks, and they have been found in newer places next to California, because several incidents have been reported, but those habitats are not uh, old. I mean, there are quite new habitats that sharks have been visiting nowadays. And the right opposite is the La Nina, where the Walker cells. This is the Walker cell. It has been intensified, and there is much rainfall and moisture around this region. It also compensates with the Indian summer monsoon, and there is a good monsoon in Indian subcontinent. So the cool and dryness brings here the conflict zones are. I mean, the shark attacks are very less now under this condition. And this is a warm and moist phase. So rainfall is here plenty, and the wildlife is fairly good. So conflicts down here and settle down this place also. And this climate system is favorable for both the continents. So moving ahead, I believe, my personal belief, there is a this is the cause the homeless seeks a home, because if you destruct somebody's home, he's finding a new way or a new home. He's definitely finding. So this is the region from Hyderabad, as everybody knows, and doing this, we are definitely harming our wildlife, and then asking several questions: why there is a wild animal in my compound, or why is the world not safe? Why our cities are not safe? But we should let the forest be safe for the wildlife first of all, and then we should expect the nature to favor us. These are some incidents as reported from Botswana and Tanzania, where animal attacks for only for food. These attacks and conflicts have been happening. So they are simply nebulizing these animals, uh, and helping the locals and the farmers to avoid any further conflicts. These are cornfields basically reported. And these are some clips from India reported when animals finding food, or out of their home they find new. They trying to find praise for their basic necessities, and even people have to change uh, their homes due to tiger attacks. And these are cane fields where leopards have been reported. And these are some incidences from Uttar Pradesh, Saharanpur, where leopards are quite common. This is from somewhere from South India. So rightful measures. So we are seeing some solutions. So this poster is actually from Australia. They simply advert this and report. Sorry, they alert their citizens through issuing such kind of posters during heat waves to stay safe from the snakes. India is doing fairly good, and we are seeing IISC and a few private bodies to tackle the problem of human wildlife conflicts. And government is also seems to have planning, but uh, the steps and the speed of conservation and the reducing the conflicts are quite at a slow pace. So it should pace up, just like we are pacing with the highways and the infrastructural projects. We should pace up with maintaining the peaceful wildlife. These are some references, sir, I used for uh, to write down this. Thank you.
Thank you. Raidu Garu, you have any question to Mr. Anurag?
Yeah.
Raidu Garu.
Mr. Anurag Sinha.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Anurag Sinha. Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have taken a
Very clear.
wide topic. You are an inevitable phenomenon for human while wildlife conflict. this is quite interesting, but my concern is you could have done some case study because everyone knows this conflict is going on all through. Climate change is another big issue. However, if you people can concentrate on some case studies that
Okay,
are
sir.
being going on in your areas, that would have been more interesting because the general topicization is anyone can do it, but you have done a good effort in collecting a lot of data from different sources. My contention of saying is that you can work for a betterment in next coming seminars and other places. If you throw some light on some work done by you, uh,
Okay.
some physical work done by you, and presented your own case study, that would have been much more appealing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Anurag.
Thank you, sir.
Madam.
Sir, Mr. Anurag Sinha,
Yes, ma'am.
you are from BHU Banaras Hindu University.
Yes, ma'am. I did my post graduation there.
Are you a stu?
No.
Are you
I am
doing your
currently
PhD?
working at Hyderabad.
You're working.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So overall, a good presentation. I pretty much had the same thing like what Raidu sir has mentioned you.
Okay.
Rest of the thing is all, it was good. Well presented.
Thank you.
Shall we move on, please? Jayachandra.
I think there is some network issue. Okay, fine. Anyhow, thank you, Anurag.
Thank you, sir.
We'll move on to the next speaker, M. Srija from Veeranari Chakala Ilamma Women's University. Rebuilding the human wildlife brotherhood where innovation meets sustainability.
Yes, sir.
Srija, yeah, please
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead. The stage is yours. Share your screen.
Sure.
Anurag, you stop sharing.
Okay, sir.
Yes. You take a parallel work, share the screen. Meantime, you speak about yourself, your department, or your title, something. That is how you should utilize the time. This is see, number one. This conference is a learning experience for everyone. Okay, don't worry. The share button is there, green one, arrow. Click on that.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible, sir?
Okay, you start.
Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes. Is it a mobile phone?
Yes, sir. Is the
If it
screen?
is a mobile phone, you keep it horizontal, amma. If it is system, no issue.
It's in horizontal mode only.
If it is a mobile phone, you keep it horizontal. Don't put vertical.
Is this visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
So,
Good.
good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon to the honorable judges and my fellow teammates and participants. So, today we are here to celebrate the 10th conference of the Pure Earth Environment Conference. And I hope like everyone has been giving conferences, giving their presentations, respective presentations since morning. So for a small change, I would like to start my presentation by telling a small story. I hope no one minds about it. Is it okay, sir? Hello? Hello?
Okay, ma, go ahead.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah. Srija, please carry on.
Hello?
Srija, you're audible. Please carry on.
Srija, forget about presentation. We are waiting for your story. I think internet issue. Try once again.
Good evening, sir. Like, is my screen visible, sir? Hello? Sir, is my screen visible?
Presentation. Srija,
Sir,
you off your video. Yeah, you can proceed, but you off your video. You off your video so that the bandwidth will adjust for the presentation. Video will take more.
Okay. Shall I start my presentation, sir?
Yeah, you start, but you can utilize the bandwidth for your presentation by offing that video.
Okay, sir. I switched my video. So, good evening to the honorable judges and my fellow team participants. So, today we are here to commemorate the 10th Pure Earth Environment Conference. So, since all of you have been listening to different seminars since morning, I would like to start my presentation with a small story. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible, ma. Continue.
Okay. So there had been two twin brothers who have been living in the mother's womb, who have been sharing the mother's womb, mother's embryo for generations, where the lifestyle of these two twin brothers who were living in the mother's womb was very harmonious. They were co-adapting and coexisting for generations in the mother's embryo by using all the natural resources and the purity, also the wonderful resources and bond that they have been sharing in the mother's embryo for a longer period of time. What happened suddenly was this bond, this coexistence and this co-adaptation that they have been living in for generations suddenly started drifting apart, where these brothers started moving farther and farther away. What actually happened? The once pure and green pond that they have been sharing was suddenly getting switched to concrete and cement, silicon based materials. So I hope people have some basic idea about what I'm talking about. The two brothers whom I have been talking about is the relationship between human beings and animals, where the pure earth, where the pure embryo that I have been talking about is the natural environment, that is Mother Earth. So today my topic is about rebuilding the human-wildlife brotherhood, where innovation meets sustainability. So what happened actually? These are the basic contents that we are going to discuss today, that are the miniature version of the paper that have been submitted. So what this was how actually the man civilization has started since age-old days, where there was harmony, co-adaptation, and coexistence of human beings and animals living in the pure green environment, sharing all the natural resources together without any sort of disturbances within the brotherhood bond. But now this bond has been, what actually happened with this bond, where the people started drifting apart from this brotherhood, from their love towards the Mother Earth, natural resources, and they started building their life, being more and more into the concrete jungle. The once lush green plants have modified themselves into concrete jungle, and the bond that they have shared together for many years and generations have changed into something distant now. What actually happened with this? Does anyone know, or does anyone have any idea about it? So this is where the once sworn brothers have drifted apart from being brothers into a much more distant relationship. This is what we come across, the human-wildlife conflicts that we have been talking about since morning. So I guess there have been many speakers who spoke about what actually human-wildlife conflict was, but I'll just give a small basic idea again. This human-wildlife conflict is where there is the interaction between human and wildlife has resulted into some negative effect, basically because of the needs and behavior of one over the other, or vice versa, resulting in loss of property, loss of livelihood, loss of food, and sometimes even there is a threat to their safety, livelihood, and also a danger to their own existence itself. Why actually this happened? This was because of the man's greed to have more and more resources, man's greed to have to build their life more and more luxurious, by even on the stake of destroying their own brothers from where they have shared their life within the earth from many generations together. The growth in the human population attributed by the man's greed to have all the resources to himself, despite the or irrespective of the livelihood or irrespective of the life stature of its fellow beings, has brought the situation to such a drastic effect that now the people who have been sharing the same home for generations are fighting over the meager resources that are left in the pure embryo that mother has stored in for many years, billions of years together. Why has this actually happened? Because of the growth in human population and their own selfish reasons that has destroyed this kinship. The major issues that we are seeing today with the human-wildlife conflicts are the crop damage, the disturbance in the habitat, livestock depredation, loss of life of humans and wildlife, and threat to health, safety, and livelihoods. This crop damage, this majorly happens because of the major disturbances between the human-wildlife borders that has been getting erased again and again with the generations that keep on going on just in the name of urbanization and industrialization. The crop damage, this crop damage is majorly caused when the animals, especially the wild animals like wild elephants, boars, rhinos, and major leopards, cheetahs, and many other wild animals, when they come in search of food towards the rural areas or the human habitat living areas in search of food and water, basic resources for the survival of any other living organism. This was majorly caused because of the removal or erasing of the natural borders between the human and wildlife that they have been built, where they are getting erased again and again in the name of encroachment of lands and extension of the agricultural lands or extension of the rural areas, majorly to accommodate the human population for their own benefit, to have more, to construct more and more infrastructure for exploitation of the natural resources that are meant to be shared between all of the living creatures in the world. This naturally brought the wildlife, which are actually meant to stay within the boundaries of the forest, to come in search of food that naturally attacks the livestock that is being grown by the normal human beings. where this conflict, this interaction is always leading to some or the other sort of destruction, resulting in loss of life, property, and sometimes even leading to extinction of the species itself. What are the major causes for these sort of issues being faced between the human and wildlife interaction? The man's greed can sometimes, and sometimes it is majorly because of their trials to prove their existence or to sustain their life in this chaotic situation where they are being deprived of the basic resources like food, water, shelter. Why is this happening? Actually, because of the increase in the expansion of the agricultural lands, infrastructure, or encroachment of lands. And sometimes also, in order to avail some of the natural resources like the elephant tusk, animal skin, ivory, nails, and many other things, these are the man's selfishness to gain all these things along with the precious wood and other different kinds of firewood in the forest. But this is leading to illegal activities like poaching in the forest, and also it's pushing the wild animals to come out of their comfort zone in search of shelter, a safe shelter, food, and water resources. Attributed by the human activities like deforestation and global, and which is also contributing to one of the major global cause of the climate change, which my former teammate has spoken just now, where that is be contributing to either high amount of rainfall or scanty amount of rainfall, where they are deprived of water resources and food resources, and that is pushing them to search for safer zones for survival, to prove their sustainability, to have their life more, to make their life at least sustain in this chaotic lifestyle, is what pushing the animals to come out of their safe zones in search of food, water, and many other resources. Apart from that, there are other activities being which are contributed by human and also animal activities, which are pushing both of them to come and interact again and again, always resulting in a negative impact. So how are the human beings counteracting these animal attacks or wildlife attacks? Crop guarding, live fencing, scarecrow, chasing, and smoking. Crop guarding is one of the technique where the crops are being guarded by using electrical fences. The animals, when they are coming in contact with the agricultural lands, naturally get electrified and they start perishing themselves at their right moment. And also the scarecrow mechanism, chasing, smoking, all of these are though they are the measures of safeguarding one's own crops or protection of their own property or lives, they are unnatural. They are causing unnatural death of the animals, and sometimes also where the animals start losing their own lives and also the lives of their family members. So how is this actually affecting the ecosystem? When wildlife animals, birds, human beings, and all the other living species that are surviving on this planet are play an equal amount of role and have equal amount of right to live in this particular environment. But when only one species, that is the human beings, are dominating the all other species, it is naturally leading to an imbalance in the society, imbalance in the ecology, imbalance in the environment. This is majorly being contributed to the some of the major unknown or indirect causes that are being traced to the economy and political stature of the country itself. Does anyone have any idea about this? Okay, let me explain. Like most of the cases, when this margin between the human beings and wildlife is getting disrupted with the interaction that happens between the human beings and wildlife, naturally that effect is being fallen upon the agricultural lands or the boundaries. Majorly, they are the rural areas. So this is being naturally the effects of crop raiding and many other activities are naturally causing greater amount of damage to crops, livelihood, property of the rural people, and most majorly the people who are below the poverty line, like the small scale farmers or fishers and many more. So when these people are being suffered from these sort of animal attacks, naturally the crop yield is also getting affected. Now when the crop yield is getting affected, it naturally leads to a fluctuation in the prices of the basic food grains that we avail in the market. Now when this cost of the natural or the normal food grains that we get in the market is getting on rising, it leads to an economic imbalance where there will be greater difference in the export-import stature and also the production facility, which is again impacting the people below the poverty line where they could not afford the basic amenities of the life, that is Now, this is now accompanied by this economical factor, the political stature of the country can also become into quite a disturbance sometimes when the political stature of the country or the political system of the country will not be able to control the situation. So this is not just a case of human wildlife disturbance, or this is not just a case of an ecological imbalance, but this is the case of an economy, political, and sometimes also the environment, sometimes also the existence itself. So to come to this point, I have referred to certain papers written by Mokazan or Matseketza, where these papers gave valuable insights for my paper and for my research, where they said that they gave a proper definition about the human wildlife conflicts, where it is basically contributed by the needs and behavior of people, the negative needs and behavior of people, and vice versa. Where the Matseketza and Muboko has worked upon the human wildlife conflicts, especially in the area of Save Valley conservancies in Zimbabwe, and the other one in Bale Mountains. Similarly, there are other papers which was contributed by Hill and Catherine, but this paper is a comprehensive study about the crop breeding of animals with a special focus on Africa. And there are many other papers that have referred, and also according to and also information that have collected from World Wildlife Organization. So this is a major concern, not only about environment, climate, life, and also the economy and political, but this is the basic humanitarian issue where the human beings are responsible to have and show some empathy to their fellow beings with whom they have shared the resources, and also it's like sharing the mother's embryo for generations together. So I have collected some data from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, where they have recorded the dangers that have been, where they have recorded the human wildlife conflicts and the loss of life that had occurred because of all these conflicts since the last 10 years. And the expected range of these activities to increase is much more higher in the next coming years. So when this human wildlife conflict is not just an environmental or ecological issue, but this is a growing concern of the population on this earth, irrespective of the species, struggling to avail the basic facilities of food, water, and natural resources that help for the betterment of their life. This is not just an issue of scarcity of resources for animals or human beings, but also to every other species, including plants. So to cover this particular case, or to come up to benefit or to make the situation better, me and my teammates have done some extensive research and come up with some of the innovative solutions to make the situation much more better, to convert this negative interaction between human and wildlife to something positive. The basic usual mechanisms to control or to counteract the animal attacks on the human lifestyle, we use different mechanisms like crop fencing or crop scarecrow mechanism. Now here we are using technology in order to reduce the ill effects on the lifestyle of the animals. How we can install certain cameras in the scarecrows where the animal attack can be easily identified, and the fence that is passing the electricity will be automatically controlled. This electricity may not actually help to completely kill the living being, but to give a minor shock to this particular animal, so that this animal can be exported to a different place, provided with the food and other basic amenities, rather than completely killing the animal. And also we can go for using some eco-friendly construction instead of the constructions with cement and silicon, where the environment that the human being now constructed is completely different, completely bifurcating themselves from the animals in the natural environment. This negative human wildlife interactions can be made better by continuous monitoring of forests, and where the government can take up some of the measures to come up with the betterment of the animal and human relationships by understanding the animal behavioral pattern and understanding their scarcity. government can come up with some of the mechanisms to address their issues of scarcity of food and water resources, and that is how when there is this promise of sustainability and proper strategical execution of different policies, there will be security ensured for human beings and animals as well in the environment for the sustenance of their life in this particular society. So the unspeakable bond, the immense bond that once human beings shared with their fellow beings on this earth, animals, planets, and the natural earth, is now being shaken because of the diversification or because of the development of the human life or civilization, or we call it as industrialization or urbanization. But the irony of this fact is there are still some people who are still working for the betterment of animal life. We do have different societies who work for the welfare of animals, who are continuously monitoring the lifestyle of these wild animals and who are working for the betterment of these wild animals as well. So it is not like the completely humanitarian issues have been where the humanity or the empathy of the human beings towards the animals has dead. But there are also have been some cases where animals came and secured different people in the chaotic situations, where a small little girl who was on the verge of getting sexually assaulted was protected by a group of wild animals itself near a forest area. So this relationship where we think that we have forgotten is actually there. It's actually still pertaining between animals and human beings, but it is getting weaker and weaker day by day. So this is our responsibility to strengthen that bond, rebuild that bond, and thus live in a co-adaptation even without disturbing one another. So the co-adaptation or coexistency of human beings, animals in the natural environment is not only just living together by sharing resources, but this is the behavior where we are being tolerant to one another's species, where there is a combinational growth and flourishment of all the species without any sort of domination or deprivation to one of the species. So I hereby end this presentation with a quote that every individual can make a positive impact on the lives of elephants and all animals. It all starts with education, right education and empathy towards their fellow beings. So these are all the references that I have taken in order to generate this paper. So are there any questions? Any questions? Thank you.
మీరు మాట్లాడి వినిపిస్తారు.
You have done a very good literature survey and made a presentation. It is the preliminary research paper, well appreciated. The effort is also been appreciated. You can
Thank
do
you, sir.
a very, even though you have collected a lot of literature, how you have compared these each conflict between the human interface and the animals, wild animals, and their habitats. You said the wildlife and the human brotherhood. We already domesticate a lot of animals, and we have brought them from wildlife to our regular day-to-day use. If we go on do domestication, the wildlife will get extincted. And how do you justify that?
Sir, it's not like I'm not completely saying to domesticate all the wild animals, but I am saying like our approach is to give a safety, a sense of safety, so that all living beings can live equally on this planet. It's not domestication of wild animals exactly, but it is we are ensuring that they are living safe with the basic facilities that are required for any living being to survive on this earth. If that is, if it's not like so that we are basically safeguarding the food chain. There have been many species, irrespective of them being wild animals or any other thing, they have got extincted, and most of them are in the stage of getting endangered. So, like the basic, the Indian emblem, Indian animal, the Bengal tiger is also in the getting extinct. So I don't suggest to go for domesticating the wild animals, but rather give them a sustainable lifestyle. Follow some strategies so that they all have this can safeguard their right to live in this earth, on this earth, just like how we are living, without disturbing one space.
Okay, thank
Srija?
Yes, ma'am.
Srija, overall, it was a qualitative and quantitative presentation.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Ma. You said
Sure, ma'am.
about brotherhood, right? So my question
Yes.
is, imagine a future where humans and wildlife have a strong brotherhood. Tell me one thing which would be common in future and which is not common now.
Okay,
Imagine
ma'am, you
a
mentioned
future. Yeah. Imagine a future where humans and wildlife have a strong brotherhood. Humans and wildlife have a strong brotherhood. Tell me one thing that would be common in future, but which is not common now.
Sharing of resources, ma'am. The willingness to share the resources, the willingness to help one another. It's not like there is the more empathy and humanity that we have now we are lacking now, will naturally be there in the future. That is what I believe, ma'am. Because
Well
the
answered.
brotherhood can happen only when there is this feeling of like oneness, this feeling of a family where they're willing to share that love, care, and also the resources without thinking about their own selfish reasons. I think that is what I believe.
Good.
I'm not
Hope
saying
so.
like
They
we are
should be.
completely selfish now, but yeah, but the relationships are, I mean, like the human wildlife relationships and the humanitative feeling is getting more and more drastic nowadays. And that is what I believe.
Correct. Well said, Srija. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions, sir?
Okay, Ma, this is already delayed. We are so thank you, Srija. So
Thank you, sir.
yeah, next participant, next paper. Sai Prashanti, are you available? Sai Prashanti. Okay, then probably the last speaker, Akshaya from BVRIT. Are you there? Akshaya, Akshaya. Akshaya, are you there? Sai Prashanti, Akshaya, and even the first session one boy missed out, that is Ayush Naik. Ayush Naik, Akshaya from BVRIT, or N Sai Prashanti. Any of you are there, you can utilize and you can present. I didn't see any of these names here. Both chairpersons to give their summary, whatever comments on these papers presented in this last session.
Sir.
Shailaja garu.
Sir, చెప్పండి sir.
Madam, just give anything you want to comment on this presented.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Yeah.
overall, the presentations which were given by the students are extraordinary. And in upcoming days, I suggest that the students has to focus much upon empirical studies, sir, rather than conceptual. This is what I personally feel.
Your audio, madam. Madam Shailaja garu. Okay, we'll take our rider. Then we will come back to you, madam, because some network issue is there. We could not hear you properly. Rider garu.
Overall, the evening session is very well presented by the part. Some are case only one or two case studies, but most of the journals have been presented. The case studies are more viable in conference. I kindly make it more your own concept and general be treated into presentation is not a big deal at all. But if you own the subject, then the feel is different. That's why we look for papers like some groundwork has been done by the participant, and then they present their cases. It will give feeling here. If you go to international platforms, there you will shine very well, and it will be it is only a platform for you to build how you can present yourself, and there should be clarity in your what you are presenting. These are a few words. I congratulate all the day, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to chair the session. Thank you, Jayachandra Garu and Curate Foundation. Thank you.
Madam, can you try?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah,
Sir, am I audible?
some break. Voice break. Yeah, madam. Now it is better. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sir, the presentations were good enough, sir. So students have given their best in presenting their PPTs, and the topic selection was also too good. But I felt that student must have concentrated on empirical study rather than conceptual. This is only one point which I personally felt it. But the rest of the aspects, rest of the parameters were very good enough, sir. And I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for you, sir, for giving me this opportunity for chairing the session. And a special thanks to Dr. V.N. Raidu, sir, former Deputy Director, PCP, Tamil Nadu. I'm very happy to chair this session along with sir. This is a privilege to me, sir. And it's a pleasure to me to witness this commitment, sir,
Thank you.
actually.
Somehow your data or the network reporting. Okay, madam. Anyhow, I must say thanks to both the chair, Dr. Raidu Garu. He was there whole conference. I think you are also there from the beginning. I hope you are also there. So you both did excellent job giving the students good appreciation. Same time, good hit. You know, how they should present. Most of the certainly we cannot expect more than. So mostly last call once again I'll give if they are there, but I don't think I didn't find that name, Mr. Ayush Nayak, Prashanti, Sai Prashanti, and one Akshaya. So if you are not, we will say this is the end of all three sessions. 23 papers actually. The program schedule is not updated to all of you. So out of 23, only 20 papers we could present today. Now I request our Ravindra Garu give some valuable suggestions, and they were advised to this young Ravindra garu. Hello.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Jayachandra garu, for this wonderful opportunity. And I have been listening to all the paper presentations since morning, and all the presenters have very well presented. Though more papers were based on conceptual methodology, but as earlier speakers and judges were also mentioning, it was good if it is more on empirical data, empirical research. That would help us to, bring out more findings and also, work on various problems and solutions. But because I was there since the first conference, first Pure Foundation conference. I have attended all the 10 conferences. So comparatively, I think this conference has given ample of time to each presenter. So that is one of the unique thing that has happened. So every participant has got enough time to present their presentations. So very well presented. So I congratulate all the participants, presenters, and this time we have two members, life members, chairing the sessions. So we congratulate both the members of life members of Pure Foundation for joining us and also immediately taking responsibility and performing your duties very well on this occasion. And also thank Dr. Jayachandra for assigning them responsibilities and involving them in the foundation activities. And also congratulate all the Pure Foundation members. And also especially special congratulations to Dr. Jayachandra garu and all the EC members for this wonderful organization of conference. As Jayachandra garu has already mentioned, every 6 months we have this conference, biannual conference. At every year we have 2 conferences. So we request everyone to come forward and be proactive in organizing conferences. Again, next conference will be in April. So institutions can come forward to organize both in hybrid mode, offline and online mode. And you can contact Dr. Jayachandra in this regard. And students also, because we have almost fixed dates, there is nothing that there is short of time. Every year we all know that conference happens 2 times. So start preparing from now onwards. Don't wait till the dates are announced or venue is announced. Start preparing your papers, research work, and whenever the dates are announced, whenever the venue is announced, so you can start presenting your paper, preparing final draft. So you have enough time of 6 months from now onwards. So utilize this opportunity and make good presentation. So wishing you all the success. Thank you once again for this opportunity. Over to you, Jayachandra.
Thank you, Ravindra garu. I think my internet is only unstable, it is saying. Ravindra garu, just confirm my audio, is it right?
Yeah, your audio is clear, but I think there is some connectivity issue at your end.
Maybe from the bandwidth is good.
Maybe, but it's
Okay.
audible. The country.
Garu, available, sir. VV Hariprasad garu.
Sir, good evening,
VV Hariprasad garu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, 2 minutes. Can you just give 2 minutes of your views? Only 2 minutes. You want to
No, I don't
make them?
require any 2 minutes.
We'll conclude. 2
Actually,
minutes.
I've been there right from the beginning first session when Mr. Uday Shankar was the chairperson. I'm very much thankful to the President Secretary for giving us this opportunity of taking part in this program. And I'm also thankful to the respective chairpersons who gave me the opportunity of putting questions to the participants. Thank you very much, sir. And I think the program has been going on very well. I look forward to take part in all the coming programs too. Thank you very much, Jayachandra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we will sum up this. All note, a small note, because ultimately at student level, they did their study, their preparation, excellent hard work. Their efforts are excellent. There is no second opinion. And they got a lot of advice, improvement purpose from the chair. And also they might have observed different presentations of different other parties, other speakers. So, and we heard many of the people, students particularly, first year engineering, like that, but even then they did excellent job. So ultimately, for every conference, we have to draw some conclusions. We must declare whether go for implementation or not. From the speaker's point of view, presentations from what we have seen since morning, a few suggestions. Ultimately, because the conflict cannot be resolved totally. That is the bottom line. We cannot resolve totally. But what can be done to minimize it? What can be done to minimize it? Observed students gave their own conclusions, like different conclusions. So finally, I made it into some around 6-7 conclusions. I just mentioned them. Then I will announce the awards. Then we will say day, the 10th Bureau Environment Conference. We will, before announcing these are few points, just it won't take more than 5 minutes. Number one, we learned from these things, even including Prasad Garu advice, like that. Education, that is called education, what is education? Not, that is not the education. The education about on planet Earth. That's called global, the existence of life. That way, that knowledge, that education, I do not know where it is properly being priority. Many times taken in World Environment Days that one planet for. So, but many people, how many colleges, how many subjects are talking about this? So this needs to be given full priority by the government, that every individual, every literate must aware that where he is living and will it survive for how many decades next, how many centuries in future. So that is the first thing. Second thing is awareness on the first, forget about the negative. If you project negative, will think about only countering that negative. I am telling awareness on advance of flora and fauna. Flora, fauna, this is called wildlife. So everybody must take the advantages, the positive of from these two, then even a common man can understand, okay, having this flower, having this particular thing, we could able to eat some fruits. We could able to, that whatever fauna also, whatever the animal husbandry, wildlife, everything, So the importance and advantage for humankind from flora and fauna, this is second thing that highlight this. The third one is custodians like departments who are managing the forests along with wildlife. So they are leading in protecting this life, these resources, everything. And the fourth one is we need to restore the habitats. See, we are focusing always to expand our urbanization, or you call any industrialization, or any name you say development. You are encroaching into the natural, that is a protected area, natural wildlife sanctuary, you say, or a protected area, reserved forest, whatever you say. So we are going in the other side, that is nothing but encroaching them. Even today, the extent of forest in India is only 21 point something, which has actually promised for 30%. But we still in 21 point some number percentage only, the true correct forest cover. Maybe if you add tree cover, it may go to up to 25% around. But we cannot add the tree cover. So we should restore these habitats. If you restore habitats, the wildlife will live because the habitats are important for them. So at least the water availability in the protected areas and some other kind of animals, kind of wildlife, flora, fauna, if it can be restored, so it will confine to its places than coming into the human jurisdictions. The next one is government. What role of, for example, a conflict was done, an elephant, a group of elephants, or any other wildlife, there is a damage is done. Today we have wonderful technologies to assess to do the assessment of exact assessment of the damage done by wildlife. What was happening in the past was, suppose there was 1 acre damage, because people are greedy, they will say my entire land set 100 acres got damaged, just to get the advantage, get the more compensation from government. That is wrong. Project the exact extent of damage through technologies like GPS is there, global position systems, remote sensing is there, that is satellite data. There are satellite data today in one day, in a day, with hours, you can have photograph of same location. You want to get.com, and is there very accurate handled GPS with less than meter accuracy. If your assessment damage is to control without manipulating, government should encourage at least some 50%. At least, so there is a relief for the people who are the victims, who underwent losses. Okay, whatever pain they have. So this government genuinely, by identifying exact assessment of damage, they should government age. This is something I want for the government. Secondly, at least they will be okay. My 2 acre farm or whatever paddy or whatever sugarcane got damaged. Now in zero has given some encouragement from the government as a this is another point. And where the technologies can be utilized to cut down all the the miscellaneous and all the manipulated assessments. Another thing is the green cover. We have to increase the green cover, that is afforestation works, wherever possibility is there. Already governments are on that job in the name of Haritaharam, in the name of Vanam Manam in Telugu states, and similar names with other state governments. that should be taken up. It is already done. At least one point is already under progress. The last one is people who are working to support or restore, or for example, feeding people, creating a water source in a forest, water source in a dry area, something. Such people should be given some encouragement in the form of, an award. Yeah. Recognize them, because of this activity. For example, if they summer area, birds or the animals, they go away from that place. Suppose if an NGO youth, they create some water facility, other for the sake of, I have seen beautiful some plastic like a birds are maybe as water is exhaust, so that one individual is continuous, so that birds will not leave that place. That place will be retained like that, retained that wildlife, everything. So with this, these are from this today's conference. Certainly, the audience participants can add more. You can always contribute, always share to the Pure Earth Foundation @gmail.com. Kindly share your thoughts, because we don't have time to take your opinion online directly through this, because we are already crossed 5 p.m. Now I'll go with awards. But even before awards, I must say vote of thanks also, because once awards are announced, then there is no point to continue here. So, as already I mentioned in the morning at the end of the inaugural session, once again I request the chief guest for today's 10th Pure Earth Environment Conference, Mrs. E. Harika Garu, DFO Wildlife Management, Sulurpet, and of course our former president, Pure Earth Foundation, M.V. Krishnarao Garu, though he is in some sad situation, but he contributed his whatever address. So thank you, Krishnarao Garu, and all these distinguished guests and delegates who are there since morning. I am seeing some names like Mary, Madam from and some names here, including our Raidu Garu or Hari Prasad Garu. So like that. So all these distinguished delegates, any faculty members here. So thank you all for your continuous support. You are joining every Pure Earth Environment Conference. And the next, the participants and the speakers. So I must congratulate all the speakers. There is not much difference. It's only slight. Maybe there are few papers we have selected for some best out of all the papers. So don't mean that your paper is not that standard. It's only just a minor advantage, minor value addition for few papers. So, and once again, I must thank all the Pure Earth Foundation life members and whoever is supporting Pure Earth Foundation and whoever is taking up this type of activities. I'm very thankful to them, because the foundation is trying its as 1% of its share. So there are millions of NGOs, millions of organizations who are working in educating on earth and environment. So we must thank everybody, because we are along with them. And whatever media support we are getting, and through digital, the online, or like other offline media coverage on these conferences and all the conferences. So I thank all the media. So, and our Ravindra Garu, I have to say a special mention, because all the conferences, the entire Zoom facility for online operation, he is the backbone, without whom we couldn't organize this online conference from morning 9 o'clock to till now. So with this, I conclude vote of thanks. And now I just go to the last one. I'll go with the announcing the awards. So as usual, the prize money for the first prize is 2,000, second prize is 1,500, third prize is 1,000. Yes, a nominal charge. Pure Earth Environment has zero funds. It is only the founding members or foundation line members, what your membership fees, or some other people who are contributing slightly. So we will, that is why we could not spend more amounts, but it is only a token to recognize your whatever efforts you have spent. You have done some hard work. So, and after announcing these awards, from Wednesday, another thing is all the presenters, including in a paper, there are 2 authors and both are presented. All the presenters will be given a memento. From Wednesday, they are available in PEF office at AC Guards, or they can contact me directly. So, okay. So all presenters will have the presentation award, memento, and certificate. And out of this, some 8 best papers we have identified. These papers will get the award memento also. And whatever cash I just mentioned, third prize 1,000, 1,500 second, and 2,000 first prize. So now without delay, I will go ahead with this. The third prize winners are Flora, Fauna, and Wildlife Management by Ruma from Sarojini Naidu Vanita Mahavidyalaya. Wildlife and Human, Forging Peace in Chandaka Forest, Khordha District, Odisha by Pratibha Malik is another third prize. Assessing the impact of water pollution on avian diversity, a correlational study of BOD and bird species at Aminpur Lake, Mary Vijaya from Veeranari Chakala Ailamma Women's University. And these are 3, and one more and last third prize, Understanding Human Wildlife Conflicts in Kerala State for Coexistence to Confrontation through Structured Assessment by P. Vaishnavi, JNA FAU. So these are the 4 third prize winners. Now I will move on to the second prize winners. Animal Trespassing Detection System for a Healthy Human Wildlife Coexistence by M. Lahari of Veeranari Chakale Ailamma Women's University. Another second prize winner is the impact of urbanization, infrastructure, and industrialization on human-wildlife conflicts by J. Ananya, G. Narayanamma Institute of Technology and Sciences. So these 2 are the second prize winners. And the last first prize winner, when sacred sites meet the wild, navigating temple wildlife conflict, a case study on Nallamala region. Vennela Panniru, she was judged as the first prize winner. So this is the 4 third prize, 2 second prize, and 1 first prize. So I am once again telling the remaining papers are not because we can't award all the papers. So they have done their excellent job. There is another many reasons I am telling. Don't think that many reasons, like we need to respect some participation from different institutions also, one thing. And the top is merit, ultimately merit, and there is some chair recommendation. In this sense, they will give their order. So under each chair. So I got at least 2 sessions from their whatever best papers like this. So considering all this, so everybody did good job. So with this, I'll take leave. So we will, as usual, we'll join in the month of November 2025 with our 11th Pure Earth Environmental Conference. Certainly the focal theme we will decide again. and will communicate. So I will take leave. Thank you very much. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you.